poorest nations. Earlier this year, I hosted the IDA 21 Replenishment Summit in Nairobi, where African leadership reaffirmed the critical importance of IDA for developing countries and called for an ambitious replenishment of US dollars 120 billion. Our collective efforts must include trust and accountability to ensure that we fulfill our promises and our commitments. Additionally, we launched the Africa Club, the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, to strengthen and support Africa's position in the global financial architecture. This body will serve as a powerful negotiator on behalf of the continent, coordinate with global financial institutions, and leverage African countries' balance sheets to increase investment and create jobs in Africa. We believe that African institutions such as the Afri-Exim Bank, Trade and Development Bank, the Africa Finance Corporation, among others, understand the continent even better. As part of the reform of the international financial architecture, we must not only reform the multilateral institutions, but also support and stop bias against these African institutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change remains one of the greatest challenges of our time. Biodiversity loss and pollution have created environmental crises that upend lives, reverse progress in poverty reduction, and strain ecosystems to their breaking point. Extreme weather conditions continue to hinder the development aspirations of many countries, especially in Africa, where severe climate-related hazards are becoming more frequent and more intense. In 2022, over 110 million people in Africa were directly affected by climate-related disasters, resulting in more than $8.5 billion in economic damages. According to the Emergency Event Database, there were approximately 5,000 fatalities, though the toll is likely to be higher due to underreporting. We are at a crossroads, and the path to correcting the climate course is clear. COP29, to be held this November in Baku, Azerbaijan, presents a critical milestone in ensuring that the solutions we implement are rooted in fairness and opportunity for everybody. However, the new climate financing goal expected at COP29 faces significant hurdles as deep disagreements persist over who should contribute and how much funding is needed. Without swift resolution, these divisions risk derailing our collective progress on climate action, just as the global situation becomes increasingly urgent. Let me be clear. Political posturing and inaction will neither protect the vulnerable from the consequences of a runaway climate crisis, nor save our civilization from ecosystem collapse. It is therefore critical that all nations step forward to meet this moment with ambition and responsibility. As we confront the escalating impacts of climate change, we must also recognize the interconnected environmental challenges we face, such as plastic pollution, which continues to wreak havoc on ecosystems and threatens global sustainability. It is imperative that we adopt a robust global plastics treaty during the 5th round of negotiations in Busan in the Republic of Korea this November. Kenya fully supports an ambitious outcome and the African proposal to establish the Treaty Secretariat in Nairobi, thereby reinforcing UNEP's role. It is indeed unfortunate and regrettable, ladies and gentlemen, that UNEP is the only body where secretariats of conventions created under it are increasingly being carved out and located elsewhere. UNEP, being one of only 2 UN headquarters in the Global South, must not be cannibalized for whatever purpose or reason, let alone excuse. Mr. President, As the host country of UNEP and UN Habitat, I take this opportunity to thank the Assembly for approving the upgrade of the infrastructure at the United Nations office in Nairobi, the largest UN campus in the world. This project includes the construction of new office space and the design of ultra-modern conference facilities. These developments mark a significant milestone towards enhancing the quality and accessibility of Secretariat services to member states. Not only will they serve current needs, but they will also strengthen the future success of multilateralism. We look forward to the Assembly's continued support as construction begins in 2025. It will be critical to ensure that UNON receives sustainable and predictable resources to ensure the timely completion of this upgrade. Kenya will continue to play its part in ensuring that UNON fulfills its mandate. Accordingly, the Government of Kenya has undertaken extensive improvements and expansion of physical infrastructure around the complex and will continue working towards making Nairobi a regional and humanitarian hub for the United Nations. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the theme of this session, the call for unity in diversity in the pursuit of peace, development, and human dignity, it is evident that we must reimagine international cooperation to align with the complex realities of the 21st century. Our actions must reflect our ambition and commitment to a world where progress is measured not just by economic growth, but by the well-being, rights, and dignity of every person. The challenges we face, from climate crisis to economic inequality, demand a bold rethinking of how we work together, grounded in mutual respect and shared responsibility. The achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals cannot be reserved for the privileged few. It must be a shared success that uplifts all nations, transcending borders and disparities. Our collective efforts to combat climate change must be rooted in fairness and equity, ensuring that no nation or community bears a disproportionate burden. This is our shared journey. We must have a say in the choices we make. We must move beyond outdated paradigms of power and influence to create a system of international cooperation that reflects the aspirations and dignity of every human being. We must embrace a new vision of global solidarity, one that upholds the principles of equity and inclusivity. It is within our power to build a world that embodies the true spirit of the United Nations, a world where every voice is heard, every life is valued, and global progress is shared by all. This is the cooperation our people expect, our future demands, and it is the commitment we must deliver. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Your Excellency President of the General Assembly, Philemon Young, Your Excellency Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, ladies and gentlemen, It is a good omen that I am addressing you today while we celebrate a glorious national occasion for the Yemeni people, which is the 26th of September, when our Yemeni people made history 62 years ago by overthrowing the Imamite racist regime and proclaiming the Republic. This is an opportunity to reiterate our congratulations to the people of Yemen everywhere and to express our pride and appreciation of the courage of those young men and women and opinion leaders who challenge every year on this day, this glorious day, the Houthi oppression machine supported by the Iranian regime. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the government of Yemen remains committed to just and comprehensive peace in line with national, regional, and international terms of reference. It is, however, necessary to strengthen its position to face any other choices in light of the ongoing Houthi militias' escalation on the local and regional levels and their threat to international navigation. To prevent the expansion and prolongation of this escalation, there is an urgent need for a collective approach to support the government of Yemen and to reinforce its institutional capabilities to protect its territorial waters and to secure all of its national territory. Without addressing these needs and without implementing the relevant international resolutions prohibiting the flow of Iranian weapons and drying up the funding sources, these militias will not engage in any efforts to achieve just and comprehensive peace, and they will not refrain from blackmailing the regional and international communities. History teaches us that leniency with the enemies of peace leads to the most heinous wars, to the most complex and costly ones. Despite the truce approved by the government of Yemen in April 2022, these militias persisted in their military breaches and in their grave violations of human rights and of national and international laws. In October 2022, Houthi militias bombarded the oil exportation ports in the governorates of Hadramaut and Shabwa, thus depriving the Yemeni people from the needed revenues to pay salaries and basic services, which exacerbated the humanitarian plight and led to an unprecedented devaluation of our national currency. Recently, the government suspended its decision to transfer the headquarters of banks from Sana'a, which is under the control of the militias, to the temporary capital Aden, heeding the call of the UN and international community to de-escalate, provided that the Houthis engage in serious talks to address the economic crisis and to revive the peace efforts in line with the roadmap mediated by our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman. Despite all the above, the militias hijacked 3 planes owned by Yemeni Airlines. They attacked the Safir oil facility in the governorate of Ma'rib with drones. They issued racist orders and laws to nominate their affiliates in specific public function positions, especially in the judiciary. This suggests that they will be taking more oppressive measures against public freedoms and civic work. This ongoing pattern of reckless escalation in response to the de-escalation initiatives requires the international community to take firm policies and push these militias towards the choice of peace in line with international resolutions, particularly Resolution 2216, instead of their senseless escalation. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, 4 months ago, terrorist Houthi militias arrested dozens of UN personnel, to be added to the thousands of innocent men, women, children, elderly, who disappeared in their prisons years ago, particularly activist Mohammed Qahtan, included in a Security Council resolution. There is a widespread belief that the United Nations is responsible for giving these militias the opportunity to kidnap this unprecedented number of relief workers and NGO staff, as well as activists and civil society leaders, by not heeding the call of the Yemeni government to transfer their headquarters from Sana'a to the temporary capital, Aden. By not taking seriously these militias and by keeping their headquarters in Sana'a, the United Nations unintentionally enabled these terrorists to take their personnel and assets as hostages and to use them as a bargaining chip to blackmail the international community and to achieve negotiation concessions that cannot be accepted under any circumstances. This ongoing situation cannot be defended nor justified. The presence of UN headquarters in Sana'a emboldens these militias that are designated on terrorist lists, and it endangers relief workers and human rights defenders. Hence, the need to reconsider these policies and measures immediately. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Houthi militias, with their ongoing terrorist attacks on international maritime navigation in the Red Sea and the surrounding waterways, prove that they represent a growing threat not only to Yemen, as some used to believe, but also to the stability of the region as a whole and to the secure flow of international trade, which exceeds trillions of dollars. Today, they are reinforcing their position as the first rebel group in history having used ballistic missiles and drones against civilian commercial vessels. Late last month, Houthi militias hit the Sonian tanker, which was carrying 1 million barrels of crude oil, causing fires which could have led to one of the worst oil spills in history before the vessel was salvaged by the international coalition. This is not the first such incident caused by these militias. These militias boasted having sunk 2 vessels previously. They also hindered for years the efforts to save the decaying Safer tanker, which was carrying similar amounts of crude oil. It proves that their terrorist activities will remain an ongoing threat to maritime navigation. Ladies and gentlemen, for years the Yemeni economy has been facing complex challenges, but the terrorist Houthi attacks on the oil facilities deepened the funding crisis and deprived the people and government of Yemen from necessary revenues to pay salaries and provide services. The economic war waged by these militias are part of a larger hostile strategy aiming at weakening the ability of the government to provide basic services and to pay public service salaries, thus aggravating the humanitarian crisis for more than 14 million Yemenis. Therefore, the international community should seriously consider the devastating effects of these terrorist acts and to provide the vital infrastructure to defend maritime transportation vessels in Yemeni ports, to support the right of the Yemenis and of the Yemeni government to benefit from their resources and improve their living conditions. Protecting the arteries of the Yemeni economy is necessary not only to recover and rebuild our future, but it is important also for the stability of the region and for the security of energy on the long term. Therefore, we reiterate our call to the international community to provide immediate comprehensive support to address the devastating humanitarian conditions and to lay the foundations for a long-term economic recovery. This should include not only immediate humanitarian assistance to alleviate sufferings, but it should also include accountability mechanisms, especially in the regions under the Houthi control. It also requires greater investments in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and sustainable development. It requires building the national capacities to curb the impacts of climate change, which has left hundreds of victims and displaced thousands within the last 2 months. Yemen's recovery is not only a national matter, it is a regional and international need. The stability of Yemen is decisive to safeguard peace and stability in the region and trade routes in the Arabian and Red Seas, as well as surrounding waterways, including the Suez Canal. We have appreciated international support in the past, and we will keep thanking you for shouldering your moral responsibilities We also thank the coalition to restore legitimacy led by the KSA and the UAE to meet the aspirations of the Yemeni people to stability, peace and prosperity, and provide the resources we need to rebuild our institutions and our social fabric. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Arab region is facing today a challenging test in building the state and in joining the civilizational progress. However, every time the countries of the region achieve a true transformation towards development, peace and prosperity, and towards empowering their people to exercise their political, economic and social rights, they are met with evil forces which intervene with their destructive agendas, emboldened by the international leniency towards these rogue groups and their supporters. The outcome of this battle between the forces of peace and the axis of evil will determine who will survive, develop on this part of the world. It will determine whether the region will be dragged into more chaos, civil wars, hegemony, weapons, oppression, and underdevelopment. The road to peace goes through the forces of moderation in the region, led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has been defending the international resolutions and which extended a helping hand by hosting millions of those fleeing wars and armed conflicts. Therefore, we are grateful for these countries, and the world should depend on them to lay the foundations of peace and stability and to maximize our benefits from their economic and social development. Ladies and gentlemen, we should end the false rhetorics concerning the issue of Yemen, especially those minimizing the role of Iran and of their weapons and proxies in destabilizing Yemen, the region, and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the brutal Israeli war on the Palestinian people should cease immediately. This is the first step to achieve peace and to eliminate Iran's proxies, which are escalating the situation in the region. Iran has been manipulating the just Palestinian cause, and this did not come from a vacuum. It stems from a history of blackmailing and of propaganda, only leading to undermining the peace process and reversing the gains of the Palestinian people and their right to establish a fully sovereign independent state. The same holds true for Yemen, ending the plight, and as is the case for Yemen, ending the plight of the Palestinian people should be based on implementing the international resolutions, especially the Arab Peace Initiative. And as is the case for both Yemen and Palestine, the only way to deter the wanton Israeli aggression on Lebanon will be through a firm stance from the international community and through the unity of all the Lebanese and their independent decision and the non-interference in their internal affairs so that the Lebanese state can recover the choice of peace and war. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to recall that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights quotes, I quote, "the inherent dignity and the equal and inalienable rights of all the members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." End of quotation. Today, these values are undermined, and as are the ethics and national and international norms, with the grave violations perpetrated by leaders of Al-Qaeda and Daesh and by the Houthi militias, promising the world more devastation. Thank you, and may the peace of God be upon you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen.
La Asamblea escuchará ahora un discurso.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Brice Clotaire Oligui Nguema, President of the Transition and Head of State of the Gabonese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
President of the General
Mesdames et
Assembly,
Messieurs les chefs d'État et de
heads
gouvernement,
of state and government,
Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies,
Secretary General of the United Nations,
distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs,
distinguished ladies and
au nom du
gentlemen,
peuple gabonais,
on behalf of the Gabonese
je
people,
suis heureux
I am
de prendre
happy
part aux travaux de cette
to
Assemblée
take part
générale
in the
des
work
Nations Unies.
of this General Assembly of the United
Monsieur le
Nations.
Président Philemon Yang,
President Philemon Yang,
en prenant la parole pour la première fois,
in taking the floor for the
Devant
first
cette
time
auguste
before
assemblée,
this august assembly,
je voudrais d'abord
I would like at
vous
the
adresser mes
outset
chaleureuses
to address to you my warm congratulations on your outstanding election to preside the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United
ainsi
Nations.
que mes vœux les plus ardents.
And I wish you all the best.
J'exprime ces compliments
I express
autant à un
my
diplomate
compliments
chevronné
too to the
que vous êtes,
seasoned interpreter that
aux
you are,
représentants d'un pays frère,
representative of a brotherly country, Cameroon, linked to Gabon by geography, history, and culture.
soyez donc assurés du plein
Please
soutien
be assured
de mon pays
of the full support
tout au long du
of my
quinquennat.
country throughout your mandate.
Je voudrais enfin
And finally,
rendre un hommage
I would like to
mérité
pay tribute,
à
well-deserved
Monsieur
tribute, to
Antonio
Mr. Antonio Guterres,
Secrétaire général de
Secretary
notre
General
organisation,
of our organization, for his tireless
et
devotion
son engagement
and
au
commitment
service des idéaux des nations.
to servicing the ideals of the United Nations.
Monsieur le Président, je saisis
Mr.
cette
President,
occasion
I'd like to take this
pour porter à
opportunity
votre attention
to bring
que les
to your
présentes
attention that the current
tiennent au moment
debate
où mon pays,
is
le
taking
Gabon,
place at a
vient
moment
de
where
célébrer
my
le
country,
premier
Gabon,
anniversaire
has
du
just
coup
celebrated the first anniversary of the liberation
En effet,
coup.
La
Indeed,
marche vers la construction d'un Gabon nouveau
our path towards the
Jusqu'à ce jour,
construction of a new
a su
Gabon
tenir ses
to date has been able to keep
énoncées à
its
cette
promises
tribune lors du
that we
dernier assemblée
announced
générale.
here at the last general
À savoir,
debate, namely
la mise en place des
the
institutions de la
establishment
transition,
of transitional institutions,
la libération des
the
prisonniers
release
détenus,
of prisoners of conscience,
l'inclusivité permanente,
permanent
la tenue
inclusivity,
du dialogue
the
national
holding
inclusif,
of an inclusive national
la
dialogue,
rédaction d'une nouvelle
the
constitution.
drafting of a new constitution.
La prochaine étape
The next
est
step
l'organisation du
is to
référendum
organize
dans les
the
prochains
referendum in the coming
l'adoption
months
du code
and
électoral,
the adoption of an electoral code and a revision of the electoral register in accordance with the timetable adopted during the inclusive national dialogue. All of this progress, supported by the people of Gabon,
grandement à un retour progressif
contributes to a progressive return to our constitutional order through free, transparent, and peaceful elections as soon as possible.
Outre les points sus évoqués,
Apart from these points that I have just outlined, significant reforms have been undertaken in sectors that directly affect human development.
les centres de
Roads, healthcare centres, schools,
santé, le retour des
a
bourses
return to school grants, the opening up of competitions for our major universities, lifting of the recruitment freeze, and the payment of pension arrears, all of this respecting our international commitments at the same time.
C'est pour moi l'occasion
And
de remercier
this
l'ensemble des
is the
partenaires
opportunity for me to thank all of our partners, friendly countries and donors of national and international funds that have accompanied us in this transition process, despite the difficulties of the process.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
la présente Assemblée générale,
the current
dont la thématique
General
est
Assembly
l'unité dans la diversité
is
pour
focusing
l'avancement
on
de
the
la
subject unity and diversity for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human
partout et
dignity
pour tous,
everywhere
s'inscrit dans le
and
cadre
for
de la
everyone.
construction
This
d'une communauté planétaire
is part of our building of a planetary community that is in harmony with the principles mentioned in the preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948.
Le Gabon,
Gabon,
fidèle à sa tradition
faithful
de
as
paix,
we are to our tradition
adhère
of
sans
peace,
réserve à ce projet.
unreservedly supports this project, aiming at a more just and inclusive interactive world.
Au lendemain du coup de la libération
On the day
du
after the liberation coup of the 30th of August 2023, that was carried out without bloodshed, we advocated
pour la préservation
for
de
the
la paix
preservation of
et
peace
de l'unité
and for national
en
unity
faisant appel à toutes
by
les forces
appealing
vives de la
to
nation,
all stakeholders of the
quelles que
nation,
soient leurs origines
whatever their origins, their beliefs,
ou leur statut
or their
social,
social status,
dans les efforts visant à construire un Gabon
in an effort to build
plus équitable.
a fairer and more prosperous Gabon.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
le respect de la vie,
respect for life, territorial integrity,
et la souveraineté
the
des
sovereignty
États
of states
à choisir
to
librement leur
freely
partenaire
choose their
et
partners
le rejet de la violence
and rejection of
favorise
violence,
la consolidation
all of
de la
these
paix.
things favor peace
En
building.
matière de développement durable,
With regard to sustainable development, my country maintains a firm and coherent position in favor of protecting the environment.
je rappelle
I would like to
que
recall
depuis plusieurs
that
années,
for several years now,
Gabon a dédié 13
Gabon
parcs
has
nationaux,
dedicated 13 national parks to the service of humanity,
contribuant ainsi
thus contributing to the absorption of more than 100 million net tons of CO2
et
per
à la
year
préservation des
and
espèces menacées.
the preservation of threatened species.
Il ne
Nevertheless,
saurait être question de faire passer les attentes
this
de
does
nos
not mean in
populations
any way that we are
encore tournées
bypassing the
vers la
expectations of our
satisfaction des besoins
population
élémentaires.
who are focused on their basic needs being met.
Pourquoi cette tribune est
That
l'occasion de
is why
rappeler
this forum
une
is
fois de plus aux nations industrialisées
the occasion to
la
recall once
nécessité
again,
de véritablement
recall to
respecter
industrialized
leurs
nations the need for them to respect their commitments by supporting the countries that host the greatest carbon sinks in the world.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
sur la question sécuritaire,
with regard to
comme beaucoup
security,
d'entre nous,
as
je crois
many of us would believe, I feel that it is an urgent matter to provide appropriate responses to the numerous conflicts that we see in the world, and particularly in Africa.
je tiens à saluer
I would like to once again welcome the adoption by the Security Council on the 21st of December 2023 of Resolution 2719 on the financing of peace support operations led by the African Union.
conforme au nouvel agenda.
In accordance with the new agenda for peace of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, this resolution,
par le Gabon,
presented jointly by Gabon, Ghana and Mozambique,
aujourd'hui un élément
today
crucial
is a crucial part of the architecture for international peace and security.
sa mise en œuvre.
Its implementation is an absolute imperative.
C'est le lieu pour moi d'apporter
And I
les
would like to
efforts
take this opportunity to support the efforts of the Secretary-General
visant à prévenir
aimed
une solution politique
at
réaliste
providing a realistic, pragmatic and sustainable political solution for the Moroccan Sahara.
me réjouir de
I would
l'annonce
also like
officielle
to welcome the official announcement made by the United States of America
à l'admission
that
de
they
2 États
support
africains.
the admission of 2 African states as permanent members of the Security Council.
Cependant,
However,
l'Afrique attend une adhésion plus large
Africa is expecting broader support from other permanent members of the Security Council for this initiative.
l'accès au
And
droit
at the
de
same
veto
time, we expect access for African members to the right to veto.
Ceci
The right of
ne serait
veto.
que justice.
This would simply be justice for our continent.
Au-delà du continent africain,
Over and above the African
je
continent,
voudrais nous inviter à ne pas détourner
I would
les yeux de Gaza.
invite you to not avert your gaze from Gaza. It's time more than ever before for lasting peace
De la coexistence harmonieuse des deux États.
with a view to the harmonious existence of 2 states, Palestinian and Israeli. And I would also like to reiterate the position of Gabon for the lifting of the economic, trade and financial embargo imposed on
en raison
Cuba
de son impact négatif
because of its
sur le
negative
bien-être.
impact on the well-being of the population.
Monsieur le Président,
President,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
comme le disait le Président
As President
Félix Houphouët-Boigny,
Felix
la paix
Houphouët-Boigny said,
n'est pas un simple
peace
mot,
is not just a word,
mais un comportement,
it's a
un
behavior,
véritable
it's
état d'esprit.
a genuine state of mind.
Cette aspiration légitime
This
des peuples
legitimate
est un idéal.
aspiration of peoples is an
Il
ideal.
recommande que les pays
It
développés
recommends that developing
qui ont une
countries,
expérience dans la résolution
developed
des conflits
countries that have experience in resolving conflicts share with other states their know-how
plus juste,
to build a more just and more balanced world.
l'unité dans la diversité
Unity
pour
in
l'avancement de la
diversity
paix,
for making progress in peace, sustainable development and human dignity everywhere and for everyone
est, en mon sens,
is, in my view,
l'aboutissement d'une véritable société de dialogue.
a genuine society of dialogue, tolerance, and respect for others. This should help us to build a world where development will be adapted to everyone's needs, to the needs of all peoples. Mr. President, with regard to economic and financial matters, the 2024 report of the United Nations on Sustainable Development underscores once again the urgency for mobilizing massive funding in order to plug the financing gap in the economy aimed at several $billion. This is a reality. The international financial system, as it is at the moment, does not enable us to steer investment towards development and thus to ensure the dignity of our populations, which we are addressing in our debate this year. I also share with you the willingness of my peers to reform international financial institutions. This is crucial in order to produce financing for developing countries. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my country, Gabon, is resolutely committed to restore happiness, and we plan to fully play our role to ensure that we build a human community that is working together and which everyone desires. Together, let us pool our efforts in the hope of a better future by acting in a different way in order to preserve the human race. I thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transition and Head of State of the Gabonese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Faustin Archange Touadéra, Head of State of the Central African Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a renewed honor for me to be taking the floor here before the entire world, speaking on behalf of my beautiful country, the Central African Republic. I am speaking with a view to contributing to the general debate on the theme of this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Through its participation in the General Assembly, the Central African Republic is reaffirming its commitment to contributing to our joint pursuit of trust, peace, security, international solidarity, and mutual understanding, all of which are indispensable if we are to build a peaceful world that's conducive to sustainable development and the respect for human dignity, the human dignity of generations past and future, present and future. Before I proceed, I'd like to extend to His Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, our heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations on his shining and historic election to preside over the proceedings of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your election is the symbol of an honor and well-deserved tribute that's been granted to our continent, Africa. Your election is also a source of great pride and inspiration for 51 million citizens of CEMAC, the Economic and Monetary Community of Central Africa, which I'm currently presiding over, steering the work of the Conference of the CEMAC Heads of State. It is also a source of pride and inspiration for your beautiful country, the Sister Republic of Cameroon. Your consummate knowledge of international affairs, as well as your far-ranging personal qualities, are a great advantage and a guarantee that our proceedings will be met with success. I stand convinced that you will do your best to serve the interests of the United Nations and all its member states, implementing the UN's vast reform program so that the organization becomes more effective, more inclusive, more representative, and better suited to our changing world, as well as to the resolution of the serious and pressing problems shaking all of humanity. Rest assured, you have the full support of the Central African Republic in your task. I'd also like to commend the high caliber of the work done and the accomplishments of President Denis Francis throughout the 78th session of the General Assembly. We extend to Mr. Denis Francis our gratitude and our satisfaction. United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, I'd like to reiterate to you the gratitude of the Central African Republic and my country's full support, as well as the support of the government. We support your various initiatives which seek to make the United Nations a place where the efforts of nations come together. As you know, on the 30th of July of this year, the United Nations Security Council decided to lift in its entirety the unjust, illegitimate, and iniquitous arms embargo that had been imposed on the Central African Armed Forces for a decade, an embargo which caused us irreparable harm over those 10 years. Speaking from this rostrum, I'd like to extend to you the gratitude of the Central African people. We are grateful to the UN Security Council for its wise decision, a decision which, although belated, will allow my country to continue to act so as to rebuild international and national peace and security, and to work together with other states in the pursuit of peace, sustainable development, and the human dignity of present and future generations. I'd like to seize this opportunity to reiterate to all of you, all those who held the Central African Republic in their hearts and supported our noble fight. You have the gratitude of our people. Central African Republic has vast mining potential. Therefore, I'm convinced that we'll continue to receive your support for the lifting of the embargo on diamonds imposed by the Kimberley Process, an embargo which has circumscribed our ability to work for peace, sustainable development, and the human dignity of present and future generations. Mr. President, the theme of this 79th General Assembly session is leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. The theme is tied up with particularly important, significant recommendations which will be of import in our discussions on the reform of the global peace and security architecture, as well as our discussions geared towards achieving the SDGs. As we know, peace is inextricably linked to sustainable development. Regrettably, as we meet here at this great world forum, year in, year out, as we meet at other fora, for that matter, the world continues grappling with serious existential threats, becoming more unstable and more vulnerable. This 79th session is taking place at a very turbulent time, a time marked by mounting geopolitical crises, the war between Russia and Ukraine, the war between Israel and Hamas, the war in Sudan and in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, terrorism, deteriorating economic conditions which are strangling growth in Africa, as well as rising fuel prices. We stand convinced that only dialogue can help us to put an end to conflict in a lasting way. The Central African Republic implores the parties to these various conflicts to opt for dialogue and diplomacy so as to find a solution to the various disagreements at the root of these conflicts and to save millions of human lives. The Central African Republic would like to note that the security situation has been stable for the most part in 2024. We are preparing to deepen our democratic roots by holding municipal and regional elections in the very near future, something that will be a first over the last 4 decades. With this in mind, special measures have been taken to apprehend remaining armed groups. These groups can no longer control various portions of our country's territory. As a result, they're engaging in organized crime, illegal exploitation, and fraudulent trafficking of natural resources, and they're doing this so as to be able to acquire military material and equipment. The 10th session of the Strategic Committee for Disarmament, Demobilization, Reintegration and Rehabilitation, as well as the commemoration in Bangui of African Amnesty Month by the African Union's Peace and Security Council, this happened just a few days ago, were an opportunity for us to fully appreciate the significant headway that's been made and which has been possible thanks to the fact that stakeholders have taken ownership and participated in the global peace and security process underpinned by the political agreement for peace and reconciliation, as well as the Luanda joint roadmap. Despite of the progress that's been made, the Central African Republic continues to grapple with various challenges, specifically as regards the building of barracks, so we can station units in defense areas close to the places for which threats are emanating, as well as the acquisition of military material and equipment for our defense and security forces. Mr. President, climate change is having very serious repercussions. Deadly flooding, drought, and large-scale fires, which we've witnessed all over the world. These give rise to various risks, from food insecurity to water stress to competition for natural resources, as well as losses of livelihoods and displacement. These interdependent, cascading risks can have very serious knock-on effects on peace, security, and development across continents. In sub-Saharan Africa, which is the epicenter of humanitarian crises, environmental disasters have resulted this year alone in over 1,000 deaths and 4 million climate refugees, not to mention invaluable material damage, specifically in our neighboring country, Chad, where the number of victims continues to grow following heavy rain, which prompted large-scale flooding and compelled people to evacuate. Speaking from this high rostrum, the United Nations, a symbol par excellence of human solidarity, to express the solidarity of the Central African people to people all over the world who have been hard hit by natural disasters. Our world is being rattled by bloody conflicts. It's also threatened from time to time by deadly weather events, devastating weather events. And in this world, developing countries, which have been impoverished by centuries of slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism characterized by multifaceted meddling in their domestic affairs, unjust raw materials prices, onerous conditionalities imposed through the international financial architecture, these developing countries are looking on powerlessly as new security, financial, economic, food-related, and environmental challenges mount. Funding promises for vulnerable countries are taking time to come to fruition. Adaptation measures promised at various COPs and rising temperatures, all of these are changing as often as the weather does, beholden to the political, geopolitical, and geostrategic whims of the great powers. We're well aware of just how dangerous climate phenomena are. Thus, my country has crafted sector-specific policies. However, their effectiveness depends on climate funding, which is still unreliable. The Central African Republic would like to urge the United Nations to do more to implement the climate peace and development nexus, establishing synergies between climate adaptation and peace building, so as to holistically address the vulnerabilities linked to climate change, other vulnerabilities, and the risk of conflict. Mr. President, the world is teetering dangerously close to the brink. The UN peace and security architecture is being subjected to enormous pressure. The reasons Africa put forward in support of its request for legitimate Security Council reform and reform to the veto system are very compelling. A step forward has been taken by the United States of America. The US has endorsed the establishment of 2 permanent seats for Africa on the Security Council, as well as a rotating seat for small island developing states, SIDS. This proposal is praiseworthy, of course, but given changes afoot in our world, Africa, which has for a long time remained on the sidelines, cannot be fully satisfied with this proposal, which can only be viewed from the vantage point of a perpetual denial of the veto to Africa. It is time to speed up the reform of the international financial architecture so as to remedy inequality, to mobilize adequate funding for the achievement of the SDGs, to meet the financing needs of developing countries, to be able to reform the implementation of and compliance with multilateral environmental agreements, which will help us to make our common ambition of protecting the planet a reality. Mr. President, demographic estimates indicate that in 2050, half of the world's global youth will live in Africa. Also, half of Africa's 54 countries would have seen their populations almost double. I applaud the Pact for the Future, as well as the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations, Annex thereto, all of which were adopted at the Summit of the Future. It is high time that we speed up the implementation of the SDGs in the following areas: science, technology, innovation, and digital cooperation. We should do this whilst stressing equity, rights, and universality. Young people today are key agents of positive change. They can make an important contribution to sustainable development, respect for human rights, as well as global peace and security. And yet young people are vulnerable for a number of reasons. This is preventing young people from realizing their full potential and exercising their fundamental rights. It therefore behooves us to pledge to transform investment in young people, in women, girls, and persons with disability, so as to guarantee a better future for us all. As for the Central African Republic, our ambitious 2024-2028 National Development Plan strikes a better balance between the needs and interests of present and future generations. It does this by making human capital development one of the plan's strategic pillars. To conclude, I hope that the spirit that prompted the establishment of the United Nations will tirelessly prevail, thereby helping to create a fertile atmosphere for resolving the problems plaguing international peace and security, sustainable development, and this for the benefit of all humanity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of the State of the Central African Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
We will not leave.
We will not leave. We will not leave. Palestine is our homeland. It is the land of our fathers, our grandfathers. It will remain ours. And if anyone were to leave, it would be the occupying usurpers. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, esteemed guests, peace and God's blessings be upon you all. I come to you today as my people, and for almost a year now, are subjected to one of the most heinous crimes of our era. It is a crime of a full-scale war of genocide that Israel is perpetrating. Israel, the occupying state. A crime that so far has killed more than 40,000 martyrs in Gaza alone. And thousands remain under the rubble. A crime that has injured more than 100,000 others to this day, and matters are getting worse. Hundreds of Palestinian families have been annihilated. Entire family names have been wiped out of the civil record. More than 100 families have been completely wiped out of the civil record. They no longer exist. Thousands have died because of the spread of disease and epidemics and the shortages in medicine and water. Moreover, more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza have left their homes multiple times in search of safety and fleeing the systemic operations that the Israeli occupying army is perpetrating. And as this war of aggression continues, dozens are being killed every day. And double that amount is being injured amongst our bereft people in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank and in Jerusalem. I'm not here to respond to the lies of the Israeli Prime Minister, lies that he said in his speech before the U.S. Congress in July, where he claimed that his army does not kill innocent civilians in Gaza. I ask you by God, who is it then that killed more than 50,000 children of the 40,000, and an equal number of women and elderly persons from our people? And who is it then that is continuing to kill them? I ask you to answer me by God. Stop this crime. Stop it now. Stop killing children and women. Stop the genocide. Stop sending weapons to Israel. This madness cannot continue. The entire world is responsible for what is happening to our people in Gaza and the West Bank. The West Bank that is under a daily and continuous Israeli aggression. It is under a vicious settlement activity. They're building everywhere in Palestine, as if all of Palestine is theirs. It is subjected to the terrorism of gangs of settlers under the patronage and support of the Israeli government and the occupying army, which destroys hundreds of houses in the lands of Palestine, not to mention what our eternal capital, Al-Quds, is being subjected to in terms of campaigns to change its nature, to Judaize it, and to aggress it and its holy sites and landmarks, to change its historic and legal status. We've recently heard a terrorist Israeli minister calling for building a temple in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We must condemn and stop this reckless minister and those like him who want to set a fire of religious conflict and strife that will burn everything in its way. The Aqsa Mosque and its surroundings, ladies and gentlemen, is the exclusive property of Muslims. This has been endorsed by a resolution taken by the League of Nations in 1930. This was a resolution by the League of Nations, and we will accept nothing else regardless of the circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, we have repeatedly warned here in the General Assembly that the situation in the occupied land of the State of Palestine warns of an explosion, and this explosion has happened. It happened on October 7th of last year and afterwards. And from the very first day, I stressed the need to immediately stop the war. I condemn the killing of civilians regardless of who they are and regardless of what side they were on or any people they were from. I demanded the release of prisoners and those detained by both sides. There's no need to detain women, children, and the elderly. We've said this repeatedly. To anyone who has those people detained, I called for immediately going to the negotiations table to implement a two-state solution based on international resolutions. But instead of heeding the voice of reason, the Israeli government took advantage of what happened to launch an all-out war of genocide against Gaza. It committed and continues to commit war crimes as acknowledged by the international community. They're called war crimes. Israel today is now launching a new aggression on the brotherly Lebanese people. The Lebanese people are now being subjected to a war of genocide. And Israel must stop the war in Lebanon and in Palestine. We condemn this aggression and we demand that it stops immediately. Israel has reoccupied the Gaza Strip in its entirety, and it has destroyed it almost entirely, so that Gaza is no longer fit for life. Most homes have been destroyed. The same applies to most buildings. Health facilities, educational facilities, economic buildings, roads, churches, mosques, water plants, electric plants, and sanitation plants. Anybody who goes to Gaza who'd known it before would not recognize it anymore. It's no longer there. 75% of everything in Gaza has been fully destroyed. If Israel thinks that it would get away from being held accountable and punished for these crimes, then it is delusional. The international community must immediately impose sanctions on Israel. The massacres, the crimes, the genocide that Israel has been perpetrating against our people since its inception in 1948 to this very day will not go unpunished. There is no statute of limitations. Rights will never be lost as long as there are those who demand them. And despite our repeated calls and demands, the world has not succeeded in obliging Israel, this transient state, to stop this war of genocide and its war crimes against innocent civilian residents. We regret that the U.S. administration, the democracy of the world, the largest democracy in the world, obstructed 3 times draft resolutions in the Security Council demanding Israel to
observe a ceasefire. The U.S. alone stood and said, no, the fighting is going to continue. It did this by using the veto. And added to that, it furnished Israel with the deadly weapons that it used to kill thousands of innocent civilians, children and women. And this further encouraged Israel to continue its aggression. As long as the U.S. is supporting it, then why not keep going, since it's already an aggressing state? This is the United States, the very country that was the only member in the Security Council that voted against granting the State of Palestine full membership in the UN. We don't deserve membership in the eyes of America, so they use the veto against it. I don't understand how the United States could insist on opposing our people, insist on depriving us of our legitimate rights to freedom and independence, as is the right of the rest of the countries, 194 countries, and we are no less than them. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel, which refuses to implement United Nations resolutions, does not deserve to be a member in this international organization. Israel, whose permanent representative in this organization says that the very building of the United Nations, and he said that this building must be removed. This building that we are sitting in right now, it must be wiped off the face of the earth. This country does not deserve to be a member in this organization. It is, from the very beginning, it has from the very beginning not fulfilled the conditions for membership. Because in 1949, when it submitted its membership application to the UN imposed two conditions. First, to accept and implement Resolution 181 and Resolution 194. Without implementing these two conditions, you will not be granted membership in the United Nations. Moshe Sharet, the foreign minister at the time, wrote a pledge. You will see it. A pledge, a written pledge, that he and Israel are committed to the implementation of those resolutions. And since 1949 to this very day, nothing has happened. We are going to submit a request, an application to the General Assembly on this matter. And as I said, if you return, then we will return. If they do not step back, then we will do more. I take this opportunity to commend the member states of the United Nations that voted with more than a two-thirds majority in favor of the draft resolution submitted by the State of Palestine, supported by a large number of friendly and sisterly countries, to adopt the ICJ's historic advisory opinion issued on the 19th of July 2024 to end the illegal Israeli occupation of the State of Palestine in a period of 12 months. For the very first time, there is a specific time frame. We demand the implementation of this particular requirement, including an immediate cessation of annexation and settlement activities, dismantling of existing settlements, and evacuating settlers from Palestinian territories. There's 600,000 settlers, and they're living on our land. Why don't they go back to their homes? We must give reparations to Palestinians and for damages that were a result of the unlawful policies and the practices of the occupation, and many other such issues that were mentioned in the ICJ's advisory opinion. We want what the ICJ stated and what the entire world accepted in the General Assembly with a vast majority. that far exceeds a two-thirds majority, and Israel must be made to implement it. We rely on this resolution, which is the embodiment of international will and the principles of international law and the mechanisms that were adopted in this regard to guarantee implementation. We hope that this resolution would be implemented. Of the 1,000 resolutions taken on the Palestinian people since 1948 until this very day, and not a single one has been implemented yet. Ladies and gentlemen, today I feel very grateful as well, as I see this large, great shift in the positions of member states in the United Nations as they support Palestinians' rights to an independent state that is recognized and that deserves full membership in this organization, as is the case with the rest of the countries in the world that love freedom and peace. In the name of the Palestinian people, I thank you for this support. I thank you for your support of what is right, of justice, to achieve peace in our region. I call upon you to apply the laws of international law according to responsibilities and sovereignty. We don't ask you for more than you can do. We ask every state to give us our support within the realm of its responsibility and sovereignty. I also express our gratitude and appreciation for the demonstrations that spoke against the genocide in Gaza and that supported Palestinian rights that have been taking place throughout the world, including the American people. And I acknowledge the American people are marching in the streets in these demonstrations, and we are grateful to them. We appreciate what is happening in European countries and the noble supporters that come to Palestine, risking their lives as Israelis attack them. And here, I would like to make special mention of the Turkish-American martyr Aisha Noor, killed by the occupation army in cold blood. I say to those, the Palestinian people will not forget your honorable stand. We will remember you proudly when the occupation is eliminated and when our people enjoy freedom and independence. Ladies and gentlemen, recently there was much talk about the next day, the day after. What shall we do on the day after? What is our policy for the day after? And I say to you, the day after the end of the war in the Gaza Strip, I take this opportunity today to give you our view of what is needed immediately and on the day after the war ends. This is our proposal. We propose it to you. You can accept it, you can change it, you can amend it. We are ready for all that. First of all, a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and an end to the military aggressions and attacks by terrorist settlers in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Second, humanitarian aid must be delivered urgently in an organized manner and in sufficient quantities, because there's nothing in Gaza, and they need everything. This humanitarian aid must be delivered throughout Gaza. Third, a full Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. We refuse the establishment of buffer zones or taking any part from Gaza. Gaza is only 7 kilometers by 40, and Israel wants to cut it up. It wants a piece here and a piece there, and we will not allow a single centimeter of Gaza to be taken. We demand that we stop the forced displacement inside the Gaza Strip or outside the Gaza Strip. We demand the return of those displaced to their homes or to have housing provided to them. Netanyahu wants the West Bank and the Gaza Strip people to be displaced, to be evacuated to Egypt and to Jordan. We refused. The Jordanian and Egyptian governments, and I thank them for this, said we will not allow the displacement of any Palestinians and eviction of the Palestinians from their lands. Fourth, we demand the protection of UNRWA and humanitarian organizations from Israel's actions and to provide political and financial support to these organizations so that they can perform their role and offer their services to the Palestinian refugees until they return home. UNRWA was established to do its job until the refugees return. And every day Israel finds an excuse to convince others that UNRWA's work must be ended. Fifth, we demand international protection for the Palestinians on the lands of their occupied land. We want protection. We are not fighting Israel. We cannot fight Israel. And we don't want to fight. But we want protection. We want our children, our women, our families to be protected internationally. Sixth, Palestine, the state of Palestine must shoulder its responsibilities in the Gaza Strip and impose its full mandate on it and jurisdiction on it, including the border checkpoints, especially the Rafah international border between Egypt and Palestine, as part of a comprehensive plan. This has existed before and it must return to the way it was. Seventh, and within the context of a comprehensive national reform process. This is a process that we're undertaking, and most countries have reviewed it, supported it, confirmed it, and thanked the Palestinian government for it. And hopefully we will continue with this process till the very end. In terms of this process, we will reconstruct our infrastructure and state institutions destroyed by Israel. We will revive the economy and establish sustainable development and rebuild the Gaza Strip. And we will hold the State of Israel fully responsible. Eighth, the authority of the State of Palestine and the Palestinian government and the PLO, the legitimate and sole representative of the Palestinian people, will have authority on all Palestinian territories in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and Eastern Jerusalem, as has been stipulated for us by international law. We are not asking for more, but we will not accept any less. The West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Eastern Jerusalem. We will not ask for more, but we will not accept any less. We will hold general elections. We're ready to hold elections. We've been ready in the past, but Israel refused to allow us to hold these elections in Jerusalem. But if this were to happen, we're ready to hold these elections and to form a Palestinian government in accordance with the results of these elections. Ninth, we will continue to mobilize the largest possible international support so that the State of Palestine can achieve full membership in the United Nations as soon as possible. What do we lack to be sitting amongst you? What do we lack to be on the same footing as 194 official member states in the United Nations? We have the land, we have the authority, we have the people, we have the culture, we have the knowledge, we have everything that we need. We ask you to help us. 10th, the full implementation of the General Assembly resolution on the advisory opinion that we mentioned, issued by the International Court of Justice in a manner that would lead to the end of the occupation in 12 months, as stipulated by the resolution, as set by the advisory opinion. Number 11, hold an international peace conference under the auspices of the United Nations within a year to apply the two-state solution. So we hold this international conference so that we would resolve all the problems that remain between us and Israel. By the way, we recognize the state of Israel, but Israel doesn't recognize us. We want a solution that would protect both countries, the state of Palestine and the state of Israel, so that they can coexist in peace, stability, and security. Number 12, to adopt international peacekeeping forces by virtue of a Security Council resolution between the states of Palestine and Israel to guarantee the security of both countries. We call for guaranteeing the security of both countries. These are the elements of our vision for the day after, for today and for the day after the war ends, in the state of Palestine in general. And I call upon you to adopt this plan and to provide all the necessary means to guarantee its success. Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, I declared that I've decided to lead a Palestinian delegation to the Gaza Strip so that we can stand by our people who have been exhausted by the Israeli genocide war. I call upon you to support this decision by issuing a United Nations resolution by the United Nations here, by pressuring the occupying government so that it would not obstruct this effort. And here I welcome any state, any party that wants to join us in this visit. We'll be happy to go with you to Gaza so that we could all see the tragedies that are taking place. I salute our heroic people that are sacrificing all that is precious for Palestine. In the Gaza of sacrifice, in the West Bank of solidarity, of Al-Quds, which is our crown jewel and our capital. We salute our people in the diaspora and the refugee camps, to our brave prisoners in Israeli prisons. 6,000 prisoners. Israel arrests whoever it wants. Those prisoners whose dignity is being violated every day. Palestine will be free. It will be free despite anyone who objects to that. Our people will live on the land of their fathers and grandfathers as they have done for more than 6,000 years. They will continue their legitimate struggle for independence. The occupation will end. God's and peace blessings be upon you.
En nombre de la Asamblea General, agradezco.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the State of Palestine. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly, Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres, Your Majesties and Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for the Gambia to participate in the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to engage in meaningful dialogue with global leaders and partners on the vision of shaping a more prosperous future for humankind. Your Excellency, Mr. President, allow me to express my heartfelt congratulations to you on your assuming the role of President for the 79th session. I similarly wish to register sincere gratitude to His Excellency Ambassador Denis Francis for his exemplary leadership and accomplishments during the 78th session. Mr. President, as we undertake to chart the future we envision, we welcome the initiative presented by Secretary General Guterres at the summit of the future under the theme Multilateral Solutions for a Better Tomorrow. My delegation firmly believes that the path to a better tomorrow lies in multilateralism and closer international cooperation. Through our collective responsibility and inclusive participation, we can decisively confront and overcome our challenges and bottlenecks. The high-level summit of the future has determined that human actions are largely responsible for the challenges we face today. Therefore, it is within our power to ably address the disasters that continuously trouble our nations. To succeed, however, the international community must recommit to implementing the resolutions of the Summit of the Future to tackle such critical global challenges as climate change, poverty, transitional crimes, and conflict. These incidents underscore the urgent need for comprehensive reforms within the United Nations system, particularly the UN Security Council and the international financial institutions. We must equally strive for a more representative, just and inclusive United Nations to shape the world we so dearly want. Mr. President, the Gambia's perspective on the theme leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, aligns closely with the principles and aspirations of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. In accordance with the principles of the United Nations Charter, the theme serves as a crucial reminder to the international community of the need for solidarity and renewed commitment. With specific reference to the Gambia, the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, is central to our national agenda. And we are committed to ensuring that our development efforts are both sustainable and impactful. Like many least developed countries, LDCs, the Gambia faces huge challenges that pose serious threats to our survival as a nation, hence requiring collective international efforts to resolve. Consequently, the global community needs to assist the least developed countries, especially to address the burden of inequality, build more robust economies, and create policy space for economic growth. To tackle the debt burden and internal state weaknesses, we need to increase investment in capacity building. Also, we must jointly endeavor to bridge the digital divide and support technology transfer to advance development. Mr. President, we live in a world with widening inequalities, thus suppressing the weak and making the conditions of the poor worse, grossly violates the expressed ideals and spirit of the summit of the future. The Gambia is fully committed to the global call for gender equality and recognizes the indispensable role women play in socio-economic development. We firmly believe that empowering women translates into community empowerment and ultimately inclusive development. For these reasons, my government places great emphasis on women's rights, and we are dedicated to protecting and empowering women. As President, I will continue to ensure that women and girls are protected and given the necessary space to contribute meaningfully to our national development agenda. On youth matters, at the recent consultative summit, stakeholders recommended a sharper focus on innovation and climate change, gender equity, bridging the digital divide, and global governance that promotes youth empowerment through employment, education, and health. The summit's recommendations will inform endeavors to fill policy gaps and expand funding opportunities for better youth engagement. Furthermore, my government commits to aligning our national priorities with global benchmarks and in partnership with youth-led organizations and other stakeholders. We also resolve to use transformative solutions to create greater opportunities for all. Mr. President, the Gambia believes in collective international efforts to combat global challenges. Based on this, last year, the Gambia joined the international community by co-sponsoring UN General Assembly Consensus Resolution 77/276, which sought to engage the International Court of Justice, ICJ, on the obligations of states regarding climate change. Last August, the Gambia submitted its written statement to the ICJ, and we look forward to participating in the oral hearings later this year in The Hague. At the national level, the Gambia remains steadfast in its commitment to promoting human rights and establishing a vibrant democratic environment. The establishment of a National Human Rights Commission and entrenchment of a free, independent, and impartial judiciary provide a solid framework and a sense of security for our citizens, thus ensuring they have a place to seek redress for injustice. I am happy to report that since 2017, the Gambia has neither recorded a single political prisoner, nor has any journalist or human rights activist been jailed in the Gambia. Proudly too, in August 2024, the Gambia was recognized as one of Africa's leading defenders of freedom of expression and ranked third in Article 19's Global Expression Report 2024. We will continue striving to better our situation. Mr. President, as committed advocates of peace and security, respect for basic rights and freedoms, and the application of international law, we stand firmly against injustice, no matter where it occurs. No doubt, as a nation of peace, guided by democratic principles, we have learned valuable lessons to act upon and share. With the help of the international community, we are steadily taking steps to bring closure to the saga of the victims of dictatorship in our country. So far, we have successfully managed the transitional justice and reform processes. Moving forward, we count on your support in the next critical stages of ensuring justice, reconciliation, reparation where necessary. The Gambia will continue advocating preventive approaches to peace building to avert future conflicts. Once again, I take this opportunity to express our appreciation of all the support the UN Peace Building Commission has been extending to us. Mr. President, the ongoing conflicts in Palestine, Sudan, the Sahel, Ukraine and Russia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Libya, and other conflict zones demand the international community's immediate intervention. We must explore all diplomatic means to restore lasting peace worldwide and free all innocent people, particularly women and children, from the calamities of war. We call on the international community to prioritize support for the post-conflict reconstruction of Gaza and the improvement of economic conditions in the West Bank, even though the situation in that region is extremely serious. The intense destruction of lives and property continues. The Israel occupation, expansion of settlements, blockade of Gaza, and restrictions in the West Bank, together with the threat of intensifying the war to a regional conflict, continue to worsen the ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Accordingly, I call on the United Nations, the international community, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC member states, to join forces and urgently bring about permanent peace in Palestine. Through recognized structures, I am, as chair of the OIC, committed to stepping up efforts and exploring every possible diplomatic and peaceful channel to resolve the Middle East crisis. The OIC has been very active, and under my leadership will continue to promote and pursue peace in that region. Our common objective is to create a situation wherein Israel and Palestine coexist in peace and security under a two-state arrangement and within the recognized pre-1967 borders. With the sustained support of the OIC, the Gambia has stood as a beacon of hope for the oppressed Rohingya Muslims of Myanmar. Despite relentless efforts over the past 5 years, the oppressive regime of Myanmar has intensified its oppressive campaign through forced exile and unspeakable acts of violence. During my current 3-year tenure as OIC chairman, my office will be available also for dialogue to bring lasting peaceful relations between Iran, its immediate neighbors, and our Western partners. Globally, we have the collective responsibility of acting speedily to peacefully address the situation in Palestine, Sudan, Ukraine, and the Sahel region. Mr. President, we commend the efforts of the Kingdom of Morocco and the viability of the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative. The initiative aligns with the principles of the UN Charter, and it provides a platform for all parties involved in the Moroccan Sahara conflict to engage in a UN-led dialogue for a permanent, mutually agreed political solution. With regard to recognition and respect for the One China principle, we continue to stand with China. The People's Republic of China represents renewed hope for global rebalancing towards justice, peace, and development. China's generous support to its southern neighbors through its numerous development cooperation initiatives has proven usefully impactful and strategic. Mr. President, migration has ever been a fundamental aspect of human development, and it significantly contributes to the growth of both home and host countries. The international community should address migration in a regulated manner and decriminalize it. Indeed, human beings should not risk losing their lives in pursuit of a better future. In this regard, the Gambia is collaborating with relevant countries to improve the plight of migrants, although we must discourage irregular migration. We are duty-bound to respect the rights of migrants and ensure they are treated with dignity, Mr. President. We recognize that dictatorship, conflict, climate change, poverty, and lack of opportunities are part of the root causes of migration. Economic sanctions imposed on states also contribute to forced migration. The long-standing U.S. embargo against Cuba is an example. My view is that these embargoes should give way to renewed good neighborliness and cooperative relations between the two nations. The international community should address inequality and compassion and fulfill the commitment to the official development assistance pledge made by donor countries. As regards the original countries of migrants, we must uphold the ideals and principles of democracy, good governance, and wise resource management approaches, Mr. President. In conclusion, the international community must prioritize diplomacy, dialogue, and mutual understanding as we confront challenges of global concern. I also urge the private sector to collaborate with our governments in taking concrete actions towards our common goals. Simple yet impactful steps, such as supporting local initiatives, promoting inclusive policies, and engaging in global partnerships can make a significant difference in the world order. Despite the challenges we face, there is immense potential for positive change through collective endeavors. Let us embrace a message of hope, resilience, and optimism for the future. Together, we can create a world where peace, sustainable development, and human dignity are not mere dreams, but a reality for all. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Gambia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Edgar Leblanc Fils, President of the Presidential Council of the Transition of the Republic of Haiti. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. Excellencies, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, dear compatriots, I have the immense honor to represent here at the General Assembly of the United Nations the Haitian people at a particular crossroads in our history. We are a proud people. Despite all of the difficulties, we've always been able to lift ourselves up. The first black republic in the world, Haiti is proud of its heroic fight for freedom and human dignity. Today, we find ourselves at a decisive crossroads. It is with the weight of this history on our shoulders that we have a hope for a better future. This is how I address you today, calling for solidarity on the part of the international community. Allow me, firstly, to address my warm congratulations to you, Excellency Philemon Yang, former Prime Minister of Cameroon, and congratulate you on your election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Haiti stands firmly by your side, and we assure you of our full support throughout your mandate in order to ensure that this session will be a success for the entire international community. I would also like to indicate the exceptional quality of the work of your predecessor at the 78th session, His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago, who conducted work with dexterity, leadership and wisdom. I would also like to take this opportunity to express on behalf of the Haitian people our gratitude to you, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, for your visit to Haiti, your presence on our soil, and your unfailing support for our request to the Security Council, in particular with regard to reinforcement of the national police in Haiti, and for all your interventions in favor of Haiti have been very much appreciated, and we will never forget. I would like to express my extreme thanks to the international community for the support given to my country during these times of crisis. This solidarity, which can be seen through the security initiatives, also those of humanitarian aid and support for development, is very much appreciated. It is through this ongoing cooperation and adapted to our situation that Haiti is becoming stronger, more resilient, and will continue towards development and progress. I would like to greet here all Haitian compatriots throughout the world who, whilst being attached to their country of birth, are forced to seek out more favorable skies in order to make a living. Everyone recognizes that they're very hard workers, and I want to tell them, wherever they are, that the Presidential Council of Transition and the government is thinking of them whilst we await an improvement of conditions so that they can come back into the fold. I would also like to take this opportunity to greet Amnesty International and other organizations closely following up on the defense of human rights of Haitians and violations of these rights throughout the world. On behalf of the entire Haitian people, I would like to extend a brotherly greeting to all friends of Haiti that have shown solidarity towards the migrants from our country, and in particular those living in Springfield, Ohio in the United States. The long history of friendship and reciprocal solidarity between our two nations since our participation in the Battle of Savannah of 1779 have enabled us to say with confidence that the American people reject any incitement to hate against our community. The active participation of Haitian immigrants at various levels of life in the United States is tangible and significant. In this regard, the passions that naturally arise during an election campaign should never serve as a pretext for xenophobia or racism in a country such as the United States, a country forged by immigrants from all countries and which has become a model of democracy for the world. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this 79th General Assembly is leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development and human dignity for present and future generations. This very much resounds with the major challenges that we are facing today. This theme is an urgent call for unity and international cooperation in a context where inequalities, conflicts and the climate crisis are rendering even more vulnerable millions of people throughout the world. Whilst many nations are struggling to achieve these sustainable development goals, it is more necessary than ever to guarantee that all voices, and in particular those of the most marginalized, are included in the global decision-making process. This theme is also of capital importance when it comes to the context of the crisis in Haiti, it speaks to our fight to restore peace and stability, ensuring that every Haitian citizen is able to enjoy their fundamental rights. Acting together, as underscored by the theme, is essential for Haiti because our recovery can only happen with this international solidarity. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today, our world is facing unprecedented challenges, challenges that are of deep concern to the entire international community. The United Nations, in its historic mission to promote peace, security, and sustainable development, is in the front lines of the crises that are not only threatening isolated nations, but the entirety of humanity. Climate change undoubtedly is one of the great perils of our time. According to recent data of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, global temperatures have already increased by 1.1 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial era. This increase has led to an increase in intensification of climate phenomena such as hurricanes, droughts and floods, disasters which particularly affect the most vulnerable nations such as Haiti. In 2023, the United Nations Programme for Development estimated that more than 100 million additional people risk descending into poverty between now and 2030 due to the effects of climate change. For Haiti, which is part of the countries that emit the least greenhouse gases, but which experiences the most devastating impacts of this, this global crisis is making it even more difficult for us to guarantee food security, access to drinking water, and economic stability. Armed conflicts also continue to sow destruction and to ravage human lives. According to the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Refugees, the number of people forcibly displaced was 110 million in 2023. That's the highest figure that we've ever seen. Whether it be in Syria, in Ukraine, or in the Sahel region, these prolonged conflicts are exacerbating poverty, destroying vital infrastructure, and leading to massive flows of refugees. The world cannot remain inactive when millions of men, women, and children are fleeing violence in search of security and dignity. The commitment of the international community is more necessary than ever before in order to find diplomatic solutions and to promote peace initiatives. Another major challenge relates to economic inequality, which continues to get worse. According to the Human Development Report of 2023 of the UNDP, almost 1.2 billion people are still living in multidimensional poverty, namely that they lack access to essential services such as health, education, and conditions for a decent life. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened these inequalities, pushing millions of additional people into poverty. For nations such as Haiti, this impact has been devastating. With a high level of poverty, the country is facing profound structural challenges, but these inequalities are not just a Haitian problem. They are a global problem which requires global economic reform. Moreover, the challenges linked to food insecurity have become worse in recent years. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, more than 735 million people in the world suffered from famine in 2022, an alarming increase that reflects the disruptions caused by conflicts, economic crises, and climate change. Haiti, unfortunately, is no exception to this. The World Food Programme recently underscored that almost half of the Haitian population is in a situation of acute food insecurity. This situation is not just a humanitarian emergency, but it is a threat for the stability of our nation. We must work together to strengthen our farming systems, guarantee fair access to food resources, and fight against hunger in a concerted and sustainable manner. Finally, technological progress provides new opportunities, but also new threats. The acceleration in the development of artificial intelligence, the proliferation of cyber attacks, and disinformation are endangering the stability of democracies throughout the world. The report of the International Telecommunications Union demonstrates that the digital divide remains a major challenge, with almost 2.7 billion people still not having access to the Internet in 2023. Haiti is one of the least connected countries, and we urgently need support in order to fill in this digital divide so that we can fully participate in the global economy of the 21st century. This year, Haiti reaffirms its commitment in favor of the preservation of our common heritage, the oceans. That's why today I announced proudly that Haiti will sign the Agreement on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, adopted on the 19th of June 2023 and open for ratification since the 20th of September 2023. This agreement is a crucial tool to guarantee the protection of marine biodiversity, to promote sustainable use of marine resources and strengthen the resilience of island states such as our own in the face of climate challenges. Haiti has decided to cooperate with the international community to ensure that this agreement is a benefit to all of humanity while making our contribution to the protection of marine ecosystems on which we all depend. These global challenges can only be addressed through a renewed commitment to multilateralism, through solidarity and collective action. Haiti, despite our difficulties, is ready to cooperate with the international community to overcome these crises and build a future where peace, justice, and human dignity are triumphant. But we can't do this alone. It's only together that we can act to guarantee that no one is left behind. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in proclaiming the independence of Haiti in January 1804, General Jean-Jacques Dessalines, the founding father of our homeland, gave human rights a universal character. In other terms, he began the dismantling of the colonial and slave order, and then human rights ceased just being white man's human rights and became human rights for all men and all women, namely the rights of all humankind. In this regard, and as representative of the Republic of Haiti, and as an official spokesperson for the Haitian people, I must draw the attention of the leaders of the major powers to the danger of a nuclear war threatening the existence of peoples on all continents. In this regard, on behalf of the Republic of Haiti, I launch an urgent call to all heads of state of the United Nations to prevent humanity experiencing this peril of the end of civilization on Earth. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking today with the experience of several years dedicated in the service of my country. My political career is very much anchored in the history of Haiti, and it's led me through various trials, always with the same goal in mind: the progress of my country, the pride, the restored dignity and the well-being of the Haitian people that are so downtrodden. Having presided the Senate of the Republic from 1995 to 2000, and having been a witness to critical moments in our political history, I have seen the challenges that our country has been facing. My political commitment goes back to a time when the fight for stability and democracy were everywhere. Today, as President of the Presidential Council of Transition, I find myself once again at a key point in the history of Haiti. My career has shown me that resilience and collective willingness are the only ways to guarantee a stable and prosperous future. It is with this vision, this devotion, and the strength given to me by this rich political experience that I am leading the transition, determined to lead Haiti towards peace, security, and participatory democracy through the holding of the National Conference and the renewal of politicians through free, credible, and transparent elections. The Haitian people, despite the challenges that we face, refuses to be overcome by despair. The challenges are unprecedented: devastating violence, political instability that is persistent, a precarious situation virtually everywhere, and a humiliating level of poverty that challenge the Haitian people's capacity for action and their intelligence. In the middle of this storm, we understood that we had to take a brave decision, that of coming together, becoming unified despite deep differences, in order to rise up again in full confidence towards an exit to the multi-dimensional crisis that has been afflicting us now for far too long. The creation of the Presidential Council of the Transition is how we put this decision into force. It's a tangible example of this willingness to become reconciled with ourselves. This council, which brings together organizations of civil society and the entire political spectrum, is the fruit of long negotiations. It is the embodiment of the plurality of Haitian society. Its roadmap is clear: to restore public order, to hold free and transparent elections at the end of 2025, to restore trust in the institutions of the state. In order to do this, we, those that bear responsibility at the highest levels of the state, know that we will need the support of the international community. But first and foremost, we have to be able to count on ourselves, on our resilience, our capacity to overcome differences and internal divisions. It is important to stress that the resolution of Haiti's problems lies above all on the shoulders of the Haitian people. It is our duty as a sovereign nation to take our destiny in our hands and to overcome divisions and together build a future of peace and prosperity. However, this responsibility is not just our own. The international community, the United Nations, the foreign powers that very often played a decisive role in the history of Haiti have also got their essential part to play in this restoration of peace, economic recovery, and institutional development and the establishment of the rule of law. In this sense, the failure of Haiti to recover is not that of just one nation. It is a collective failure, a global inability to fully respect the principles of solidarity, justice, and international cooperation. It is together, with a shared sense of responsibility and renewed commitment, that we will be able to transform this crisis into an opportunity to embark upon a sustainable path to peace. Today, Haiti is facing an unprecedented security crisis. The increase of armed gangs, generalized violence, and political instability have plunged the nation into a state of extreme vulnerability. Citizens live in fear, unable to move around freely throughout the country, to go and work or send their children to school without risk, particularly in the capital Port-au-Prince. This situation is affecting all aspects of Haitian society. It's weakening institutions, paralyzing the economy, and it's undermining hope in a better tomorrow. The future of the country is under threat. 50% of gang members from the capital region are made up of children and young people, girls and boys. They very often serve as cannon fodder during operations against the police. They are subject to serious violations of all kinds, including sexual violence. This abuse and violence exercised against children and young people, teenagers, must be considered as a crime against humanity, given the consequences that this has on future generations. The restoration of national security is an absolute priority for the Haitian authorities. They are fully committed to putting an end to this spiral of violence and to restoring order in order to guarantee every citizen the fundamental right that they have to security. They are aware that peace and stability are the indispensable foundations that will enable Haiti to rebuild and restore trust in its institutions and to ensure the socio-economic development of its people. With this in mind, the decision of the Security Council to authorize the deployment of the Multinational Security Support Mission through Resolution 2699 was a direct response to the calls of the Haitian people. This mission, although it is not a classic UN force, embodies the commitment of the international community to support Haiti in its fight against insecurity. I would like, on behalf of the Haitian people, to express my profound thanks to the contributing countries, particularly Kenya, for having accepted to take on the leadership of the mission, as well as to all countries that have provided their support. The national security forces, with the support of the mission, have already demonstrated tangible results on the ground, making it possible for the population, little by little, to see normal life restored, but a lot still remains to be done. Haiti has hosted several United Nations missions over the last 3 decades, particularly MINUSTAH. Although some of these missions have helped to temporarily stabilize the country, they have also left behind a heavy heritage of consequences. Allegations of serious violations of human rights have eroded the trust of the Haitian people. The lack of prosecutions and reparations for the victims have reinforced a sentiment of impunity, undermining the efforts at rebuilding. Nevertheless, it's never too late to act and to learn lessons from the past. By rethinking the approach, we have the opportunity to boost the reputation of international missions in Haiti and to build a future that is better for the Haitian people. It is in this spirit that we would like to see a thought being given to transforming the security support mission into a peacekeeping mission under the mandate of the United Nations. This transformation would make it possible not only to secure more stable funding and to extend the capacity of the mission, but also it would make it possible to strengthen the commitment of member states to security in Haiti. I am convinced that this change of status, whilst recognizing that the errors of the past cannot be repeated, would guarantee the full success of the mission in Haiti. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before this assembly as the voice of the Republic of Haiti, a country whose history is inextricably linked to the ideals of freedom and justice that we all celebrate here. But Haiti, the first independent black nation of the world, today is the greatest victim of a historical injustice which has not only delayed our development but has also saddled our people with a burden, the repercussions of which we still feel today. In 1825, just 21 years after having won its freedom at the cost of a heroic fight, Haiti was forced to pay a colossal debt to France, the colonizing country, in exchange for recognizing its independence. This ransom, imposed under threat, siphoned off resources of the young nation, plunging it into an infernal cycle of impoverishment, which it still struggles to overcome. This debt was a form of punishment for our audacity in throwing off the chains of slavery and raising up Haitians to claim their human dignity. It was an unjust penalty which asphyxiated the economic and social potential of the black people of Haiti for generations. In today's context, where more than ever attention is being paid to efforts to restore without delay security and respond to the immense humanitarian needs in Haiti, I think it is important to draw the attention of this Assembly to the after effects of our colonial past and the ransom paid to certain powers that have largely mortgaged the development of Haiti. It is worth recalling that Haiti was the only country to have paid for its independence, obtained, however, through the fire and the sword. On the eve of the 200th anniversary of this unprecedented event in history, hasn't the time come for these amounts paid to be returned? In this regard, my country welcomes the proposals made by a number of governments and also some agencies of the United Nations for specific action with regard to recognition, reparation and restitution for the wrongs of the past. Haiti has absolute confidence in the United Nations organization, the pillars of which are the fight against inequality between peoples and the maintenance of peace between nations, that it will play its role in order to facilitate dialogue between the victim countries of colonization and the former colonial powers. Here, at the 79th session of the General Assembly, Haiti, and through my person, Haiti is not only here to request reparations, but to ask a question of principle, that of imminent justice. My approach is resolutely committed, structured and well documented. The National Committee for Restitution and Reparation, in cooperation with CARICOM's Restorations Commission, has already undertaken exhaustive work on this subject. We demand recognition of the moral and historic debt and the implementation of just and appropriate reparations which will make it possible for our people to free themselves from the invisible chains of this unjust past. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, history teaches us that nations do not rise up in isolation, but by unifying forces in a resolute commitment to build a better future. Haiti, this land that has offered the world a symbol of unshakable freedom and which has helped several nations to throw off their yoke of barbaric colonialism, is not looking for charity, but justice, respect, respect for its dignity and its right to a dignified and prosperous existence. The challenges that we face today are certainly huge, but they are not insurmountable. They require of us all a shared vision, a profound sense of our common humanity and determination to turn crises into opportunities for renewal. Each nation, be they small or large, rich or vulnerable, has part of our collective future in their hands. It is in this interdependence that resides the genuine strength of multilateralism. May this general debate be the moment where we reaffirm our unfailing commitment towards peace, human dignity, and sustainable development, because what we do today will resound for centuries to come. History will judge the way that we have been able to respond to the challenges of our times. Together, in a spirit of solidarity and cooperation, we can and we must build a future where no people, no nation is left behind. Long live Haiti. Long live international cooperation. Tomorrow, another country. Tomorrow, another world. I thank you for your attention. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the Transition of the Republic of Haiti. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan Abdel Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, most merciful, most compassionate. Mr. President, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. I speak before you today on behalf of the people and the government of Sudan. I would like to congratulate the President of this 79th session of the General Assembly and his team. We wish you every success, especially in the face of various threats to peace and security, threats which endanger our organization and which undermine freedom, peace, and justice, leading to the violation of the law. Sudan stands convinced of the important role played by the United Nations. We support all initiatives geared towards reforming the organization and its bodies, specifically the Security Council, with a view to enshrining pluralism, collective security, and upholding human rights, all the while tackling the challenges of climate change and ethnically and ideologically motivated terrorism. Ladies and gentlemen, Sudan commends the choice of theme for this topic, for this session, Unity and Diversity, for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. We welcome the priorities set by the President of this 79th session. Furthermore, it's important to implement the outcomes of the Summit of the Future, especially as regards United Nations reform and Security Council reform, so that these bodies can put an end to the protracted crises threatening international peace, as well as to achieve consensus and harmony in the relations between states and peoples. Unilateral measures taken outside the United Nations framework, in complete violation of the UN Charter and international law, political and economic restrictions, these are the main drivers of instability, especially as regards security, the economy, and also on the political front. All of this fuels war. However, I must also add that double standards and selectiveness are currently prevailing in international affairs. There can be no doubt about it. Sudan is facing very serious challenges. And in fact, a war is being waged. There's a conspiracy. A war is being waged by a group that has rebelled against the state for many years. It's receiving political and logistical support at the local and regional levels. You've all witnessed the crimes, the violations, and the atrocities committed by these rebels, targeting the Sudanese people and the Sudanese state. The war began with an attempt to seize power through force. With time, it's transformed into a total war against the Sudanese state and the Sudanese people. Countless crimes are being committed: ethnic cleansing, forced displacement, and genocide. All of this has been committed by the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, which should be considered a terrorist group. This militia is continuing to perpetrate crimes, and it is most unfortunate that it is receiving the support of some states in the region, states which are providing funding and mercenaries for their own political and economic benefit, in flagrant violation of law and international will. Mr. President, these terrorist groups have also hit diplomatic missions, other organizations and property. They have not spared the UN. And in fact, UN headquarters, the UN office in Sudan has been targeted. The Dagalo family has been violating all laws and all international obligations with impunity. The family refuses to comply with the Jeddah Declaration and rejects UN Security Council resolutions regarding the arms embargo imposed on Darfur. Thus, ethnic cleansing crimes are continuing. Most recently, we also recorded a violation of the resolution on El Fasher, the capital of North Darfur State. This begs the question, why has the international system not taken any firm or dissuasive measures vis-à-vis this group and those who support it? Despite everything that's been done, all the crimes we witnessed, crimes against humanity, war crimes, despite their refusal to implement Security Council resolutions and decisions adopted by regional organizations, all the more reason to call for Security Council reform to avoid this policy of impunity and double standards becoming key characteristics of this organization. Ladies and gentlemen, this devastating aggression being waged by the RSF with the support of states in the region providing funding and mercenaries as well as weapons to the RSF have resulted in deaths of dozens of thousands of Sudanese and the displacement of many millions more. Sudanese people have been forced to leave their lands, their motherland, to evade these armed groups. They've taken refuge in various regions. Millions more Sudanese are living in peace today in other parts of the country. Systematic attacks committed by the militia are contributing to the suffering of our compatriots. As a result, we've been seeking a peaceful solution to the situation, and the Jeddah Declaration, dated May 2023, should have been enough to put an end to this war. And yet, regional political players who are in favor of the war have a different take on the situation. This has resulted in the situation we have on our hands today. As a result, and so as to alleviate the suffering of our fellow Sudanese and to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance, we've opened our borders and airports. We've lifted all impediments to this aid being delivered. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Sudanese government is steadfastly committed to facilitating humanitarian assistance, protecting humanitarian convoys and personnel, as well as medical personnel. We fully uphold international humanitarian law and measures geared towards the protection of civilians. The protection of civilians is our responsibility, especially when women and children are being hit the hardest by violations committed in areas controlled by the militias. Some women and children have even been sold in marketplaces. The humanitarian crisis affecting a large majority of our population, owing to the aggression being waged by the Dagala militia, require us to act in concert with one another. It's necessary to provide assistance to millions of displaced persons and refugees. On our side, we're doing everything within our power so as to ensure that aid is delivered to those who need it most. We would like to thank all neighboring states who've welcomed displaced persons and refugees. We thank organizations providing assistance to the Sudanese people as well. President, we face a very tall challenge. This organization must shoulder its responsibility, specifically so as to protect developing countries in the face of the avarice of some other states who would like to control our people's riches through the use of force and specifically through the use of money. We hope that the will of our people will prevail. Numerous crises, including the one underway in Sudan, are the product of a policy of double standards, as well as political approaches based on exerting power, economic blackmail, and the fact that the organization has not managed to deter those who defy the will of their people and of nations, threatening international peace and security. Mr. President, today, We have a marketplace of initiatives. Some of these initiatives serve narrow interests, and the corrosive effects of this are patently obvious. In our countries, artificial conflicts are growing in number. For this reason, we need national ownership, this particular principle. And that's why, since the start of the crisis, we've done everything we could to put an end to this war and to spare our country from the destruction being waged by the Dagalo militia, attacking the Sudanese people. Thus, we contributed to various constructive initiatives. And we still harbor hopes of ending this conflict so as to guarantee the dignity of the Sudanese people and the sovereignty of our state. We are hoping to ensure that the conflict will not be resumed and conflicts will end. The path towards an end to this conflict is clear in our view. First and foremost, we need to put an end to the hostilities. The militias must withdraw from all of the areas they currently occupy and from which people have been displaced. They must lay down their weapons so that people can go back to their homes and so that assistance can be delivered. This will also facilitate the reopening of roads, airports, and the resumption of production. Second, this end to hostilities must be accompanied with a comprehensive political process so that we can see through the political transition, avoiding the resumption of war and potential coups d'etats. Mr. President, the Sudanese Armed Forces, the SAF, is one of the state's oldest institutions. It's non-politicized. It's very much in favor of a democratic transition, and it's committed to the right of the Sudanese people to pick its leadership. This is why the SAF is upholding the commitments undertaken as part of the glorious 2019 revolution, so that a consensus government, an elected government, can accede to power. We will never accept a return to the previous regime, which was rejected by the Sudanese people. Thus, we are very much committed to facilitating the transition process, moving towards a civilian government. We will continue pursuing peace, working with all groups who have laid down their weapons, as well as with groups who still carry weapons but who are willing to respect the Juba Peace Agreement signed in 2020. Throughout this war, the Sudanese Armed Forces have done everything they possibly could, continuing to uphold international humanitarian law as well as the Geneva Conventions and Protocols thereto, working to protect civilians and to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We stand ready to partake in all initiatives that can help to put an end to this war. As soon as we have an initiative that would respect the principle of national ownership and will put an end to the control and occupation of our territory by this rebel militia. We are also in favor of all initiatives which will protect civilians and guarantee the dignity of our people. These are the prerequisites for a return to democracy. It's unacceptable for a government as well as for the Sudanese people to partake in these, to see organizations who've supported the war, states who've supported the war and massacres of Sudanese partaking in such initiatives. Some of these organizations and states have allowed weapons to be funneled through their territory to the militias, and they've also provided political support to these rebel groups. We must therefore continue acting to convince the aggressors that they shouldn't be receiving this assistance. Mr. President, I'd like to thank all of the states as well as the organizations and various human rights defense groups as well as civil society organizations, all those who've tried to paint a true, accurate picture of what is happening in Sudan. I welcome the outcome of the Sanma Summit, the Great Lakes Summit in Rwanda, and the meeting that took place in Yaoundé. There, at all of these meetings, the RSF were described as a rebel group working against the state. We've managed to circumscribe the activities of this group and deter them. Hopefully, we'll be able to deter them from acting in a similar fashion in other countries. The RSF should be called should be called out for what they are. They've rebelled against the state. They're committing terrorist crimes and should be considered as such here at the United Nations. Mr. President, before I conclude, I'd like to reassert our position vis-à-vis the issue of Palestine and the right of the Palestinian people to establish an independent state within 1967 borders. It's necessary to put an immediate end to the aggression being waged in Gaza and in Lebanon. We also call for Palestine to become a fully fledged member of the United Nations. By way of conclusion, we'd like to extend our gratitude to all those who've supported us through these testing times. Millions of Sudanese still need your help. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to reiterate that the will of the Sudanese people will prevail. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you all. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, President of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, distinguished head of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor that I address this honorable assembly, representing São Tomé and Príncipe, a small island state which, like so many others, faced the complex challenges of our time. On behalf of the people of São Tomé and Príncipe, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, and I would also like to extend to the Secretary General, António Guterres, our warm congratulations. Excellencies, it is easy for me, as it is for anyone present in this Assembly, to say that what stands out in relation to international issues is the uncertainty and insecurity that marks both the present and the future. As a small island state, my country is on the front line of the consequences of climate change, and the climate crisis represents the greatest existential threat to our populations. Although we are responsible for a tiny fraction of global greenhouse gas emissions, we are among those who suffer most from its impacts. Sea level rise, more frequent and intense storms, coastal erosion and loss of biodiversity threaten not only our livelihoods, but also our very existence. It is therefore imperative that the international community strengthens its commitment to the Paris Agreement and ensures that the voices of the most affected nations, like ours, are heard and integrated into concrete actions. We call for global action that is not only ambitious, but also urgent. COP29 on climate change, to be held next November in Baku, Azerbaijan, will be a crucial opportunity to reaffirm the collective commitment to limit global warming to 1.5 Celsius. However, commitments have not been sufficient. We need concrete, immediate actions to mitigate the impacts of the climate crisis. We call on the largest emitters to meet their historical and moral obligations by drastically reducing their emissions and honoring the climate financing promised to developing countries, which are paying the price for a crisis they did not cause. In addition, we call for an expansion of financing mechanisms for adaptation, as we need to strengthen our resilience. We are already investing in innovative adaptation solutions, such as sustainable use of our marine resources and the implementation of renewable energies. However, our efforts need to be scaled up. and this requires the support of the international community. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, remain a beacon for our progress. For us, sustainable development is not a choice, but yes, a necessity. Our vision of the future is based on the Sustainable Development Goals, and it is in this sense that we strive for a balance between economic growth, environmental protection, and social justice. However, the deadline for achieving them is fast approaching, and for many of us, there is still a long way to go. Support for development must be renewed, and new models of partnership between nations must be explored. We reaffirm our commitment to the SDGs, but without an international environment that promotes fair trade, accessible financing and peace, our efforts will be limited. We ask for the support of the international community so that our transition to a green economy can be accelerated, and so that together we can be examples of how sustainable development can transform societies and ensure prosperity for future generations. On the other hand, we cannot fail to mention the importance of strengthening multilateral institutions and ensuring that all states, regardless of their size or economic power, have a voice in global decisions. Multilateralism is our best tool for tackling collective challenges that transcend borders. Ladies and gentlemen, global peace and security face growing threats, from armed conflicts to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. The African continent continues to be the scene of protracted conflicts that result in deep and unacceptable suffering. These conflicts demonstrate the need for greater diplomatic intervention and African solutions to African problems. São Tomé e Príncipe calls on the international community to step up efforts to mediate and support the peaceful resolution of conflicts in Africa, while respecting the sovereignty of nations. Peace is the foundation on which we build development. Unfortunately, we continue to witness the escalation of conflicts in various parts of the world, such as the recent worsening on the situation in the Gaza Strip and Lebanon. São Tomé e Príncipe reaffirms its firm commitment to the principles of peace and human rights and calls for respect for sovereignty of states and intensification of diplomatic efforts for the peaceful resolution of conflicts. There can be no development without peace, and peace is only possible with justice. Excellencies, the future we want must be built on the foundations of cooperation, solidarity and mutual understanding. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated the interdependence of nations and the need for joint responses to global challenges. We need to continue strengthening multilateralism, promoting the sharing of knowledge, resources and innovative solutions. São Tomé e Príncipe reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the principles that govern this organization. We believe that, through dialogue and cooperation, we will be able to tackle the greatest challenges of our time, from climate change to poverty, to the promotion of human rights and equity. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations celebrates this year 79 years of existence. This is a lifetime that gives the UN a special status. Indeed, this observation cannot be taken lightly. In fact, it has been almost 8 decades of intense work and unrepeatable experiences like no other organization has achieved in the efforts to obtain and maintain peace and achieve other global public goods. On this occasion, we must praise the inescapable commitment of the Secretary General, whose action on all fronts touches us deeply. Faced with our persistent dilemmas, it is imperative that we bring a new content of hope to the world stage. This is an unavoidable objective and role of the United Nations, but this mission is also ours. The world's current affliction is not inevitability. If we empty the United Nations and if each state incurs the spirit of each fighting for itself, then the result will be to live with no answer global problems such as wars, economic crisis, environmental crisis, and other ills. The world has changed since the creation of this organization. The international system, like its institutions, must evolve to reflect the realities and needs of today. We advocate for the reform of the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative and effective in its mission to maintaining global peace and security. The multipolar world we live in today demands a more inclusive and dynamic UN. In saying this, I emphasize the need to think of Africa as a part of the world. We cannot continue with a Security Council that reflects the power structures of 1945, a period when most of the current African states were still under colonial rule and therefore had no voice in international affairs. This underrepresentation of the continent is also evident in other structures of global governance, such as the international financial institutions, and we urgently need to change this. Excellencies, I would also like to take this opportunity to echo a call that has resounded here in this Assembly for decades: the need to put an end to the economic, commercial and financial blockade imposed against the Republic of Cuba. This blockade is outdated and contrary to the principles of peaceful coexistence and solidarity between nations. The Cuban people have shown resilience, but it is time for the international community, in particular the United Nations, to intensify its efforts to correct this injustice in the name of peace and human dignity. We also reaffirm our support for Morocco's sovereignty and congratulate the political initiatives developed in the search for a peaceful and credible solution to the dispute. We also welcome the strategic projects launched by the Kingdom of Morocco, such as the Morocco-Nigeria gas pipeline and the Atlantic Africa Initiative, which reflect the vision of regional integration and sustainable growth. Excellencies, in conclusion, we would like to reaffirm that our presence here is a testimony to our faith in the United Nations and its ideals. Despite our limited resources, we bring to the global table our tireless will to contribute to a fairer, safer and more sustainable world. São Tomé and Príncipe is ready to do its part and continues to work hand in hand with all the nations present to build a better future for all. Thank you very much.
On
behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Majesty King Letsie III, King of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I request protocol to escort His Majesty, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I wish to congratulate you on your well-deserved election to the office of President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I am confident that with your vast experience and wealth of knowledge, you will successfully guide the Assembly to live up to its commitments. I therefore assure you of my delegation's full support and cooperation in all your endeavors. I would also like to pay my tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Dennis Francis, for the excellent manner in which he discharged his duties as President of the Assembly during the 78th session. To Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres, I express my country's deep gratitude and unwavering support for your exceptional work on behalf of humanity, especially amidst the significant challenges facing multilateralism today. Under your leadership, the United Nations has navigated numerous obstacles, including the COVID-19 pandemic, escalating debt crises, and the impacts of climate change. In your address to the General Assembly, you highlighted the importance of peace within communities, peace with justice, peace with dignity, and peace with nature, emphasizing that building peace is humanity's greatest responsibility. The UN was founded on the belief that nations can and should live together in peace and work with each other to resolve conflicts peacefully for the betterment of our lives. It also established the framework for justice, respect for international law, and the promotion of global socio-economic development. As the UN celebrates its 79th anniversary this year, we must reaffirm the enduring conviction of our founders and reassert their sense of purpose. As I stand here today, I resonate with these sentiments, drawing from our nation's history and experiences. This year, Lesotho commemorates 200 years since the founding of the Basotho Nation, with the pinnacle of this celebration occurring on the 4th of October. What, then, can we, as a smaller nation, contribute to the global discourse on peace? Mr. President, Lesotho was founded on the principle of peace, kgotso. Our founder, Morena Moshoeshoe I, cherished peace as one of his core values. Writers and researchers have described him as, and I quote, no common man, as someone who stands out clear in the light, original, able, enlightened, and upright. His humanity, his mildness, his love of peace and justice, his horror of war, his forbearance under extreme provocation are conspicuous upon every occasion. End of quote. These are qualities that have inspired us as Basotho. Morena Moshoeshoe I was able to bring together different tribal groups, avert conflicts, and negotiate lasting peace that to this day we strive to maintain. Basotho are a nation built on tolerance, inclusion, and unity, which are also the key principles enshrined in the Secretary General's new agenda for peace. It is in this context that we hail as most appropriate the theme chosen for our general debate this year, namely, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. The relevance of this theme at the present juncture in international relations is beyond doubt. Through collective action, we can conquer the challenges facing humanity and realize a sustainable future for all. However, this will require leaders with humanity, mildness, a love of peace and justice, horror of war, and forbearance under extreme provocation. These are ideals that can be achieved. My ancestor, as testified by many, was the embodiment of these traits which built a nation that stands to this day. Business as usual will not preserve our world as we know it. The enjoyment and exercise of human rights and attainment of sustainable peace and development require a deliberate, fundamental shift and commitment by the world's leadership. In the words of another of my ancestors, and I quote, "Always be slow to take arms at all times. I beseech you, lean upon this rod of peace. Always keep it clear in your mind that it is far more profitable to harvest food in the grain fields than to kill men in the battlefields." End of quote. In today's rapidly changing world, the UN has continued to forge peace in conflict-ridden areas around the world, promoting human rights and lifting thousands out of poverty. Lesotho reaffirms its commitment to advance this collective vision of an effective United Nations to ensure a prosperous and a lasting future for all our people. Mr. President, the world faces significant challenges as the deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals approaches. The 2024 SDG report indicates that only 16% of the targets are on track to be met by 2030, while 84% show limited or reversed progress. The UNCTAD 2024 report highlights a troubling trend where 48 developing countries spend more on loan interest payments to developed nations than on essential services like education and health. This economic inequality drives migration, and as refugees seek better opportunities, often leading to xenophobia and conflict in host countries. Addressing this inequality is crucial for fostering inclusive development and ensuring global peace and stability. To enhance the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, my government plans to present its third voluntary national review on sustainable development in 2025. Achieving this goal requires stronger partnerships and increased financial support, particularly for vulnerable countries that are both least developed and landlocked. The current crises of hunger, poverty, disease, and climate change threaten to reverse the progress made over the last century. In Lesotho, climate change exacerbates environmental degradation, impacting agriculture, water resources, and energy supplies, leading to food shortages, which have compelled our government to declare a state of emergency in food security. However, we are committed to responding to these challenges by pursuing opportunities that will enable greater self-sufficiency for the country. Lesotho's stock in trade is a high-quality suite of renewable energy resources of sun, wind, and a plentiful supply of the purest mountain water. We are therefore in a position to establish a sustainable renewable energy and water economy. Our priority is to satisfy the deficit in our domestic energy demand and to export clean energy and high-quality water to the region. Our goal to fully meet commitments of the Paris Accord well in advance of 2050 will be attained, with the potential of Lesotho being among the first countries in Africa to be a fully carbon-neutral electricity generator. We seek our own opportunity to navigate our own way in this complex world. Mr. President, it is essential to restore dignity and hope for women, youth, and marginalized communities who continue to experience a disproportionate level of vulnerabilities and disadvantages. Gender equality and the protection of women and girls from violence are fundamental human rights that must be prioritized. The government of Lesotho has implemented policies and laws to address these issues in line with regional and international commitments. Additionally, we continue to combat diseases like HIV/AIDS, achieving significant progress with 95% of those living with HIV knowing their status, 94% receiving treatment, and 98% of those on treatment virally suppressed. Since 2010, we have successfully reduced new HIV infections by 74%, demonstrating our commitment to public health and social equity. Mr. President, global peace and security are under threat from terrorism, illicit arms flows, organized crime, cybercrime, and financial crimes, hindering progress towards sustainable peace. This worrying state of affairs demands collective and resolute action to protect global peace, security, and stability for the benefit of all humanity. Mediation has proven effective in saving lives, minimizing resource costs, and preventing infrastructure destruction while facilitating reconciliation between opposing parties. Despite the UN's focus on peaceful dispute resolution, political tensions among member states have limited its mediation efforts. It is therefore essential for the UN Security Council to take a proactive leading role in the mediation of disputes. To achieve this, the Council must adopt a multilateral approach, as we believe this is the only way to ensure transparency, impartiality, and a sense of ownership of the mediation process by the wider UN membership. For this reason, we warmly welcome the Secretary General's new agenda for peace, which emphasizes the urgent need to rebuild mechanisms for managing disputes and enhancing trust among member states and regional frameworks. Mr. President, respecting and upholding human rights is a fundamental obligation of all states as outlined in the United Nations Charter. Self-determination and independence are essential rights that should be accessible to all people. We urge the full implementation of United Nations resolutions aimed at ending all forms of colonialism and occupation, particularly emphasizing the need for the self-determination of the people of the Western Sahara. Mr. President, the situation in the Middle East, especially the ongoing human rights violations in Gaza, requires urgent attention. We renew our call for a ceasefire, as both the General Assembly and the Security Council have repeatedly advocated for one. The high cost of war is a burden humanity should not bear. We believe in a two-state solution that allows Israelis and Palestinians to coexist peacefully and securely. Genuine dialogue and mediation, respecting the rights and concerns of both parties, are crucial for resolving the Palestine question. Additionally, we call for a mediated solution to the unilateral coercive measures on Cuba, as the international community has consistently demanded the lifting of the economic and commercial embargo. Cuba, like all member states, deserves the right to participate freely in international trade. And we also reiterate our call for the lifting of sanctions on Zimbabwe. Mr. President, to conclude, we would like to reiterate our belief in the principle of subsidiarity, recognizing the Security Council's primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. We, therefore, call for greater and more effective cooperation between the Council and regional organizations as outlined in Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. The strengthening of this cooperation is crucial for the swift resolution of regional conflicts. We believe that the Security Council should be more representative of UN membership to ensure its decisions enjoy greater legitimacy. Therefore, we advocate for a comprehensive reform of the Security Council, supporting the common African position known as the Isolini Consensus. We also believe that the UN should continue to be a place where all our aspirations for a better and secure life for humanity must be championed. Let us work together to build a United Nations that reflects a broad consensus among member states, reinforcing its central role in global governance and fostering collaboration with regional organizations while ensuring that all members respect its charter. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Kingdom of Lesotho. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Gordana Silyanovska-Davgova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Distinguished President of the United Nations General Assembly, esteemed Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Those more familiar with the Macedonian case know about the Scylla and the Charybdis that my homeland, the small Balkan state, has passed through and is still passing through. Although indirectly, as one of the 6 constituent Yugoslav republics, we participated in the creation of the United Nations, yet, upon its admission to the United Nations in 1993, we faced a great injustice. Namely, the country was admitted under the temporary reference, the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, along with the additional condition, I quote, to negotiate until a final solution to the name issue is found, end of quote. In 2018, we ratified and signed the Prespa Agreement, a process that was followed by an unsuccessful referendum and constitutional changes, following which the Republic of Macedonia legally and formally became the Republic of North Macedonia. As a professor of constitutional law and as a former member of the Venice Commission, I do know that what is legal is not always just and legitimate, because in the case of my country, it was not acted in accordance with international and national law, namely the right to self-determination of every nation guaranteed by the UN Charter and the Constitution of the then Federal Yugoslavia from 1974 was forgotten. The line that divides what is legal from what is just is sometimes merely a crack, but other times it is a profound gap and even an abyss. That gap, that abyss, most often and most severely affects the small nations and states, which are the first victims of the clash between force and justice, because this can be an insurmountable obstacle to realizing the right to progress. Of course, the new name is indeed a formal and legal reality, and my country, the Republic of North Macedonia, as a responsible member state of the United Nations and of NATO, is fulfilling its international obligations. Still, the EU membership for which all of this was done not only did not come true, but the Macedonian citizens are now facing a repeated final condition for another constitutional amendment, but now not for membership, but for the start of negotiations, and this for the second time. To us, membership in the European Union after 20 years of negotiations and 16 positive European Commission reports resembles Mr. Godot, because we have been waiting for him since 2005, always encouraged by international representatives with the refrain, just this one condition more, just this one concession more, just this one constitutional amendment more. Thus, we became a sui generis state with 36 constitutional amendments in 30 years, anchored in the geopolitical region called the Western Balkans. As a peace-loving country, committed to good neighborliness and regional cooperation, we expect understanding and cooperation from our neighbors without the threat of a veto, because if there is a veto, there is often no justice. The veto has turned into an instrument for bilateralization of European integration, or in other words, its stagnation. In conditions of conflict on the European soil, the stagnation of the European integration not only demotivates Macedonian citizens and slows down reforms, but it also destabilizes the region of Southeast Europe, leaving room for penetration of malignant imperial and great power influences. Enlargement must be tied to the meritocratic Copenhagen criteria, and it must be freed from the veto linked to the attempt to revise history and to disrespect national and cultural identity. From our European and strategic partners, we expect understanding and fair and just unblocking of the process of negotiations for membership in the European Union, rejecting double standards and respecting our own principles and values embedded in the fundamental constitutional documents. The European reunification is like an unfinished symphony without us. The European Union is not only a political system, it is also a political philosophy in which the largest number of Macedonian and Balkan political actors and citizens do believe. Integration is a powerful motive and a key driving force for democratic development. The full integration of the Balkans into the EU will put an end to the endless redrawing of borders and so-called Balkanization as a phenomenon. However, and of course, the Balkan states must behave in compliance with the European standards by regionally connecting and cooperating. The experience is valuable, and the help of the countries of the region that have become part of the EU already is precious. Same goes for those that are on the European path. We must learn to support each other, as was the case with the COVID pandemics, floods, and fires, instead of blocking each other on our European journey. Homo Balkanicus can become Homo Europicus whenever he wants. Esteemed Excellencies, the line that divides the legal from the just is not only intertwined in the Macedonian case, but also in almost all issues that are on the United Nations agenda, including those covered by the topic of this year's general debate, leaving no one behind and acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. We are faced with some big questions. Let me start with the most important one, peace. Is a just peace possible when we are faced with more and more wars and flagrant violations of the Charter of the United Nations? Is a just peace possible with the deepening militarization of politics and the new arms race? Is human dignity possible in an environment of double standards, when human life is not equally valued and when the sufferings of innocent victims in conflicts are not treated equally? How can we achieve a fair and just development plunged into the race for profit at the expense of the nations and of the planet, when global public resources are sacrificed, marginalized, stuck at the periphery, forgotten in national and corporate policies and actions? How can we achieve social justice in conditions of growing economic, educational, gender, and digital disparity between states and within the states themselves, with less and less winners and more losers from globalization and digitalization, the former sinking into decadence and the latter into pauperization. How will we ensure generational justice if we continue with the irresponsible and uncontrolled exploitation of limited resources? How will we create a safe and sustainable future for our descendants if we continue with ecocidal production practices and consumer habits that leave a world choked with air pollution, poisoned with pesticides, and littered with plastic? With the alarming level of greenhouse gas emissions that are rapidly leading to climate change with catastrophic consequences, can we even talk about responsibility, or should we start thinking about survival or our ability to live? The main problem is that all those injustices are systemic, which means that if they are not legalized, then they are tacitly tolerated. What is legal, unfortunately, is not always just and moral, if I may say this once again. Why is this so? In the most famous dialogue about power and justice, Thucydides recalls that justice is a word that has value in disputes between men only when both sides are of equal strength. In other cases, the strong do what they can, and the weak what they must. However, the United Nations exist to ennoble this cruel Thucydidean world by securing legal equality among nations, taming the power of the great and protecting the smaller nations. This legal equality is a prerequisite for achieving the highest goals of the United Nations: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. The United Nations exist to bridge, or at least to narrow, the gap between the legal and the just. We are facing a big challenge. How can the legal become just? Or how can the just become legal? And how can the legal and the just be implemented? Respected attendees, there are no simple, inexpensive, and painless solutions to this dual challenge. Here, in the solemn hall of the General Assembly, for years, world leaders have shared their experiences and disappointments from the United Nations, which, not infrequently, oscillate between two extremes: utopian optimism on one hand and nihilistic pessimism on the other. Still, reality is complex and contains both successes and failures. The United Nations have prevented another world war, but they failed to prevent and preclude regional conflicts, including the war in Ukraine and the bloodshed in the Middle East, the scenes of which resemble Picasso's Guernica. The World Organization has lifted millions of people out of poverty, but it still fails to eradicate hunger. With the right to self-determination, it accelerated the process of decolonization, but failed to bridge the gap between the rich North and the poor South. The United Nations are the main driver for resolving global security, migration, health, environmental, energy, and climate crisis, but hardly any of them are fully and justly resolved. The resolutions of this very General Assembly reflect the will of the majority of nations, but are not always consistently respected. The International Court of Justice is the ultimate instance of justice between states, and yet its judgments are not always implemented or even treated as advice. The world is going through a turbulent geopolitical, economic, scientific, technological, and industrial transformation in which man has a huge impact on the planet. I fear man is destroying the Garden of Eden and will be kicked out of it again unless the UN supports him. But the competencies, structures, and procedures of the United Nations seem to have been frozen at the time of their founding in 1945. Instead of increased cooperation and action on pressing issues, the geopolitical rivalry and the new arms race are intensifying, that are rapidly pushing us towards a state resembling a new Second Cold War and Orwell's World II. We have rarely needed the United Nations so much as we do today. And yet, the United Nations have rarely been as politically marginalized as they are today. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, to overcome this political marginalization, what we need is a new spirit of multilateralism that will alleviate geopolitical rivalries and will increase the trust and cooperation among states around shared challenges. That multilateralism rests on three pillars. The first pillar is the consistent compliance with the Charter of the United Nations and international law, which exists to protect the weaker from the predatory instincts of the stronger. In this context, the Macedonian state firmly perseveres on the stance that territorial claims and the attempt to acquire territory by force are a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations. When dangerous precedents go unchallenged, they transform into tolerated practices that threaten world peace and security. Therefore, we support efforts for a sustainable, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine based on international law, including the UN Charter. In that regard, we fully complied with the common foreign and security policy of the European Union. This is important to us, since wars and conflicts also affect peace and stability of Southeast Europe and the Western Balkans. Multilateralism also depends on the respect of international treaties. As a country committed to good neighborliness and regional cooperation, we respect bilateral agreements with our neighbors and expect our neighbors to respect the agreements without abusing the right to a veto. The second pillar of multilateralism is consistent implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals and the related Paris Agreement and the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. At national level, with the support of the United Nations and its agencies, we are incorporating the 2030 Agenda into our long-term development strategies, policies, and laws. High on our agenda are climate action and green and just transition, gender equality, and fight against discrimination against women and girls, as well as inclusion of young people in decision-making processes. 2/3 of these Sustainable Development Goals are directly related to the European legislation, and so the United Nations are helping us implement European reforms as well. For this, we are indeed grateful. I see the third pillar of the new multilateralism in a greater commitment to the reform of the United Nations, which will be substantive, not cosmetic and corrective, a reform that will unlock the potential of the United Nations and enable the voice of every state, large or small, to be equally heard and valued. The first set of reforms should help align the United Nations with the new challenges and new development priorities. The more frequent extreme weather phenomena caused by climate change are just a prelude to what kind of future awaits us and our descendants if humanity's attitude towards nature and the planet does not fundamentally change. We need a new social contract, as per Rousseau, but also a natural contract, as per Michel Serra, based on which we will treat nature as a partner. The second set of reforms would cover the structures and procedures of the United Nations, starting with the voting rules, through financing, up to the autonomy of the Secretary General. As I said, if there is a veto, there is often no justice. It is an undisputable fact that the right to a veto is legal, but the question is, how just is it? If and when it is used to paralyze processes on which the attainment of the goals of the Charter and the expectations of the people of the world depend. It is necessary for the General Assembly to be given a greater role in decision-making as a representative body of the nations in the spirit of the legitimacy of the Security Council springs from the General Assembly, so it should function as a kind of coalition government of nations. The third set of reforms would strengthen the United Nations mechanism to protect vulnerable populations and groups, which is especially important today when the number of victims and refugees is at its highest level since World War II. Respected attendees, next year, 2025, we will celebrate the 80th anniversary since the founding of the United Nations. This year is the last call. The United Nations will either become an engine that moves the world towards a more humane, a more just and sustainable order based on inclusive and accountable governance, or it will be reduced to a passive bureaucratic structure completely dependent on the main actors in the geopolitical processes and relations. Only a fundamentally reformed United Nations can bridge the gap between the legal and the just, and thus contribute to a truly transformed world in which no one will be left behind and forgotten.
Like in the song of John Lennon, Imagine.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of North Macedonia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Lacalle Pou, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Buenas tardes para todos.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I would like to greet everyone here, all delegations. Today is my last speech here as President to this Assembly, and I would like to take this opportunity to greet everyone here, and in particular the delegation of Uruguay, who has worked so hard here at the United Nations. As this is my last statement, I was looking over the previous statements I had delivered, and in these previous statements there was a common thread, and this is in line with how I see my vision for our country and how states relate between each other. This is the concept of freedom with responsibility. Responsible freedom. I would venture to say that the first can't exist without the second. The life in society is about the development of the individual and at the same time the common good. That is what our Constitution said since our country became independent. And of course this has evolved over time with the changes in social customs. It is impossible to understand humanity without understanding the concessions that the individuals make for the common good. Essentially, we are social beings, and this ultimately impacts everyone, or at least that should be the case. And that is what inspired me as President of my country and in the spirit that I have come with to this Assembly. I am convinced that globalization will only continue further, and this represents an excellent opportunity to understand ourselves better and to take advantage of the synergies that can be taken advantage of when different cultures meet. This can be the case provided that we are tolerant and respectful of those who may think differently from us. At the same time, we must also deepen the criterion of freedom and justice, in particular here on the international stage. For this to be possible, we must all make this effort as far as we are able to. The effort to make concessions, of course, that doesn't mean the loss of freedom or independence or the loss of any sovereignty. At the same time, we also need to have fair mechanisms where international law is applied to all equally, regardless of the country's size and regardless of the country's economic power. We must work together to build international law, which is credible and robust. Agreements, treaties, conventions, documents that are signed and are not implemented only leads to weakening international law. Of course, no country was obliged to participate in these organizations. That means that we can be, and we are, critical of how the organizations work in some ways. But what's the other option? It would be to isolate oneself in this interconnected world. Well, that wouldn't make any sense. So, a large part of the freedom within our countries and the international stage, and to uphold justice, a large part of this falls on those who govern and leaders. And in this modern world, where speeches lead to actions, an important leader, just with what they say, can lead to positive or negative repercussions in their country or indeed beyond. That means that we must be much more careful when we try to stimulate unity and not division within and beyond nations. Politics has meant that some leaders have used division as a tool to reach power and to stay in power. But of course, there's one thing to defend one's own beliefs or those shared by some individuals, and it's quite another thing to attack others' beliefs and others' way of life. In some countries, formal democracy in terms of elections, constitutions and laws, such as the material, which is the material democracy that citizens experience on a daily basis, sometimes when that is weakened, that means that people's freedom can be affected. And I cannot ignore to mention what is happening in Venezuela. Among other things, because this isn't a new position that we are taking. Fortunately, we have always been far from this authoritarian regime, this intolerant regime, which has attacked freedom and the common good. We all know what has been going on for quite a while in that country. And many governments and many global leaders have turned a blind eye. And for a lack of interest, some of them, or unfortunately because of their interests, for some. I'm not going to go into the situation of the elections. Ultimately, one has to call out the regime and the situation of the elections, and not just the distorted electoral process. This also has to be done in terms of the political persecution that is going on and the violations of human rights and arbitrary detentions. I know that many heads of state and government have spoken about this. It seems to me that now is the time to act. We need to act for Venezuela and for the Venezuelan people. And also, if the international community tolerates these attitudes, then we'll just wait to see what the next country would be that would be subjected to a similar fate as the Venezuelans are. Another matter that I touched upon in my previous statements here pertains to the environment and the economy. What we have as a vocation in terms of caring for the environment, there's always this separation that we see between the economy and the environment. And the first time that I came to this assembly and I heard speeches from heads of state on this matter, since then I am pleased to see that there has been something of an evolution, quite a quick evolution on this matter. Now we are seeing how the economy and the environment are interlinked, and this is excellent news for humanity. Sustainable financing, for instance. My country has been a pioneer in issuing instruments such as green bonds or access to loans, where fulfilling environmental goals and caring for the environment is tied to these financial products according to performance. And this has a very important and interesting domino effect because it helps states to access financing and also to care for the environment. But also governments can then reward producers and those in industry for good behavior, for caring for the environment and for creating a clean economy. And ultimately that will lead to greater benefits in the future. I mentioned a few minutes ago the concept of justice and international law. Now, this law is applied differently in different cases. There are countries who pollute, and we see some countries who are making major efforts to try to improve their environmental situation. In order for this path to be sustainable in the medium and long term, the goals domestically should be fulfilled for each country, and at the same time, countries need to shoulder economic commitments. And in addition to just undertaking commitments, they have to fulfill them. Because in the absence of this implementation, ultimately that would lead to a loss of stimulus in caring for the environment. Lastly, I just wish to mention one other point that I have also touched upon previously. And on this there hasn't been much positive change. I'm convinced that it is not possible to fully enjoy freedom in the international community if there isn't the freedom of trade, if there isn't free trade. Protectionism has hindered the development of our peoples. It has led to a vicious cycle where isolation is being stimulated and protectionism is being stimulated given these barriers that are being erected. We have to aim for a more open world for other countries' goods and services. And that does not in any way mean neglecting the domestic economy. It is possible to have open-facing policies in terms of trade and also stimulate the domestic economy. We have to build a more open world if we really believe in the equality of opportunities. The reverse case would be clear. That is to say, we would not be able to generate wealth and generate jobs, and ultimately not be able to generate prosperity if we do not do this. I wish to repeat today a concept that I mentioned in one of my previous statements to this Assembly. We are all one. I, at that point, was referring to the lessons of the pandemic, if some people hadn't noticed that at the time. Ultimately, this is an affirmation of common sense. And I think it should also be a compass for us in our daily work as we exercise power, both domestically and also in our bilateral relations and in the multilateral domain as well. Believe me, I am convinced that we will progress much more quickly and much more united if we do this. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ratu Williame Mavalili Katunavere, President of the Republic of Fiji. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency Philemon Yang, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, my fellow leaders, I bring you greetings from the people of Fiji. I would also like to offer sincere congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election to your high office, and we wish you well in the discharge of your important duties. As this is my first United Nations General Assembly, I begin by reiterating the words of the first Prime Minister of Fiji, the late Ratu Sirka Misisemara, in his inaugural address to this Assembly in 1970, and may I quote, "We do not live by bread alone, and it is only from the firm base of sound moral and spiritual standards that we can go on to meaningful economic progress. Quality should not take second place to quantity, especially when we are estimating society, its life and accepted values. Quality is measured by standards, and these standards must be observed by larger nations as well as by smaller. But it is for the United Nations to set the standards and to disseminate them widely," unquote. This statement was made when the United Nations was celebrating its 25th anniversary with the theme, Peace, Justice, and Progress. In this Assembly, 54 years later, the theme of the 79th session, Unity in Diversity for the Advancement of Peace, Sustainable Development, and Human Dignity for Everyone and Everywhere, echoes similar sentiments. It resonates with us in its importance, its relevance from when Fiji first joined the United Nations in its urgency in today's precarious global context. Climate change, sea level rise, pandemics, poverty, unsustainable development, conflicts, inequalities, injustice everywhere. The challenges are daunting. From Gaza to Sudan, Ukraine, Afghanistan, and beyond. Conflicts rage on as humanitarian needs escalate. These are the challenges we have been fighting since time immemorial. It is the background against which the United Nations was established in 1945. Today, the rapid evolution of technology has made us more connected than ever before in history. However, the more connected we are, the wider gaps between the rich and the poor, the developed and the developing world. Small island developed states who are on the forefront lines of climate change and sea level rise continue to grapple with the impacts of climate-induced disasters with devastating consequences for the ecosystem and vulnerable communities. Fellow leaders, this year, at least 72 countries whose population combined comprises almost half the world's total population have already or will soon select their own leaders at the polls. The world is in need of courageous leaders who are willing to garner the political will and mobilize the resources to bridge the divide and seek solutions that benefit humankind. We have two choices before us: to give up and go home, or to stay the course, renew, redouble our efforts, rethink, and reform together. The choice we make will be our legacy. We choose the latter, not for ourselves, but for those coming after us. Strong international cooperation, diplomacy, and a commitment to upholding the principles of the United Nations are not only important, but dispensable. It is time to go back to the basics, the foundation and purpose of the United Nations Charter. We must invest in the empowerment of humankind and the protection of human rights. Fellow leaders, next year, the United Nations turns 80. The United Nations is only as strong as its member states. For 79 years, the global community has placed in trust in multilateralism and in the United Nations to foster cooperation, uphold human rights, and promote stability. We now live in an age of distrust, fueled by the increasing disconnect between people's expectations and inadequate responses to the multilateral system. It is our collective responsibility to counter misinformation and disinformation. Trust is a prerequisite for effective multilateralism. The continued success of multilateralism is critical. There is more to be done to ensure the voices of our countries are heard. An inclusive and responsive multilateral system must be able to respond and adapt to the challenges of today. The stakes are high for developing countries, including small island developing states and least developed countries that can continue to be left behind in the development race as we grapple with multiple crises. Despite our limited resources, the unfairness of the global governance system, and obvious inequalities, small island developing states continue to forge ahead. We do not have the luxury of time, nor can we justify inaction. Building economic resilience is a requirement for sustainable development in small island developing states. Recovery from the frequency and the magnitude of climate-related shocks, including disaster, are costly affair. Mobilizing the upfront funding needed for adaptation remains a challenge as resources are focused on recovery and reconstruction. The adoption of the multidimensional vulnerability index for small island states opens a new chapter in the ongoing effort to safeguard the future of vulnerable developing countries. Mainstreaming multidimensional vulnerability index into existing practice with policies will help ease the economic burden for small island developing states when needed the most. Fellow leaders, cultivating a culture of peace is now more urgent than ever. The Blue Pacific continent knows the value of peace, having lived through its horrors of its absence. Our oceans and its diverse and vibrant lands have been a theater of the two world wars and a testing ground for the most dangerous weapons, the impacts of which are still felt today. Yesterday, the 25th of September, there was an unilateral test firing of ballistic missile into the Pacific Ocean. We urge respect for our region and call for cessation of such action. Under Principle 4 of the Ocean of Peace, as was endorsed by the Pacific leaders in Tonga last month, our statement reinforces the Pacific's peaceful example to uphold international law and urge others to refrain from actions that undermine peace and security in the Blue Pacific. Under Principle 12, the Oceans of Peace sets and champions the rules of responsible, peaceful, and deconflicting behavior. Fiji may be a small state, but through our leadership and stewardship roles in the region, we make a profound contribution to regionalism and multilateralism. Fiji's first ever foreign policy white paper builds on three interconnecting themes of Fiji's foreign policy: sovereignty, security, and prosperity. Fiji's National Development Plan for 2025 to 2029 envisions empowering the people of Fiji through unity, based on the pillars of economic resilience, people empowerment, and good governance. True to the spirit of multilateralism, our bilateral, regional, and multilateral development partners are key part of our efforts. We commit to the principles of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent and to the Pacific leaders' vision of a prosperous Blue Pacific continent. Fellow leaders, as a large ocean state, Fiji is a proud advocate for the United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Sea. Fiji has signed and will ratify the agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction in the lead-up to the Third Nations Oceans Conference in France. Fiji has ratified the World Trade Organization agreement on fisheries subsidies, which aims to eliminate harmful subsidies that contribute to illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. We call for a concerted effort at the World Trade Organization to finalize Part 2 of the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement that addresses subsidies to overfishing and overcapacity. Fiji reiterates the importance of understanding the vast ocean space, guided by science and data, in order to undertake risk-informed decisions. As the global community prepares for the climate COP in Baku, Azerbaijan, we call on countries to work together with the United Nations to implement the outcomes of the global stock undertaken in COP28. Deep, rapid, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius must be vigorously pursued and accelerated. The phase-out of unweighted coal power, transitioning away from fossil fuels in energy systems, will contribute to the achievements of net zero targets by 2050. Both adaptation and mitigation finances require a substantial increase. We call on states to commit to finalizing the new collective quantified goal and address glaring gaps in climate finance. The momentum from COP27 and COP28 on the Loss and Damage Fund and the Santiago Network must be accelerated in order to protect vulnerable communities who stand to lose most from the climate crisis, particularly in small island developing states and least developed countries. By 2050, around 240 of our coastal communities will be displaced due to sea level rise. 42 communities are in urgent need of relocation. With limitation of the multilateral climate financing architecture, Fiji has established the world's first national relocation trust fund to support our relocation costs. We have issued domestic and international green and blue bonds, piloted low-cost parametric insurance products for rural communities, and engaged in the private sector in climate resilience building. We call on our development partners to support our efforts. Fellow leaders, the Pact of the Future, adopted at the Summit of the Future earlier this week, opens pathways to new possibilities. The world deserves a future of peace, dignity, and prosperity. It's never too late. Mr. President, Excellencies, Fiji's commitment to multilateralism is unwavering. We will continue to work closely with the United Nations and all member states to advance efforts towards building a better, safer, and a fairer world for us all. And I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Fiji. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Teodoro Nguema Obiang Mangwe, Vice President in charge of National Defense and State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, heads of state and government, heads of delegations, Your Excellency, the United Nations Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency Obiang Nguema Basogo, President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, Allow me, first of all, to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang upon his unanimous election as President of this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And I wish also to congratulate the other members of the Bureau. We can assure them that they will have the full support and cooperation of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea throughout their presidency. In the same vein, we would like to commend His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, the outgoing president, whose presidency saw the achievement of many important resolutions that bear witness to his brilliant leadership and also his decisive dynamism that he was able to show during his term in office. President, the topic for this 79th session of the General Assembly states as follows: leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. That is a theme that is very pertinent given the current state of affairs around the world, including major global challenges such as wars, the existence of armed groups, terrorism, crises brought about by the effects of climate change, organized criminal gangs, the possibility of emerging health crises, discrimination, and the food crisis as a result of armed conflicts that trigger it or may lead to hunger in different countries. Indeed, this backdrop requires us all to recall the need and importance of giving greater emphasis to multilateralism and international cooperation. These are crucial if we are able to overcome these global challenges that humanity is currently facing. We also must promote sustained economic growth and sustainable development. This pursuant to the relevant resolutions of the General Assembly, as well as recent conferences and summits held under the aegis of the United Nations. Equatorial Guinea has an unwavering stance vis-à-vis the conflicts that are currently raging throughout the world. We are clear about the need to prioritize the quest through all means to ensure the prevalence of peace throughout the world by using preventive diplomacy, negotiation, and inclusive dialogue at all times to put an end to these conflicts. We call upon those countries that are immersed in the current conflicts and all governments who directly or indirectly are involved in said conflicts as a result of geostrategic, economic, neo-colonial or other interests. We call on all of these countries to prioritize dialogue and inclusive negotiations in a realistic and pragmatic manner so as to resolve these conflicts. The proliferation of so many conflicts around the world is further proof of the obsolescence, incapacity and inefficiency of the United Nations Security Council today. What we are currently seeing in terms of what this decision-making body is able to do is ultimately the struggle as a result of geostrategic interests that make it even more difficult for unanimous decisions to be taken by this body to resolve these conflicts and to alleviate the suffering of people and the loss of innocent lives. That is why there is an urgent need to reform the Security Council. We must reform it so that we put an end to its obsolete composition, which dates back to 1945, and that obtains still today, which means that Africa is the main victim of a historic injustice and the lack of implementation of international law, because Africa is the only country that does not have permanent representation on the Security Council, the only continent that does not have permanent representation on the Council. Africa, in the context of the Azawini Consensus and CERT Declaration, has for more than 2 decades been calling for this injustice to be corrected. We are calling for Africa to be given 2 permanent seats with all the relevant prerogatives and rights reserved to members of this category. We are also calling for 5 additional non-permanent seats on the Council. We hope that the contacts that there are between the permanent members and the African Union Committee of 10, C10, to address this issue, we hope that they will reach satisfactory outcomes that will be of benefit to all stakeholders, so that ultimately we will end up with a Security Council that is able to promote a fairer, more peaceful, equitable and prosperous world for all. President, Equatorial Guinea is deeply concerned by the increasingly serious situation that countries in the Sahel are experiencing. This has very deleterious repercussions for the development of these countries, and it directly and indirectly affects countries in the sub-region as well. This state of affairs is the result of the interference, pressure and blockades applied on countries of the Global South by some other countries. The only aim here is to try to destabilize the countries and to paralyze the efforts of African countries to ensure that their people can prosper. There is no country in the world that is perfect domestically. However, some countries have attempted to be judges and arbiters, to intervene in and lecture other countries, which are nevertheless sovereign. They interfere in the domestic affairs of other countries with clear meddling. All countries in the world are sovereign, and they therefore have the right to decide with which country to maintain relations and to sign bilateral agreements that would benefit their respective governments and peoples. President, we fail to understand why the embargo on Cuba has not yet been lifted. The economic, commercial and financial blockade on that country, which has gone on for various decades, must be lifted. Equatorial Guinea calls for the embargo on Cuba to be immediately lifted, and also for this country to be taken off the infamous lists of states that are alleged to be sponsors of terrorism. Lifting this embargo is even more necessary now, because we have just adopted by consensus the Pact of the Future, and this states that we will leave no country behind. It is crystal clear that African economies can become major actors in global supply chains. They can make use of their vast resources and raw materials which are necessary for advanced technologies and their own consumption markets, which are only growing. That is why Africa deserves particular attention in terms of efforts and initiatives to support and finance development. The commitments to finance the sustainable development must be honored, so that the goals contained in the UN 2030 agenda can be implemented, and so that we can implement the goals contained in the 2063 agenda of the African Union and leave no one behind. Equatorial Guinea is committed to promoting and protecting human rights as a global issue. This includes the plan for children's rights to eliminate racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and relevant and related forms of intolerance, the rights of persons with disabilities, the rights to food, housing, countries' rights to use and commercialize their natural resources to meet their people's needs. Against this backdrop, we also need to consider humanitarian rights. We are seeing these rights being violated systematically in the ongoing conflicts. People in the conflict zones are being deprived of the humanitarian aid that they so sorely need, both in terms of food and healthcare. Equatorial Guinea wishes to make clear its major concern about the crisis that Haiti is experiencing. We think there needs to be an in-depth analysis about the chronic situation that this brother country is in, so that a sustainable solution can be found for it. That is why we will continue to propose holding a United Nations International Conference for Haiti. I conclude my statement by reiterating our congratulations to our brother, His Excellency Philemon Yang, and we would like to wish him the best of success during his presidency at this session of the General Assembly. Again, we assure him of the full support of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President in charge of National Defense and State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Uduch Sengabao Senor, Vice President and Minister of Justice of Palau. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President Philemon Yang, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ali, and warm greetings from Palau. Mr. President, allow me to begin by congratulating you on your election as President of the 79th General Assembly session. We also extend our deep gratitude to former President Dennis Francis for his leadership over the past year. And to Secretary General Guterres, we commend you for your tireless efforts in advocating for a more secure, prosperous, and sustainable world. It is this shared vision that unites us today. This year, Palau proudly celebrates 30 years of independence. On October 1, 1994, Palau became a sovereign nation, and shortly thereafter, the 185th member of the United Nations. To honor the journey that has brought us here, we have chosen the theme, Ar'ad Otil Agaramalil Belao. The people are the anchor of Palau's conservation and identity. This phrase encapsulates what has sustained us through decades of both challenges and progress. Our people are the foundation of our efforts to protect our environment, culture, and way of life. This was further underscored during our voluntary national review, VNR, presentation that was done this year, which centered around the theme, harnessing our cultural heritage to build back better for a sustainable future. It highlighted the pivotal role of our culture and people in shaping a future that not only fosters development and enhances quality of life, but also safeguards our natural resources, homes, and the environment that has sustained us for generations. Mr. President, Palau begins its pursuit of equality with a critical role that women play in our society. It is crucial to leverage our recent advancements and collective experiences. This was highlighted at the first ever meeting of women in elected leadership held in Palau on September 20th, 2023. Over the past 4 years, we have undertaken initiatives that empower women in their traditional roles, such as the keepers of the Masay, Tarapach, enabling them to scale their entrepreneurial ventures and raise their profiles. These efforts are giving our women a pathway into entrepreneurship and business, amplifying their voices in new arenas. Food security is central to Palau's long-term resilience. We have set a national goal to reduce food imports from 80% to 60% by 2030. By promoting local food production, we not only preserve our traditions, but also combat non-communicable diseases linked to over-reliance on imported processed foods. As a small island developing state, SIDS, Palau, like many others, confronts unique challenges that threaten our economic development, environment, and survival. While SIDS contribute less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, we bear the brunt of the climate crisis. Palau has experienced the unmistakable signs of climate change firsthand. More intense storms, landslides, and prolonged droughts are becoming the new normal. The ripple effect of climate disasters globally have caused the cost of imported foods to skyrocket, further jeopardizing our food security and economic stability. The global response to climate change is a matter of life and death. Through the Paris Agreement and other international frameworks, we have underscored the vulnerabilities of island nations like ours. One of the most urgent challenges for SIDS is sea level rise. Many of our islands sit just a few meters above sea level, leaving us vulnerable to coastal erosion, flooding, and storm surges. This is not only a present threat, but an existential crisis for future generations. In Palau, we are taking steps to relocate critical infrastructure, including our national hospital and schools, to protect our people from rising waters and climate-related disasters. Adaptation is vital for our survival. Our National Adaptation Plan NAP prioritizes both immediate and long-term actions to build resilience. We focus on protecting our Maasai, vital ecosystems, and sustainable development, guided by our traditional conservation practice, Bul, which has sustained us for generations. Mitigation is equally important. Palau is committed to reducing carbon emissions and transitioning to renewable energy. Solar, wind, and ocean energy provide opportunities to reduce reliance on imported fossil fuels and secure a cleaner, more sustainable future. Our nationally determined contributions, NDCs, reflect this commitment. We remain mindful of the environmental impacts of renewable energy waste, such as solar panels and batteries, which require responsible management. As co-chair of the Ocean Panel, alongside Norway, Palau plays a vital role in shaping global ocean governance. The high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, now composed of 19 nations with the addition of the UAE, remains committed to advancing the sustainable use of oceans through science-driven policies. We expect the 2025 UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France, to be a pivotal moment for accelerating ocean action, and we encourage more nations to join us in this mission. As the first to ratify the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction BBNJ agreement, Palau remains steadfast in conserving and sustainably using marine biodiversity in areas beyond the national jurisdiction. This treaty symbolizes unity in safeguarding our oceans, and we urge international solidarity to ratify the BBNJ treaty swiftly so it can enter into force. Palau has also declared a national moratorium on deep-sea mining, reaffirming our unwavering commitment to preserving marine ecosystems. We call on the global community to exercise vigilance in protecting marine resources until we have a thorough understanding of the impacts of deep-sea mining. Our commitment to a sustainable blue economy is reflected in the Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity, UBPP initiative, launched at COP28. The UBPP unites Pacific Island nations in addressing the dual challenges of climate change and ocean health. Supported by the Bezos Earth Fund and other partners, we aim to achieve 100% effective ocean management and protect 30% of the Blue Pacific continent, covering over 1 billion hectares. Mr. President, Palau is set to assume the chair of the Alliance of Small Islands Developing States, AOSIS, from 2025 to 2026. We are committed to leading the group of 39 member states in advancing the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABAS, ensuring that our voices remain central in global discussions. Our priorities will include expanding access to climate finance, strengthening resilience, and promoting a sustainable future for all island nations. Mr. President, Palau highlights the importance of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, in assessing the challenges faced by SIDS. Traditional metrics like GDP do not capture the economic and environmental shocks that disproportionately affect our nations. The MVI offers a comprehensive assessment to help us advocate for the support we need from financial institutions and global partners. Mr. President, we must address the urgent need for Security Council reform. The world has changed dramatically since the United Nations was founded, and the Security Council must evolve to meet today's realities. Equitable representation, including permanent and non-permanent members, is essential. We support Japan's bid for a permanent seat and believe that SIDS should also be represented on the Council to provide a voice for those on the front lines of global challenges. Finally, we continue to strengthen our national security through partnerships with allies, including the United States, Australia, Japan, and Taiwan. As Vice President and Minister of Justice, I emphasize the need for robust law enforcement and maritime cooperation frameworks. With Interpol membership and enhanced cyber defense capabilities, we are better equipped to protect our borders and our people. Palau reaffirms its strong and enduring relationship with Taiwan and calls for its meaningful participation in international organizations. Taiwan's exclusion undermines the principles of inclusivity and cooperation that the United Nations represents. UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 does not preclude Taiwan's involvement in efforts related to the Sustainable Development Goals, and we urge this Assembly to support Taiwan's rightful inclusion. Today, I stand before you with a call to action. We must unite to confront the existential threat of climate change, protect our oceans, and ensure that no nation, no matter how small, is left behind. We must prioritize science, conservation, and the well-being of our people. As President Whipps said earlier this year, the road ahead requires unity, resilience, and collective action. Palau cannot mitigate the climate crisis alone. We need global cooperation to reduce emissions and safeguard our planet for future generations. Komsulang, I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President and Minister of Justice of Palau. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sabah Al-Khaled Al-Sabah, Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. Allow me to convey to you the greetings of His Royal Highness, the Emir of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Mishael Al-Ahmed Al-Jaber Al-Sabah. May God protect him. His Royal Highness wish you all success during the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. President, I congratulate you and your brotherly country on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly. We are confident that your vast experience in international affairs will allow you to lead the deliberations of the General Assembly with acumen. Your vision unity in diversity, for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for everyone, everywhere, is of paramount importance. It's an urgent need in today's world. I would also like to commend the efforts by your predecessor, Mr. Dennis Francis, during his presidency of the past session. I highly value the wise leadership and constructive efforts by the Secretary General of this august organization, especially in light of accelerating global challenges. His efforts have been guided by fulfilling the noble mission of the United Nations. He has fully upheld the Charter, has always sought to maintain international peace and security by increasing the level of preparedness for all emergencies through setting up innovative mechanisms whose pillars are human rights, dignity, strengthening justice, and international law. Mr. President, the effectiveness of this organization, the productivity of this organization is a responsibility to be borne by all member states and international community to address all challenges. Over the past few days, the Summit of the Future was convened, which mirrored the reality of today's world. The summit shed light on grave challenges that require a moment of reflection and a genuine and serious will to reform our institutions, most notably the Security Council and international financial institutions. History is full of different milestones. We would not want the Summit of the Future to be a global milestone that is not invested in optimally. The Secretary General has worked tenaciously, which is highly commendable, for us to stop and reflect together on the path of our joint multilateral action. He has been committed to bringing together the leaders of the member states to stress that the threats are confronting all of us. No country is immune to the repercussions of these threats. There is no way forward other than cooperation towards our joint objectives. Mr. President, we cannot be speaking about renewing international solidarity unless there is a genuine international political will for reform, especially reforming the Security Council and improving the mechanisms of international action so that we are able to keep abreast of global developments and repel any threats to the security and stability of our world. Unfortunately, this will remains absent. We have seen very clearly that there cannot be any political will without an environment of trust and an effective participation. We believe that the Security Council bears the primary responsibility of maintaining international peace and security. Decision-making at the Security Council must be based on the principle of democracy and equitable representation of all member states. The Security Council must be able to respond to a world that is completely different to the world of 1945. We need a Security Council that is inclusive, transparent, efficient, effective, democratic, and accountable. Mr. President, technological innovations, AI, and social media are increasingly being used for incitement, terrorist recruitment, spreading hate speech, and mis- and disinformation. This adversely affects cyber security. We must give due attention to this issue. Many young people fell victim to these negative practices. This all proves that confronting this scourge requires international cooperation. To fulfill the aspirations and hopes of our peoples, to secure a brighter future, we need accountability. It is not reasonable to look forward to such a bright future when those who violate the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law and international humanitarian law are not held accountable. There will be no justice or equality as long as double standards are applied. There will not be any bright future unless everyone is fully committed to the principles and values of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. Mr. President, this year we're celebrating the 43rd anniversary of the establishment of the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf. Throughout its blessed journey over the past 4 decades, it has proven that it is a pillar for stability and prosperity in our region. In this context, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to the brotherly state of Qatar for its efforts as current chair of the GCC. Its efforts enhances the work of the GCC at bilateral and multilateral levels. In December, the State of Kuwait will assume the chairmanship of the GCC. We reiterate our firm commitment to continue this blessed journey and to enhance strategic partnerships with regional and international organizations. We're committed to achieving the noble goals that we all aspire to. The GCC has always been and will remain, God willing, a voice of wisdom, moderation, and a beacon for constructive dialogue in a region fraught with challenges, in a region where change is fast. The State of Kuwait looks forward to the regional and international events that the GCC is going to host. In this context, we congratulate once again our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on being selected to host Expo 2034, Expo 2030, and the FIFA World Cup 2034. The State of Kuwait will spare no effort to contribute to the success of these events in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. President, the State of Kuwait believes in the principle of good neighborliness. For around 2 decades, we have been committed to helping the brotherly Republic of Iraq through continuous target-oriented measures to help Iraq return to its rightful place regionally and internationally, and to help it fulfill the hopes and aspirations of its people. We call upon the brotherly Republic of Iraq to take tangible, resolute, and urgent action to settle all outstanding files between the 2 countries, most notably the demarcation of the maritime border beyond marker 162. We also call for settling the file of Kuwaiti prisoners, missing persons, and Kuwaiti property, including the National Archives, with the UN and specifically the Security Council following the progress in this file. We call upon our brethren in Iraq to respect bilateral security and technical agreements on the maritime corridor in Khor Abdullah. These agreements ensure environmental preservation, regulate navigation, and contribute to combating terrorism and the illicit trafficking in arms, drugs, and persons. Continuous dialogue is important to lay the foundation for promising relations and a bright future based on understanding and mutual respect between the 2 brotherly nations. Mr. President, the whole world is witnessing practices that are not acceptable to any religion, law, or human nature. The whole world has been witnessing a dangerous escalation of military operations by the Israeli occupation forces against our Palestinian brethren in the Gaza Strip and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territories, including Jerusalem and the West Bank. Our Palestinian brethren are subjected to collective punishment. Continuous airstrikes are targeting defenseless civilians. They claim the lives of tens of thousands of innocent children, men and women, more than 41,000 martyrs. The occupying forces persist in targeting the facilities of international organizations and critical infrastructure. They are persisting in forcibly displacing the residents of Gaza. Peace in our region will not be achieved unless an independent state of Palestine is established, with East Jerusalem as its capital, along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, according to international resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. The State of Kuwait welcomes the recognition of the State of Israel by a number of countries over the past few months. We call upon other countries to follow suit and take similar steps. The State of Kuwait will remain supportive of Palestinians' rights and the Palestinian people. We were proud to have provided oral and written submissions to the ICJ on the legal consequences arising from violations by the occupying power in the occupied Palestinian territories. With the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the Republic of Slovenia and 120 other UN member states, we were proud to sign the shared commitments document to support UNRWA. What has befallen UNRWA is only proof that the other side does not have any serious desire to achieve genuine peace. The brotherly Sudan is witnessing unfortunate events as a result of armed clashes. This is cause for concern. We call for immediate cessation of fighting. We call for resorting to dialogue and returning to the peaceful political track to maintain the security of the Sudan, its stability and territorial integrity. We support all ongoing regional and international initiatives to reach a political solution that ends this crisis, a political solution that provides the necessary protection to civilians and to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian aid. It is important to respect the sovereignty of the Sudan and the territorial integrity of the Sudan. Regarding the situation in the brotherly country of Yemen, the State of Kuwait renews its support to UN efforts through its special envoy. Efforts that are focused on resuming the political process and reaching a comprehensive settlement according to the 3 agreed-upon terms of reference to maintain the peace and security and territorial integrity of Yemen. We commend the efforts made by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Sultanate of Oman to revive the political process to reach a comprehensive and lasting solution in Yemen. We express our concern over the developments in the Red Sea. It is important to ensure the safety of maritime navigation according to international law and according to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea of 1982. Regarding the situation in Syria, the State of Kuwait believes it's necessary to intensify efforts to reach a political solution that is Syrian-led and Syrian-owned, in line with relevant Security Council resolutions, most notably Resolution 2254. A solution that fulfills the aspiration of the Syrian people to peace and security and stability, a solution that maintains the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Syria. Regarding the situation in Lebanon, the State of Kuwait condemns in the most strongest terms the airstrikes and military operations launched by Israeli occupation forces against the brotherly Republic of Lebanon. These operations have claimed the lives of hundreds of civilians, innocent civilians that have nothing to do with the dangerous escalation of the Israeli aggression, which is expanding day after day in flagrant violations of all norms and international law, including international humanitarian law. We have always warned of this aggression and its repercussions on the countries of the region and on neighboring countries. We also condemn violations by the occupation forces of Lebanese sovereignty and any attempts to drag Lebanon into the ongoing conflict in the region. Israeli occupation forces is disregarding international calls and Security Council resolution. We call for full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. We're following with great concern the latest developments in the brotherly country of Libya. We call for giving precedence to reason and wisdom. We call for resorting to a political dialogue to settle disputes according to relevant Security Council resolutions to maintain the stability, sovereignty and security of Libya and to fulfill the aspirations of the Libyan people to development and prosperity. At the regional level, we believe in strengthening good neighborly relations. As enshrined in the Charter, we call upon the Islamic Republic of Iran to take serious steps to build trust and to engage in dialogue based on respect for other countries and non-interference in their internal affairs. Mr. President, through the Kuwait Vision 2035, we focus on responding to international financial and economic indicators to predict opportunities and to turn the state of Kuwait into a financial, commercial, and cultural center that is responding to regional and international developments. Foreign policy plays an important role in this expanded development process. Our diplomacy relies on digitalization to move from traditional frameworks so that diplomacy responds continuously to evolving developments on the global landscape. Or rather, our actions are based on a proactive approach, the result of an enduring legacy of providing relief and humanitarian assistance bequeathed on us by our forefathers. In conclusion, the State of Kuwait is committed to multilateral actions and the Charter of the United Nations to ensure a global governance that is strong, to fulfill the noble mission of the United Nations in maintaining international peace and security and in serving humanity as a whole. The State of Kuwait looks forward to cooperating with brotherly and friendly countries to fulfill the aspirations of all peoples so that they live in a prosperous world where peace and security prevail. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, on behalf of the Assembly, I would like to thank the Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait.
A continuación, la Asamblea escuchará
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Luís Montenegro, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocols to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I start by congratulating the President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, Philemon Yang, on his election and wish him every success. I express special appreciation for the tireless work of Secretary General António Guterres. He knows that he can count with Portugal's full support. As this is the first time I am addressing this august assembly, I can only recognize the weight of responsibility that falls on all of us, representatives of the peoples of the United Nations. I am doing so at a particularly demanding time, marked by the confluence of multiple global challenges and crises and growing geopolitical tensions. But I also do it with hope and confidence. Hope because this is the year when we celebrate 50 years of freedom in my country. The Portuguese people, in freedom, clamored for democracy, peace and development. And so the arc of history was bent. At a time when in many parts of the world autocracies are jeopardizing democracy, we have confidence in the strength of freedom. At a time when we are facing threats, big threats to peace, we have confidence in the power of multilateralism and collective responsibility. At a time when development challenges are becoming more acute, we have faith in economic growth as the engine of fair and sustainable progress. Madam President, Excellencies, Portugal is an uncompromising advocate of multilateralism as a method of cooperation and organization of the international system. That's why we supported the Pact for the Future, adopted within the framework of the Summit of the Future, which illustrates the vision and reforming spirit of Secretary-General António Guterres. This pact reflects a renewed source of hope in the three central pillars of the United Nations: sustainable development, human rights, and global peace and security. It is with this confidence in multilateralism that Portugal, with the continuity and coherence that characterizes our foreign policy, is a candidate for a seat as non-permanent member of the Security Council for the biennium 2027-2028. We are guided by the will to work to prevent conflicts, promote a spirit of partnership, and protect people in the face of traditional threats such as terrorism and emerging threats such as biosecurity. We are determined to contribute to a more just, peaceful and inclusive international order founded on international law and based on the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, Excellencies, the Secretary-General said in our common agenda that multilateralism faces a fundamental dilemma: to break through or to break down. We do not hesitate. We want to move forward with the reform of the global governance system to guarantee greater representativeness, transparency, justice and cooperation. This is the path that the Pact of the Future shows us, redesigning the international financial architecture, promoting greater alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. With Burundi, we led the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to ensure that no country has to choose between fighting poverty or saving the planet. On another front, we are in favor of reforming the United Nations Security Council to make it more representative, agile and functional. Its composition is outdated, and the absence of representatives from some regions hampers its functioning. Portugal supports the African Common Position and the aspirations of Brazil and India to become permanent members. Small and medium-sized countries, including small island states, should also have their representation strengthened. As far as working methods are concerned, we support the limitation and greater scrutiny of the use of the veto. The right of the veto, before constituting a power, represents a responsibility. And that's how it should be exercised, preventing a party to a conflict from being both judge and judged. While the war continues, with terrible consequences inside and outside Ukraine, the Security Council has been several times silent. We hope that now, in Lebanon, the Security Council can be effective in preventing increase in escalation. Even when resolutions are adopted, they often remain unfulfilled. It is imperative that in Gaza and Sudan, all parties do their utmost to ensure the full implementation of the resolutions adopted by the Council. Excellencies, the world is now more prosperous overall, but socio-economic divides are widening. Eradicating poverty and hunger are the first two Sustainable Development Goals. But chronic hunger is on the rise, affecting 1 in 10 people globally. Acute food insecurity has almost tripled since 2016. In this context, we welcome the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty proposed by the Brazilian presidency of the G20. The hope we are talking about can only be realized if we are able to respond to the needs of millions of people affected by conflict. Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, Myanmar, Sahel, and now Lebanon are examples of the suffering of millions of people forced to leave their homes and families. I'm also talking about climate refugees, rising temperatures, forest fires, which tragically hit my country recently. Droughts and other extreme weather have forced millions of people to move. At the same time, disrespect for the rights of women and girls, or persecution on religious or sexual grounds, has become more and more widespread in various parts of the world. The context of human rights protection is severely weakened and threatened. It is our collective responsibility to guarantee the respect, protection and realization of human rights. New technologies, such as artificial intelligence, they constitute an opportunity, but they also create risks. The Pact for the Future points the way to a virtuous balance in this area. We must act to combat all forms of discrimination and hatred that undermine the cohesion of our societies. We will continue in this context to defend the rights of youth. The high-level meeting of the General Assembly on Youth, which, at Portugal's request, will be held here next year to mark the 30th anniversary of the World Programme of Action for Youth, will be an opportunity to move forward on this front. This is a priority for Portugal at home and abroad. Mr. Excellencies, peace is the primary objective of the United Nations. And here too we must give a sign of hope. The Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine constitutes a flagrant violation of the international law, which we strongly condemn. The negative effects of this war, the food, energy and inflation crisis, are echoing around the world, with the greatest impact on the most fragile regions. We are also deeply concerned about the humanitarian situation and the dangerous escalation in the Middle East region. In view of the events in Lebanon, we call on the parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid escalation. We firmly condemn the horrific terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas on 7 October 2023 and demand the release of all hostages. We will not stand by the humanitarian disaster and the growing number of civilian victims in Gaza. It is imperative to unconditionally cease hostilities, guarantee the entry of humanitarian aid, and respect for international humanitarian law. It is also imperative to resume negotiations with a view to implementing the two-state solution, the only one that can bring peace and stability to the region. Portugal is against the expansion of settlements, the confiscation of land in the occupied Palestinian territories, and the actions of settlers that constitute violation of international law and obstacles to peace. It is our common interest for everyone and shared responsibility to ensure strict respect for international law and humanitarian law. We also need to put an emphasis on prevention and mediation, particularly in Africa. I would highlight Portugal's consistent presence in United Nations peacekeeping operations and missions of the European Union, with national forces deployed in Mozambique, Somalia, South Sudan, Central African Republic, and the Gulf of Guinea. I would also emphasize the contribution of ECOWAS and the African Union to the efforts to promote stability in the region. Portugal supported the resolution that allowed for the establishment of regular UN contributions to the financing of African Union peace operations mandated by the Security Council. We also support the Secretary General's proposals to establish regular contribution to the Peacebuilding Fund. Excellencies, Portugal is a maritime country. 97% of our territory is ocean. We understand the vital role of the ocean in the global economy and also in combating climate change. We strongly support the sustainable management and governance of the ocean and the development of a new sustainable blue economy in line with the 2030 agenda. We consider capacity building in ocean-related matters a priority and have designed a fellowship program aimed at developing countries with a special focus on small island developing states. The international agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction was a victory for multilateralism. We will remain committed to its entry into force. Portugal is calling for a joint effort to finalize an ambitious treaty to eliminate plastic pollution by the end of this year. Climate change is the existential threat of our time. Portugal keeps engaged in investing in renewable energies and in phasing down fossil fuels. We want to incorporate 47% of renewable energies into final energy consumption by 2030. We have also favored the introduction of innovative financial mechanisms, including with SIDS. An example of this is the agreement signed in Portugal and by Portugal with Cabo Verde and São Tomé and Príncipe to transform debt that these countries have with Portugal into climate investment, thus supporting the energy transition. Mr. President, Excellencies, the success of the 2030 Agenda is mainly in favor of the most vulnerable groups. We cannot leave anyone behind. The digital transition and emerging technologies represent a renewed opportunity to facilitate a more prosperous, fair, inclusive and sustainable future. Connectivity is a cornerstone. The path seems clear. We should conceive technological development through a human-centered lens and based on international law. Excellencies, and to conclude, I'm very proud to speak to you in Portuguese. As well as being the fourth most spoken language in the world as a mother tongue, today uniting more than 260 million people on all continents, Portuguese is an official and working language in 33 international organizations, including the community of Portuguese-speaking countries. And that's why the CPLP's ambition to see the Portuguese language recognized as an official language of the United Nations is therefore legitimate. Just yesterday, I agreed with President Lula da Silva of Brazil that we are committed and willing to work together with all the Portuguese-speaking countries to achieve this goal. The legitimacy of the United Nations, its convening power and its global normative authority, combined with its multidisciplinary expertise, are some of its unique assets, which must be harnessed in favor of our common causes and a shared vision of the future. The road ahead, we all know it's arduous and uncertain, but the goal has been set. We will walk it with hope and confidence. And in this trajectory, the United Nations and the international community and the peoples of the world can count on Portugal. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 12th plenary meeting, to continue with the general debate, will be held at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
The 12th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Wesley W. Simina, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Temporary President Mr. Libwe, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the people and government of Micronesia, I extend a warm Kamorale. Kamorale back home was coined as a national greeting that combines the diverse languages of all our islands. Kamorale represents the spirit of unity and solidarity that lies at the heart of my country and people. And that same spirit is equally important in the context of multilateralism here at the United Nations. In a world where global challenges require collective action, Kamorale reminds us that through our strength and solutions come from our ability to come together. Just as the 4 states of Micronesia come together under one banner, our international community must come together in order to progress peace, prosperity, and sustainable development we all wish to see as envisioned in the Pact for the Future. After traveling thousands of miles from Micronesia with my delegation, I am honored to participate in this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the General Assembly, and I assure you of my delegation's support for your leadership. I also acknowledge our outgoing President of the 78th session for the impactful work he had carried out during his term. I must also pay tribute to our Secretary General, who recently joined us in the Pacific for the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting. We deeply appreciate your tireless efforts to strengthen our United Nations as a vital instrument for achieving our shared goals. Mr. President, since the time Micronesia became a member of the United Nations in September 1991, we have been grappling with the severe impacts of climate change. I cannot emphasize enough how it is the single greatest threat to our home. Even as I speak today, we are currently in a state of emergency due to the extended drought facing my nation. For us, every degree, every inch of sea level rise, drought, and every delay matters. We continue to call on our global community to step up with stronger and urgent action. Mr. President, I raise an important topic that relates to our island's ability to adapt to and survive the increasing impacts of climate change. Time is running out to prevent average global temperature from surpassing 1.5 degrees. We are already at 1.2, according to the latest science. The 1.5 degrees goal is the safety limit for our small islands. Beyond that lies a danger zone with deadly heat that will cost lives, impact our food and water systems, and will drown many of our low-lying islands. Carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. So while it is critical for the world to cut those emissions, the benefits of those cuts will not be felt until later this century. We need to control temperatures now. We call upon the larger emitters to prioritize reduction of the non-CO2 pollutants, especially methane, fluorinated gases, and black carbon. The IPCC and more recent scientific reports explains that this is the only way. So I urge all of us to take a greater action now. I call on all parties to the Paris Agreement to include ambitious non-CO2 goals and measures in their 2025 round of NDCs. As we take action on non-CO2 pollutants, we also need all countries to come together and agree on a global plan to transition away from fossil fuels in a fair, just, and equitable manner. In this connection, I am announcing that Micronesia endorses the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. We must accelerate all our efforts to tackle the climate crisis. Mr. President, the health of our ocean is deteriorating due to the effects of climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. One of the most hard-hitting issues we are confronted with is sea level rise. I am very pleased that the General Assembly is hosting for the first time a high-level meeting on sea level rise this week. Sea level rise poses a significant threat to the livelihoods, well-being, and security of our small island nations, communities, and ecosystems. However, this climate crisis does not jeopardize our statehood or sovereignty, nor does it diminish our rights under international law. Leaders from the Pacific Islands Forums, or PIF, and the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS, have affirmed that our maritime zones, as recognized by the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, will remain valid despite physical changes due to climate change. We emphasize that the statehood and sovereignty of PIF and AOSIS members will endure, along with the associated rights and responsibilities, including the protection of our citizens, regardless of the impacts of sea level rise. Mr. President, the International Seabed Authority is currently negotiating its draft exploitation regulations, and Micronesia is adopting a careful approach on seabed mining. We will consider all relevant factors regarding this matter and will join the Talanoa here being organized this year by the Pacific Islands Forum. Micronesia joins other nations in emphasizing the necessity of comprehensive knowledge, data, and scientific understanding of the marine environment and the impacts of deep-sea mining before any exploitation takes place. We urge the ISA to finalize all relevant regulations, standards, and guidelines for its mining code prior to exploitation. Additionally, it is crucial that all stakeholders, including adjacent coastal states, indigenous people, and local communities in the Pacific, are consulted and their perspectives considered before any exploitation occurs. Mr. President, Micronesia is pleased with the adoption of the United Nations PB&J agreement. I was the first leader to sign the PB&J agreement here in New York a year ago, and among the first to deposit our instrument of ratification. Currently, over 90 countries have signed, and we wish that all will sign. I urge others to sign, ratify, so that we can operationalize the PB&J agreement. We look forward to the preparatory commission to begin its important work soon. Mr. President, the international community is set to adopt a legally binding treaty to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment in Busan, Republic of Korea, later this year. This treaty must address plastic pollution at its source, plastic production, particularly primary plastic polymers derived from fossil fuels. Micronesia's bridge to Busan Declaration, launched earlier this year, calls for international support to regulate plastics production in the treaty. As negotiations near completion, We urge global backing for the declaration to ensure the treaty includes strong measures to curb plastic production and tackle both pollution and climate change. If we do not address the unsustainable production of primary plastic polymers, then the global goal of ending plastic pollution by 2040 and limiting the average temperature rise to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius cannot be achieved. Mr. President, Micronesia plays a vital role in the Pacific Islands Forum 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. As part of the large oceanic countries and territories, we are custodians of nearly 20% of the Earth's surface, placing immense cultural and spiritual value on our ocean and land as a shared heritage. Our leaders' commitments to the 2050 focus on preserving and protecting our oceans, ensuring a sustainable future for our children. Micronesia is dedicated to reducing and preventing the causes and impacts of climate change and sea level rise. With the support of our partners, we are committed to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. We pledge to safeguard the future of our people by protecting our sovereignty, maritime zones, and resources, especially in the face of climate-induced sea level rise. Mr. President, the health of our people is crucial to Micronesia's nation's building. Non-communicable diseases, NCDs, significantly undermine our nation's well-being. NCDs hinder workforce productivity and contribute to poverty. Unfortunately, the Pacific has some of the highest rates of these diseases, with Micronesia ranking among the top countries. In 2016, NCDs accounted for 75% of all deaths in Micronesia. Recognizing this national health emergency, Micronesia has taken decisive action. Since 1995, we have participated in WHO's Healthy Islands Initiative, focusing on health protection, risk reduction, and promoting healthy lifestyles. We developed a national NCD action plan in 2006, and the Pacific NCD Roadmap has guided our efforts since 2014. In 2022, we reaffirm our commitment to securing the well-being of our people through the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Our fight against NCDs is key to building a healthier, stronger future for Micronesia. However, despite decades of effort under the Healthy Islands Initiative, NCDs continue to pose a serious challenge in Micronesia. The persistence of this disease warrants the need for renewed support and stronger partnerships. There is an opportunity here to reevaluate both the Healthy Islands Initiative and the Pacific NCD Roadmap, exploring ways to enhance their effectiveness. By working together, we can confront this crisis more robustly and ensure that we move forward towards a healthier and more resilient future. Mr. President, as we gather today, we are reminded of the importance of global peace and security, particularly in light of the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine between Israel and Palestine. Micronesia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to peace and dialogue. We condemn the invasions of Ukraine and the killing of innocent civilians. We also condemn the attack by Hamas on Israeli citizens on October 7th, and we believe that every nation has the right to defend its people and territory. We urge for the immediate and safe release of hostages and cessation of hostilities. And I urge all parties to work towards a peaceful resolution. It is our profound hope that both Israel and Palestine can resume meaningful negotiations with the goal of establishing two states living side by side in peace and security with clear and recognized borders. We commend the constructive efforts of the United States, Egypt, and Qatar in supporting the peace process, and we remain hopeful that through diplomacy and cooperation, lasting peace can be achieved. Micronesia remains committed that the protection of innocent civilians everywhere is of paramount importance, as peace can only be sustained when the lives and dignity of all people are protected. Mr. President, Micronesia joins Pacific Island nations in advocating for the establishment of a special representative for climate, peace, and security, emphasizing that climate change is a significant global security threat. The UN system, particularly the Security Council, must adapt to address the challenges posed by the climate crisis in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. Currently, the Council struggles to effectively tackle major peace and security issues, highlighting the need for comprehensive reform. This reform should make the Council more effective, inclusive, transparent, and accountable. It must reflect the realities of today rather than those of 1945. It is time for permanent membership of the Security Council to be expanded to include Japan, India, Germany, Brazil, and representation from the African continent. Additionally, it is crucial to amplify the voices of underrepresented regions, such as small island developing states, in a reformed council. Mr. President, in today's complex global landscape, strengthening the multilateral system for an inclusive, interdisciplinary UN is essential. Support for multi-country offices that represent the UN on the ground must be reinforced to assist vulnerable nations in fully implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Additionally, the coordination role of resident coordinators should be supported and strengthened. For small island developing states, our reliance on stable international assistance for development cannot be overstated. We need sustainable assistance for development we need sustainable financing from donor partners and international financial institutions. It is no surprise that SIDS have led the charge for a more inclusive global financial architecture. The recently adopted Multi-Vulnerability Index, or MVI, is a crucial tool, providing a comprehensive understanding of the unique challenges faced by SIDS. The next step is to implement the MVI in a way that addresses our specific needs. Mr. President, the special case of SIDS in the context of climate change and sustainable development and our particular vulnerability to natural disasters and external shocks must be supported by an increase in climate finance and investment, including new and additional climate finance. We call on developed countries to fulfill their commitments in this regard. Mr. President, gender equality is vital for national building and effective governance. By acceding to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, Micronesia is committed to achieving gender parity. We have also endorsed the Pacific Leaders' Gender Equality Declaration and established a national gender policy. Strengthening gender equality is a priority within my administration, and I have nominated more women to key roles, including my cabinet, to address the imbalance in government. In a historic achievement, 3 women were recently elected to our 14-member Congress, marking a significant milestone for representation. With these steps, Micronesia is moving towards a stronger and more inclusive future. Mr. President, today we stand at a critical crossroads where the future of our planet rests in the hands of our youth. It is not enough to speak of change. We must empower the next generation to lead it. Our young people are innovators, the visionaries, and the problem solvers who will carry the torch of climate action and global justice. But they cannot do it alone. We must invest in their education and well-being, nurture their leadership and character. We must give them the tools to build a resilient, sustainable world. As leaders, we must ensure that our youth are not the inheritors of a dying planet, but are the co-architects of its transformation. In closing, Mr. President, The challenges we face, from climate change to conflict, from the health of our oceans to the well-being of our people, demand urgent and unified action. Let us not be discouraged by the magnitude of the tasks before us, but instead be inspired by the opportunity we have to reshape our world for the better. The spirit of camaraderie teaches us that strength lies in unity, and in that spirit, I called on every nation represented here to act decisively with courage and compassion. Let us work together with resolve and prioritize the protection of our planet, our people, and our future. The time for action is now. Let this assembly be remembered not for words spoken, but for deeds done, for promises kept, and for the lasting legacy we leave for our generations to come. As we were so rightly reminded of at the opening of the Summit of the Future by the youth representative from South Sudan, the future is for the youth to forge, not for us to cling on to. Micronesia is ready to play its part, and I urge all of you to join us in this collective effort so that together we can build a world where peace, prosperity, and sustainability are not just aspirations, but realities for all of us. As enshrined in the preamble of our FSM Constitution, and I quote, "Our ancestors who made their homes on these islands displaced no other people. We who remain wish no other home than this. Having known war, we hope for peace. Having been divided, we wish unity. Having been ruled, we seek freedom. We extend to all nations what we seek from each: peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity." I thank you, and I leave you with camaraderie. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prithvi Raj Singh Rompun, President of the Republic of Mauritius. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Mr. President, I also warmly congratulate you. Mauritius is proud to see a son of Africa assume the high office of President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I assure you of the full support of Mauritius. We remain committed to the universal values and noble aspirations of the United Nations. Our appreciation also goes to His Excellency Denis Francis, who, throughout the 78th session, championed solidarity and unity during challenging times. Secretary General Antonio Guterres also deserves our special recognition for his inspiring and commendable initiatives in furthering the objectives of our organization. Mr. President, the theme being addressed in this August Assembly is in consonance and resonates deeply with the very essence of our organization. The UN emerged out of the ashes of war and untold sufferings. we have a moral obligation to ensure that the ultimate sacrifice of millions of women and men was not in vain. Our organization has since embodied the universal values of peace, justice, equity, respect for the rule of law, and human dignity. It is appalling that we are lately witnessing an erosion of these same values. Unfortunately, might is taking over and impunity still prevails. The dignity of the weakest is being shamelessly flouted on a scale never seen before. Behind protracted conflicts around the world lies inestimable human costs. Mr. President, the devastation and sufferings in Gaza are heart-wrenching. Thousands of innocent lives have been lost. We urge the international community to find a solution for a de-escalation in the region, for a just and lasting peace. And we are convinced that the two-state solution based on relevant UN resolutions and international law will uphold human dignity and equality for all. We welcome the advisory opinion on the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. There is an urgent need for a renewed commitment to diplomacy and constructive dialogue, as in many parts of the world, conflicts, instability, and challenges to security are still unabated. Mr. President, the world has witnessed an unprecedented technological revolution in a short span of time. For humanity to benefit from its transformative power, AI governance should be anchored in international law. Current unsustainable consumption and production trends are exacerbating injustices and inequalities. We are at a watershed moment. Mauritius welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future, which is a renewed testimony to our collective resolve for the betterment of our world. We also need to ensure that the overall architecture of our global institutions reflects today's realities. Mauritius believes that inclusivity is a necessity and not a choice. Small states and large alike deserve a voice. Africa and SIDS have their rightful place in a reformed Security Council. Multilateral and international financial institutions should be more representative and also responsive to the needs of all countries. This is the only way to pave for a more equitable and resilient world where human dignity is upheld. Mr. President, Mauritius believes that human dignity is universal, unalienable, and unconditional. This conviction has always guided our actions. Our multicultural society thrives on fairness, equity, and human dignity. Through unity in diversity, we have strengthened our unique and tolerant society. We have spared no effort in advancing the economic, social, and cultural rights of our citizens. Our commitment to free and fair elections, good governance, and putting people at the center of development remains resolute. We are investing heavily in free healthcare, infrastructural development, free education for pre-primary school to tertiary level, amongst others. We are promoting decent work for all. The empowerment of women and youth remains at the heart of the government actions. These inclusive approaches and supportive policies have contributed to the strengthening of our social fabric. Mr. President, the climate emergency is one of the most pressing global threats of our time. Greenhouse emissions from human activities have irrefutably contributed to global warming, sea level rise, and coastal erosion. It is most unfortunate that SIDS, like Mauritius, which have contributed to the least in global emission, are being the most affected. A multilateral approach to confront these threats is an absolute necessity. We must achieve the highest possible ambition while ensuring equity, common and differentiated responsibilities. Our actions need to be guided by the latest scientific insights and informed by the outcomes of the global stocktake agreed upon at COP28, including its roadmap for keeping 1.5 centigrade within reach. This target is a lifeline for all of us, especially SIDS. Therefore, an agreement on a fair and ambitious new collective quantified goal on climate is imperative. As temperatures rise, the very foundation of life for oceanic states are endangered. We welcome the recent advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea on climate change. It stands as a juridical lighthouse compelling all states to chart a new course guided by science and the moral imperative of intergenerational equity. In the fight against climate change, our resolve should be translated into concrete and time-bound actions. One which is commensurate with the urgency and scale of the climate crisis. Mr. President, Mauritius has ratified the BBNG treaty, underscoring our commitment to protecting our ocean resources and ensuring sustainable marine governance. We are fully committed to the implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, adopted earlier this year. The openness of SIDS economies makes us more vulnerable to external shocks. SIDS should be able to access global value chains for green jobs. We welcome innovative approaches and the use of the MVI for enhancing the effectiveness of access to constitutional finance. Mr. President, Mauritius has been and remains fully committed to the advancement of our African continent. Africa is a land of untapped opportunities. However, our continent is faced with several challenges, preventing it from realizing its full potential. Our Agenda 2063, including the African Continental Free Trade Area, has the ability to propel Africa. Our continent also resonates with cultural richnesses and stands united in purpose. Africa, with its youth dividend, stands ready to contribute to global solutions in shaping a more equitable and sustainable world for a better tomorrow. We call upon the international community to join in Africa's transformative journey. Mr. President, Mauritius and the United Kingdom are still pursuing negotiations on the exercise of sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago, following the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of 25th February 2019. Several rounds of talks have taken place so far, and Mauritius continues to be engaged in these talks in good faith. We urge the United Kingdom to conclude expeditiously an agreement that would allow for the completion of the decolonization of Mauritius and the implementation of a resettlement program for the former inhabitants of the Chagos Archipelago in accordance with Mauritian laws. Such an agreement could also protect and preserve vital security interests on Diego Garcia. We also appeal to France to resolve the dispute over Tromelin, which forms an integral part of the territory of Mauritius, in the spirit of friendship that characterizes the relationship between our two countries. Before concluding, I wish to emphasize that the United Nations remains the ideal platform in bringing us together to address global challenges for a peaceful and more equitable world. We need also to recognize the contribution of the UN, its agencies, and dedicated personnel. Mr. President, we are convinced that the Pact for the Future will serve as the guiding star, leading us to an improved world for tomorrow's generations. I am confident that, together, we can forge a better, brighter, and more equitable world. One where no one is left behind, where human dignity and human rights prevail, where collective good for mankind remains at the core for lasting peace and prosperity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Mauritius. The Assembly will continue the consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale,
President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
dans ce bâtiment, le regard
as
est
you
attiré par
enter
une
this
lumière
building,
bleutée.
what catches the eye is a bluish light. This is the peace window. At the heart of the United Nations, this stained glass window is committed to those who work for the benefit of the United Nations. It was made by Marc Chagall, a Russian Jew who lived for the most part of his life in exile. He lived through 2 world wars. To guarantee peace and security, which were re-established in 1945, the promises of freedom and solidarity were engraved in the United Nations Charter. This is the 10th consecutive time I have the honor of delivering a statement from this rostrum. In 2015, I listed the challenges of our generation: conflict, poverty, the climate, and migration. None of these challenges have been solved. And yet, at the time, we thought that we had a robust framework, the multilateral order, which would allow us to work together to tackle these challenges. A decade has gone by, and this framework is shattering before our very eyes. The use of force, growing numbers of unilateral acts, and what we're witnessing, often without any hope, is 3 major conflicts, which together are brewed into an explosive cocktail. In Ukraine, a permanent member of the Security Council has launched an illegal, unprovoked war. It is a flagrant attempt to impose the law using force instead of drawing on the force of the law. This war is a direct threat to the people of Ukraine and to each and every one of us. The European Union supports Ukraine and will continue to support Ukraine for as long as is necessary. We will live up to our promise of freedom and solidarity, recommitting ourselves to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace enshrined in the UN Charter. Freedom and solidarity. Drawing on these very principles, we'd like to condemn the terrorist attacks, vile terrorist attacks committed by Hamas. We call for the release of all hostages, and unconditionally so. Israel has the right to defend itself. With due respect for international law and the principle of proportionality, we want an immediate ceasefire in keeping with the advisory opinion of the ICJ. The life of every civilian counts, and we condemn all indiscriminate attacks targeting civilian populations. The EU is taking action and wants to do more to achieve lasting peace within the framework of a 2-state solution. The endless escalation must end. And let me tell you, drawing Lebanon into this spiral is irresponsible, absolutely irresponsible. These calls, including calls addressed to the government of Israel, have to date borne no fruit. This cannot go on. We want a democratic, a strong state of Israel, living in peace and security, side by side with the Palestinian people. Palestinian people which should have their own stable and viable state. The Palestinian people deserve respect and dignity. I say this to the government of Israel. Trying to achieve security without peace is impossible. Without peace, there cannot be lasting security. A world that is driven by revenge is a world that is less safe. The Palestinian people have the right to their own state. This will continue to result in Israeli security and the security of all Jews being undermined unless such a state is established. This will result in polarization and the undermining of the international system, which cannot be underpinned by double standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine are resulting in terrible consequences, and women are paying the worst price for this, including in the civil war of Sudan. Over 20,000 people have died, 20 million people are facing an emergency, 8 million have been displaced. Across the Horn of Africa, the situation is turning into chaos. We must put an end to external actors feeding these wars. We must put an end to arms supplies. It is time to take action and to implement peace and reconciliation processes. Ladies and gentlemen, the life of a child killed in a school that was bombed is valuable. In Ukraine, in Gaza, everywhere. The dignity of a woman who's been raped Her besmirched dignity is sacred in times of war and peace in Sudan, in Ukraine, elsewhere. Depriving an entire people of food is a crime of war in Ukraine, in Gaza, in Sudan, and elsewhere. A crime is a crime, regardless of who the perpetrators are or where the crime is committed. And our indignation can only be genuine if it is universal. The European Union defends international law equally across the board, everywhere. We condemn all acts geared towards destabilization, regardless of who the perpetrators are. Here I'm referring to Iran, which is using proxies to feed and conflicts in the Middle East. It's thanks to Iran's military support and Russia's war in Ukraine that this is happening. We must take stock of the situation. Iran and Russia are using the very same playbook. The nuclear threat, imperialist ambitions, support for terrorist groups, godless and lawless terrorist groups, and all of this is destabilizing neighboring countries and the rest of the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the establishment of the United Nations and the international system underpinned by rules was a remarkable step forward. Going backwards means going back to a time of war. More than ever since 1945, our world is being hard hit by an explosive conflict, an explosive cocktail of shocks. They're piling up, they're speeding up. We must get our bearings. This requires cooperation and courage. We need common laws which are respected by all. To this end, the Security Council must throw off the yoke of the veto which paralyzes it. The Security Council isn't representative nor legitimate, it's ineffective. The Security Council is increasingly stillborn, like a zombie. In June 1945, when the UN Charter was adopted, President Truman said that this charter will be expanded and improved over time. It will require adjustments. Decades have gone by. No readjustments were made. And yet we must reform the Security Council. It must become more inclusive. Africa and, the way I see it, Latin America should have permanent seats. Furthermore, regional organizations must be incorporated further into UN decision-making. Furthermore, they should have an advisory role to play in the Security Council, regional organizations, that is. Ladies and gentlemen, there cannot be any freedom when drought eats away at crops. We cannot have freedom when there are terrible hurricanes tearing down houses, when there are pandemics and some do not have access to medicines or vaccines. We must open our eyes and live up to the solidarity that's required of us. It's not just about dignity, morals, or solidarity. It's in the interests of developed countries to support the green transition as well as development, helping developing countries to buttress their health systems. And it is in that spirit that Dr. Tedros put forward the idea of an international treaty on pandemics. We've made a great deal of headway on these negotiations, but it's now time to finalize the agreement. Mpox has set alarm bells off once again. However, it's unacceptable for lobbies and egotistical behavior to block the road to sharing of vaccines and vaccine technologies. Distinguished colleagues, there cannot be freedom in a world when each individual can be boiled down to his or her data, to a commercial target that can be surveilled and manipulated. The digital revolution is, of course, a driver, an extraordinary driver of progress, specifically artificial intelligence. It's a new driver of prosperity. However, it must be harnessed for the benefit of humanity and freedom. We shouldn't commit the error, unless we've already committed it, of misusing natural resources and misusing personal data like we did with natural resources. Data and artificial intelligence are instruments of power. They are instruments of subjugation and economic and political domination. They can become weapons of war. We must create a framework so that we can move ahead at a global level. Technological competition is healthy, it promotes progress, but it must be something that occurs within a framework which we all agree to, rules of the game and fair competition. We need a global dialogue within the G7, but also together with the rest of the world, Africa, Latin America, Asia. We are going to work with them. We're also going to work with those whose ideas and sometimes whose behaviors we do not agree with. China is a key partner to help us tackle global challenges, which I mentioned earlier, to reduce risks, to diversify our supply chains. Because as we know, excessive dependence on a given supplier gives rise to vulnerability and thus conflict. We should also ask China to not support to not support Russia, neither directly nor indirectly, in its illegal war against Ukraine. Instead, China should use its influence to ensure respect for the United Nations Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, the international financial architecture should help us to reduce inequality, not to exacerbate it. When a Kenyan farmer cannot access microloans at acceptable rates, it's not just something unfortunate, it's a challenge to the entire global development order, because without lasting and equitable development, we cannot have global stability and security. We must change the system. Financial firepower must be multiplied for the benefit of our people, to ensure that we can address the climate threat and achieve prosperity. The most courageous donors should restructure debt and allocate additional special drawing rights. It's not just about the transfer of financial or technological means. Solidarity also requires us to reform governance, to improve business climates, strengthen legal certainty, combat corruption, and mobilize resources within developing countries as well. As Mo Ibrahim said, very frankly, while economic aid and relief efforts for Africa are wonderful and commendable acts of solidarity, we also need to change the way our countries are run. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of conclusion, I'd like to end this 10th and last speech from this rostrum with a few personal remarks. My first point: double standards are a modern-day poison in international relations. When we defend human dignity, territorial sovereignty, honest, free, and transparent elections, we should defend and protect them across the board under all circumstances. And each and one of us must humbly look in the mirror. We have all inherited our own cultures, our own histories, traditions, and probably our various errors. Everyone must draw conclusions. Humbly, we must do our best to be better. Europe often acts awkwardly, but it does so genuinely, in good faith, to ensure that human rights and freedoms are protected across the board. This brings me to my second point. We must steadfastly reject bipolar confrontation and act forcefully to build a multipolar world in a multilateral framework, in which every country or group of countries can choose its own path towards prosperity and work hand in hand while abiding by rules we've agreed to, all of us. We must resist to the pressure to pit one group of countries against another, to choose sides, because bipolar confrontation is not a good solution. Third, I deeply believe in regional organizations and what they can bring to the United Nations. Over the last 5 years, the EU has built partnerships with the African Union, Latin American countries, Caribbean countries in CELAC, ASEAN, the Gulf Cooperation Council, Central Asian countries. These cooperation networks help to weave the fabric of stabilization and achieve progress. Our EU must become stronger and more autonomous so as to bolster its capacity to work together with other organizations in the name of peace, freedom, and solidarity. You'll be hearing the EU's voice on the world stage, loud and independent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 2 world wars, the Holocaust, absolute humiliation for humanity. The European continent bears the scars of its past, and therefore we have a special responsibility to defend freedom, solidarity, and universal human dignity. The European project is geared towards reconciliation, cooperation, and increasingly friendship and fraternity. The European project should be a source of inspiration, of hope and optimism. Optimism is a duty, in fact. We can, once again, change the course of history, provided that we band together. The future has not been written. It is not a given. We can achieve greater peace, greater freedom, greater solidarity. Peace requires a lot of effort. We know that. We've given those efforts. And peace is very fragile. It breaks down sometimes, but we can piece it together, even though it's difficult. Peace is wonderful. It's luminous. It carries in it hope, as does the blue peace window crafted by Marc Chagall. Let's work tirelessly to build peace. You can count on the European Union. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tiomiko Meliet Konye, Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, I wish to express my warm congratulations on the quality and depth of the debates during this session and on the remarkable success that was the Summit of the Future. Our general debate is being held against a worrisome global backdrop on the security, economic and political levels, calling on our nations to make a collective leap forward. With this in mind, my country welcomes the very relevant choice of the theme for this session, which invites our states to act together to build a safer and more united world. The world stands at a crossroads. Geopolitical tensions are multiplying and fueling the escalation of several armed conflicts. Violent confrontations in sensitive regions are pushing those regions to the brink of widespread conflagration. This situation of insecurity and setbacks to peace is being worsened by terrorism afflicting regions such as the Sahel. These conflicts are gradually wiping out years of progress and development for our people. My country believes this is the right time to call on the international community to mobilize for the people of the Sahel, who are paying a high price in the war against terrorist groups. True to our values and our tradition of hospitality, Côte d'Ivoire is hosting, in the best possible conditions, several thousand nationals from neighboring Sahel countries who are fleeing the violence of armed groups. outside the Sahel, the whole of West Africa is currently threatening to collapse. This trend could spread beyond the African continent if no effective measures are taken. For its part, Côte d'Ivoire is making available the Jacquesville International Academy for Combating Terrorism to all countries in order to help them to build their capacities in counterterrorism, in combating terrorism in all of its forms. Mr. President, the progress made by our countries in development and human security is currently being undermined by the effects of climate change. This heightens inequalities, poverty, and is leading to the forced displacement and leads to the forced displacement of millions of people every year. The relentless rise in the number of climate refugees is the tragedy of our time and tugs on our collective consciousness. In this context, Côte d'Ivoire calls on the United Nations and all of its partners to increase and to intensify their emergency humanitarian assistance for hard-hit populations. But we must go further on the climate issue and wholeheartedly implement measures that allow us to, in the short term, reverse the dangerous curve of global warming and its consequences in our societies. To that end, Côte d'Ivoire reiterates its call to developed countries to honour their pledges in climate finance and in supporting the energy transition. The Loss and Damage Fund should be rapidly filled up and used to relieve the suffering of populations in climate distress. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to facing security and climate challenges, the world is undergoing a technological revolution for which few countries are prepared. Artificial intelligence harbors great promise for our societies, but it can also pose a host of threats and is open to abuse, particularly due to the lack of international regulations governing its use. Consequently, it falls to us to ensure that this technological revolution doesn't further widen inequalities and doesn't lead to a digital downgrading of some, but rather, on the contrary, that it serves the progress and well-being for all. For this reason, my country welcomes the adoption of the Global Digital Compact. This should enable us to make better use of this technological progress for all nations. Mr. President, it's clear that no single country can enable the world to overcome the global challenges that are eroding the foundations of peace and security, as well as the social progress that has been achieved over the last few decades. In light of this, our collective action should be firmly rooted in the unique multilateral framework of the United Nations. The world truly needs a dynamic and effective United Nations that represents the diversity of peoples and has the backing of the consensus of nations that underpins its legitimacy. In this context, the United Nations that we've inherited from the 20th century must undergo far-reaching reform so that it can fully play its role in today's multipolar world. In particular, the Security Council must open up to Africa in all membership categories in order to reflect this reality. This is an essential condition for our global organization to be able to truly contribute to the lasting settlement of conflicts based on respect for international law, which remains its foundation. The same goes for the fight against climate change, which depends on the ability of our common organization to rally member states around this priority and encourage them to honor their commitments in this area. Global governance reform should also extend to multilateral financial institutions so that they can further support efforts to fund sustainable development goals in developing countries, while at the same time tackling the issue of debt. These institutions should be more inclusive in how they operate and how they take decisions. These deep-rooted transformations are inevitable and must be sped up so that these institutions truly work to assist all of our countries in combating poverty and ensuring development. Here, I wish to pay tribute to the United Nations Secretary-General in his brave initiatives in preventive diplomacy, peacekeeping, and peacebuilding, but also for his commitment to reforming global financial governance. Together, we have the right tools to be able to meet the challenges facing the world and to be able to enable our young people and women to flourish and to contribute more than ever before to development in our countries. Africa's future lies in its young people. We owe it to them to build competitive education and training systems, as well as democratic institutions that protect their freedoms. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, my country firmly believes in the values of multilateralism. They are indeed at the heart of our interactions with other nations. Through multilateralism, together our states can overcome great divisions, forge consensus around difficult issues, and put forward global solutions to major global challenges. This vision determines how we act and how we contribute to regional community construction, and also how we commit alongside other countries to building a peaceful, united and prosperous world for the benefit of present and future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dick Schoof, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you as a proud new participant in what for many of you is now a familiar gathering. Those words not only describe my own role, but say something about the very essence of the United Nations. For each of us, our presence here is only temporary. Some are here a long time, others for only a brief period. But everyone's time here is defined by their own individual era. Today again, We embody that long tradition. Today again, we come together to work towards goals whose size and scope exceed our present reach. Today again, each of us is staying the course. And when our time is at an end, we will pass the baton to the next generation. This is not to say that our course is always clear and never needs adjusting. On the contrary, our world is changing fast. And unfortunately, in some ways, not for the better. War and conflict in so many places. Climate change, whose effects are becoming clearer by the day. And cyber threats we couldn't have imagined a few years ago. That is what I want to talk about today, anticipating an unknown future. And I should add, although the challenges of our time may be new, my message is not. It was clear to the Romans, more than 2,000 years ago, when Cicero wrote, "It is the duty of every statesman to anticipate the future, to discover some time in advance what may happen, whether for good or for ill, and never to have to say, 'I had not thought of that.'" Of course, predicting the future is not a simple matter. And I don't believe that's what Cicero meant. I think he was calling on us to take responsibility. Responsibility that goes beyond the scenarios we want to imagine, beyond our national borders, and above all, beyond short-term solutions. It may seem impossible, but here, more than anywhere, we know better. The history of the UN has shown time and again what can be achieved if we join forces and persevere. Without the UN, there would have been no climate agreements, no disarmament treaties, no development goals or international tribunals. We have come a long way, and we can still go much further. By finding in this unpredictable world our strength and stability, by returning to the very foundation of the United Nations, a shared sense of responsibility. To preserve that foundation, we must strengthen and improve our partnership. For example, by moving forward in the challenging reform debate. You won't be surprised to hear me say that the UN Security Council no longer reflects the realities of the 21st century. The seats must be divided better geographically to preserve the UN legitimacy, strength and vitality, with permanent African representation at the very least. This is a task for us all. And so the Kingdom of the Netherlands will fully support proposals that make such reforms possible. In other areas too, we must adapt much more quickly to the new reality. Because while war and conflict are resolved as time, the manner in which we wage them is always changing. And words we have used since the dawn of memory are no longer sufficient. Words like war and peace, everybody knows what they mean. But the world is no longer black and white. In recent years, we've been confronted with something that seems neither one nor the other. More and more countries are developing offensive cyber programs. And these pose a growing threat to our critical infrastructure, our security, our earning capacity, and our intellectual property. These are big challenges which force us to prepare for the future. We can't easily predict that future, but we can try to anticipate it. And that's exactly what we're doing. With the UN Pact for the Future, we have taken big steps in the right direction. From reforming our international financial architecture to tackling issues of cybersecurity and outer space. And surely, we can attribute this success to our shared desire to work towards a fair and secure life for everyone, for people today and the generations that follow. With that in mind, I'm proud of the Declaration on Future Generations, a key tool for achieving this goal, which was co-facilitated by Jamaica and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This kind of broad international collaboration is what the UN is all about. And through every issue we tackle together, we increase our effectiveness. We need only look at climate change to see the importance of that. There are still countries that think this issue doesn't concern them, because they've been spared the direct effects so far. But that is an illusion. From flooding to drought, the effects of climate change are impacting people around the world. That includes part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and not least the small island developing states, countries where the rising sea level is not just a future threat, but a current reality. What's more, All the problems caused by climate change amplify each other. So climate change is not limited to those countries that are directly affected. In truth, every country is directly affected. And therein lies the key to our approach, cooperation. Of course, that means committing to the climate targets of the Paris Agreement, the SDGs, and the measure we agree at COP29. But it also means using each other's knowledge and know-how. And the Netherlands has a long history of managing water. Today, we use that experience around the world. We contribute our expertise on food security and countless other challenges as they arise. At the same time, we also face issues that will always demand our attention. Issues as old as the UN itself. Protecting human rights, defending democracy, and promoting the international legal order. There are so many countries where these values are under pressure. In Venezuela, for example, people are demanding that their voices be heard. And to them I say, we hear you. We hear you call for a democratic transition. Today, on this stage, I urge us not to forget those voices. And that's just one example. There are many more countries that feel forgotten, who wonder why the world is not paying attention to their suffering. Their day-to-day reality is also one of war, hunger, and poverty. Take Sudan, where 25 million people are facing acute hunger. We cannot close our eyes to this. We cannot turn away. We have a duty to listen and to take action. Earlier this year, the Kingdom of the Netherlands made an extra €10 million available, bringing its contribution to the crisis response in Sudan and surrounding countries to €80 million. But as we all know, that is just a drop in the ocean. I could run through a long list of other countries that need our help and support. I could try to describe their suffering, but it could never do it justice. You know, as well as I do, the places where war and conflict are raging. In Europe, for a long time, we thought that we no longer needed to worry about human rights, peace, and security. We thought that they were a given. But we were wrong, very wrong. Some of you may be thinking, not Ukraine again. But we need to address this, because the victims of the Russian war are not limited to Ukraine alone. This war affects everyone, as people in vulnerable countries know all too well. Since the global food supply has been deployed as a weapon of war, millions of people have been pushed back into hunger and poverty. They too are the victims of Russia. So to anyone still in doubt, I would say, this is not only a war between Russia and Ukraine, it's a war of aggression against everything that we in the United Nations stand for. The Charter of the United Nations, the very basis of our partnership, is clear on this subject. No state may use force against territorial integrity of any other state. And although it is up to Ukraine to set the conditions for a just and lasting peace, we cannot leave the responsibility of achieving that in practice to them alone. Ukraine deserves our help and support at every stage of the process. That means arranging and participating in a new dialogue on finding a path to peace. It means challenging those countries who support Russia's defense industry or help it circumvent sanctions. And it means calling Russia to account for its actions. There can be no impunity for its flagrant violation of the Charter. The Netherlands is fully committed to restoring justice for Ukraine. Yes, it is a process that will require time and great stamina. But that is something we have in abundance. We have the time, the patience, and the resources. For example, there are the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, two pillars of accountability, based in my own city, The Hague, the international city of peace and justice. And I don't need to tell anyone here how important it is for these institutions to be able to do their work freely and independently. And that too is our collective responsibility. While we're on the subject of collective responsibility, there is unfortunately another major conflict that demands our attention. Almost a year has passed since October the 7th. Almost a year since the terrorist organization Hamas committed its atrocities and war broke out in Gaza. The suffering since then has been extreme. Far too many innocent civilians have been killed, abducted or wounded. Far too many people have been forced to flee and have lost their loved ones and their property. In the past few days, there have been a large number of civilian casualties in Lebanon, and countless others in the region could face the same fate if the violence continues. That cannot be allowed to happen. A major regional war must be prevented at all costs, and so must any new attack on Israel. That begins with supporting international diplomatic initiatives, such as the proposal by the United States and France for a temporary ceasefire, which is supported by many countries, including in the region. We call on Israel and Lebanon to support this plan. Give diplomacy a chance. I know that when it comes to Israel and Gaza, people quickly refer to the entrenched positions. Entire generations have grown up full of mistrust, fear, and even hate toward the other side. But if we try to take a longer view, we will see that there are no winners in this war. And any suggestion of winning for one side amounts only to a loss in the end. Loss on both sides. That's why political leadership and courage are needed now, on both sides. To break the endless cycle of violence and help them see the other for who they are, people in search of a safe place to live. A place to live alongside each other instead of at odds with each other. The first steps are obvious. An immediate ceasefire, the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages, rapid large-scale aid for the people of Gaza, and all parties must comply with international law. I know it sounds easy, and I know that simply wanting something is not the same as making it happen. But as Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Ladies and gentlemen, our history has always shown us that it is possible. We have come a long way, and we will still have a long way to go. But the path that lies behind us can also show us the way forward, as long as we hold on to what we believe in, our shared values, our common cause, and above all, our ability to persevere. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is my fourth speech at the UN General Assembly, and this speech will be significantly different from the previous ones. The key messages of my previous speeches were about the deadlock in achieving peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. But today I want to say that peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach. Why do I think so? For a few specific reasons. Quite recently, on August 30, Armenia and Azerbaijan signed the regulation on the joint activity of the Commissions on the delimitation of the state border between the two countries. This is the first bilateral legal document signed between the parties. But what is more important with that document, Armenia and Azerbaijan agreed to set the 1991 Almaty Declaration as the basic principle of border delimitation between the two countries and will be guided by it. This means that Armenia and Azerbaijan de jure reconfirm the principle of recognizing each other's territorial integrity and inviolability of borders that existed during the Soviet Union, which is a fundamental factor for establishing peace. Now it is de jure reconfirmed that the two countries have no territorial claims on each other. What we have to do now is to take the next step and signed the agreement on establishment of peace and interstate relations between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. The President of Azerbaijan and I have stated many times that at least 80% of the mentioned agreement has been agreed upon. Now, to seize this historic opportunity and to avoid the risk of reaching a deadlock, Armenia proposes to take what has already been agreed in the draft agreement, sign it, have a peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and then go on with negotiations on pending issues. We are ready to do this right now. Why do we propose this? Because there is no precedent of a peace agreement or any agreement that would regulate and solve everything. It is practically not possible. After signing any agreement, two countries may always need to conclude new agreements and make new arrangements for this very reason. No matter how comprehensive any agreement, many important issues need to be further addressed. And in the case of Armenia and Azerbaijan, the agreed articles of the draft peace agreement actually contain provisions on peace, on not having territorial claims on each other, and not putting forward such claims in the future. Provisions on establishment diplomatic relations and a joint commission to oversee the implementation of the peace agreement. A provision on not interfering in each other's internal affairs, not using force and threat of force, and other important provisions. Signing the peace agreement with the already agreed articles will significantly facilitate the resolution of the non-agreed issues. The already agreed parts of the draft peace agreement provide tools for that. One of them is the diplomatic relations to be established between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and the second is the joint Armenia-Azerbaijan Commission to oversee the implementation of the peace agreement. I mean the existence of de jure peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan by signing the proposed agreement, and the establishment of diplomatic relations will result in changing the overall atmosphere and the perception of our governments and peoples, which will significantly facilitate the solution of the remaining issues. Azerbaijan, however, insists that the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia is an obstacle to the peace agreement because it allegedly contains territorial claims on Azerbaijan. Without going into details, let me say that there is nothing of this kind in our Constitution. There are no territorial claims on Azerbaijan, and we can provide detailed written proofs regarding this to all our international partners concerned. Moreover, it is the Constitution of Azerbaijan that contains territorial claims on the Republic of Armenia, and we can present written argumentation on this as well to all our international partners concerned. But pay attention. We do not consider the Constitution of Azerbaijan as an obstacle to the peace agreement for the simple reason that the agreed part of the draft peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan contains wording that solves the problem, and that wording is as follows. None of the parties may invoke the provisions of its internal legislation as justification for its failure to perform the present agreement. Therefore, The signing of the agreement will address the concerns of both Armenia and Azerbaijan and will create legal guarantees for addressing them fundamentally. When we examine the agreed text of the peace agreement in terms of compliance with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, we see the following picture. Under the Constitution of Armenia, agreements that contradict the Constitution may not be ratified. And as in other cases, after signing the peace agreement with Azerbaijan, we must submit it to the Constitutional Court to verify the compliance of the agreement with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia. If our Constitutional Court decides that the peace agreement with Azerbaijan is in contradiction with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, even though our experts assure that it is not likely to happen. But anyway, if that will happen, that we will face a specific situation where constitutional changes will be needed for the sake of achieving peace. And if our Constitutional Court decides that the agreement complies with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, then there will be no barriers for ratification in the Parliament of Armenia. And here, an extremely important circumstance comes in. Under paragraph 3 of Article 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, ratified international agreements have precedence over the domestic legislation of the Republic of Armenia, and therefore, after the signing and ratification of the peace agreement with Azerbaijan, theoretically, even if there were laws that could be interpreted as containing territorial claims, these documents would be subordinate to the Armenia-Azerbaijan peace agreement and would automatically have no legal force. The same logic would apply to Azerbaijan, of course. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, here is peace so close to us, and all we need to do is reach out and take it. It is not easy for either Armenia or Azerbaijan, because each of us has our own truth, and the debate over those truths has led to enmity, casualties, and wars. The pain is very deep and intense, but we must now focus on peace, because peace is the only truth understandable to the people of Armenia and Azerbaijan. And this truth will open our eyes and shut down the sources of enmity, and we will all look to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the Crossroads of Peace project of the government of the Republic of Armenia is also dedicated to that future. The purpose of the project is not only to open automobile routes, railroads, and other transport communications between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but also to provide communication between Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and the whole region, as well as to create opportunities for the passage of pipelines and cables, and eventually provide opportunities for people-to-people contacts, which is a key and critical factor for peacemaking. A key factor for peace and development is also that all this shall happen with due respect for the sovereignty, jurisdiction, territorial integrity of the countries, on the basis of the principle of equality and reciprocity. And we are ready to open our transport communications to both Azerbaijan and Turkey, as well as to our other neighbors and partners. And we are ready to do it even today, right today. By the way, the crossroads of peace can become a part of the middle corridor, ensuring greater speed and efficiency of the passage of goods through it. The Republic of Armenia is ready to fully ensure the safety of the passage of cargo, vehicles, and people on its territory. It is our wish, our commitment, and we can do it. By the way, all those claims that Armenia has agreed somewhere in some document that third forces shall provide the security of communications on its territory are simply distortion of reality. Armenia's commitment is clear to guarantee the safety of cargo, vehicles, and people on its territory, and we guarantee it. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, today I don't want to send any negative, worrying, or pessimistic message, not because they do not exist, but because the Armenian proverb says, "Let us speak the positive in order to be well," meaning that when you speak positive, good things tend to become reality. It may be that there is a similar saying in Azerbaijan, Turkey, Iran, Georgia, and in other countries in the world, and they all consider it their own. But let us speak the positive in order to be well is not about saying empty words. Of course, one should work hard and sometimes make hard decisions. In my speech, I laid out all the circumstances that give me a reason to speak the positive, to be well in front of this distinguished audience. And if we rely on these circumstances, good things will happen, initiating a process of reducing the circumstances that generate the negative. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, may Allah's God's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you. The 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly comes in the midst of dangerous circumstances in the Middle East and the world, in which the global international order faces a difficult test that threatens its existence and renders it incapable of achieving the goals for which it was founded. These goals include the maintenance of international security and stability and human rights. Today we are witnessing precedents in which all international charters and norms are being violated. The international institutions that are supposed to contribute to managing and organizing international relations in a way that enhances peace and stability and advances human relations away from violence and brutal treatment are being neutralized. Important principles such as sovereignty, territorial integrity, multilateral cooperation, the laws of war, humanitarian laws, and the international humanitarian law, and the responsibility to protect and the right to self-determination have all been ignored. The world is being pushed towards full-scale confrontations and conflicts, while the UN Security Council is powerless and without a role. In the absence of this responsibility, alternative mechanisms may be resorted to, and ignoring these institutions threatens to revert international relations to chaos. At the same time, we must not forget to commend some of the courageous positions of some of the figures heading these UN institutions, including the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres. However, we clearly see, despite great efforts, that there is a lack of effective influence. Putting an end to the violations taking place in Palestine and the region is the responsibility of everyone, particularly the Security Council, which has failed to achieve its most important objective, which is maintaining international peace and security. In occupied Palestine today, we are witnessing a people who are being attacked by an occupying military force, displacing millions without being deterred and killing thousands. There is public talk of mass starvation to exterminate these people, and of the use of nuclear weapons to eliminate them by senior officials of the occupying entity without any measures to deter them. The International Committee, nor any of its members, has committed to the responsibility to protect them as mandated in international law. The Palestinian people have been denied the right to live in dignity in a state like all other peoples, amid a shameful global paralysis. Rather, criminals are being empowered to persist in, exaggerate, and expand the conflict and attack others by supporting them and ensuring their repeated impunity. We have also witnessed more recklessness that has made international law and Security Council resolutions mere ink on paper, in a series of aggressions against the countries of the region, and the occupation and annexation of territories and the changing of international borders by force against the resolutions of the Security Council. These are dangerous precedents that threaten the entire international system and undermine the foundations of international institutions, resulting in dire consequences for all of humanity. In furtherance of extremism, the occupation invokes Security Council Resolution 1701 as a pretext for aggression against Lebanon. It selectively chooses this resolution and some of its provisions, while ignoring the numerous resolutions and the indisputable principles of international law adopted by the Security Council, including resolutions 242, 246, 252, 265, and 297. We are witnessing a brutal campaign of indiscriminate killing and the use of technology to carry out bombings remotely, without regard for unarmed civilians, in a dangerous precedent that indicates the extent of the involvement of the occupation's government and its indulgence in committing crimes against humanity. Iraq today, through its government and its people, and under the directives of the Supreme Religious Authority, stands with Lebanon and its brotherly people as it faces a new page of brutal aggression that seeks to plunge the region into conflict, which is something we have already warned against. We will continue to provide all possible assistance to overcome the effects of these attacks. Our position is based on a history of cohesion and a well-known Iraqi steadfastness that rejects aggression and occupation and rejects depriving people's right to their land, heritage and holy sites, and that repeatedly condemns any international support or justification for the aggressor's pretexts. We also note the systematic targeting of international agencies and relief organizations in the occupied territories, and the audacity to harm their personnel, including United Nations agencies and including the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, UNRWA, in Gaza, which is supposed to be protected under international law. I would like to recall that these abuses not only disrupt humanitarian action, but also violate international norms, protecting civilians and those providing assistance in conflict zones. These recent moves by the occupation seek to threaten the stability of the countries of the region by igniting a large-scale regional war. Iraq, as a founding member of the United Nations, hopes that this institution will achieve the objectives for which it was founded in maintaining peace and security and sparing the world the dangers of wars and tragedies that it has experienced throughout history. Allow us to express our disappointment at the failure of the Security Council and the international system to fulfill its obligations. Ladies and gentlemen, we note a significant increase in hate crimes and intolerance that affect our security and stability. We are in dire need of international cooperation in order to spread the spirit of tolerance and mutual respect, and to combat hate speech, discrimination and violence that are steadily increasing around the world. We believe that one of the main aspects of hate speech is the growing phenomena of Islamophobia, which undermines global efforts to achieve peace, security and coexistence, and creates an atmosphere for attacks targeting our social and moral values, which are part of our human existence. Therefore, I call on the United Nations to make greater efforts to promote dialogue and understanding among different cultures and religions. And I stress the need to promote unity and harmony in the face of increasing polarization, while stressing the need for heads of state and heads of international institutions to stand against religious intolerance and hatred. Excellencies, as for Iraq, and in contrast to what I have mentioned, there are good developments, as the country where ISIS occupied a third of the territory, and where many observers believed that it was the end of Iraq as we know it. Today, 10 years later, Iraq is witnessing the implementation of a comprehensive plan for reconstruction and development, and the restoration of life to cities, and the rise of tall buildings and infrastructure and safety, and the spread of safety. We still have many fundamental challenges ahead of us in achieving economic, administrative and environmental reforms and diversifying the economy. We have made great strides in achieving security. We have achieved a victory over terrorism, and soon we will crown this victory over this terrorist organization with a joint and important declaration with our allies and friends who stood by Iraq and supported it against a brutal enemy that pose a threat to the entire world. Our efforts are focused on strengthening the democratic process in Iraq and working to consolidate the social contract and national cohesion as chosen by our people in their permanent constitution of 2005. We have organized provincial council elections, which had been suspended for 10 years, and after their organization was obstructed in Kirkuk since 2005. Now we are in the process of organizing elections for the parliament of the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Our efforts are continuing to strengthen the relationship of the federal government with the regional governments and local governments in the governorates, in accordance with what the Constitution and the law have determined, and to protect the existence of minorities and sects and to secure their needs. One of our priorities is to spread justice and preserve diversity, which we consider as one of our most important assets. Ladies and gentlemen, this government has 5 priorities: job creation, improving services, combating poverty, combating corruption, and implementing economic reforms. The Iraqi government seeks to rehabilitate the necessary human resources and has taken great strides towards building state institutions and enforcing the rule of law. It also seeks to activate the role of the private sector and to address administrative laxity and diversifying sources of income, reforming the banking and financial sector, and managing the energy transition and addressing the causes of social, economic, and therefore political unrest. This transformation is a complicated matter for Iraq due to the economic structural challenge represented by relying on the public sector to take in the workforce and to use oil revenues to pay the salaries of millions of employees. This dual challenge facing Iraq is the excessive dependence on oil revenues and limiting its ability to diversify economically. This has been as a result of decades of wars and economic blockade and the dictatorial regimes' absurd economic policies and some aspects of miscalculation and mismanagement later on, and the waste in human and material resources that could have been developed. Governance, anti-corruption, digital transformation, and e-government are all among our top priorities, as they are the most important strategies to reduce corruption and achieve good governance. But we expect the international community to support our efforts to recover the looted assets that are Iraq's right, and to end the legal and legislative obstacles placed by some countries in order to provide a safe haven for corruption-related funds, such as banking secrecy and preventing the disclosure of beneficial owners to help evade accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq seeks to achieve security, regional security and stability by finding ways for constructive partnerships to face common challenges through cooperation between the participating parties and increasing mutual interdependence in a way that is in the interest of all. And we plan to launch initiatives that reflect economic integration and regional stability in the region, particularly the Development Road Project, which aims to transform Iraq into a major regional hub for trade and transportation, and to link the Middle East with Europe through Iraq, using a network of railways, highways, and industrial cities, and linking the large port of Fao in southern Iraq to Europe via the countries in the region. This project represents the most important steps to enhance regional cooperation and integration, and is in line with Iraq's broader goals of rebuilding the economy and improving services. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq faces serious environmental challenges as a result of climate change and desertification, challenges that cannot be addressed without enhanced international cooperation, as desertification and the lack of vegetation cover leads to the displacement of millions in search of stability, thus exacerbating social and political crises. We call for international solidarity to face environmental challenges and to work to raise awareness of the importance of the management of sustainable water resources, which is a central issue for Iraq. This challenge requires a commitment to the principle of shared and just responsibilities among states, as we face existential challenges related to an acute shortage of water resources, which threatens agriculture and negatively affects the economy and threatens the lives of millions of Iraqis. Hence, the government attaches top priority to these files and issues and works in cooperation with neighboring countries to reach sustainable solutions and policies to deal with these influences. In conclusion, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the United Nations for the support it has provided to Iraq over the past 2 decades. We look forward to a new phase of cooperation with the United Nations in Iraq that will begin by the end of 2025, and we hope that this will mark the beginning of a new era full of stability and prosperity for our people and a new page of partnership with the United Nations. We are working hard to build a better future for our coming generations, and we look forward to continuing partnership with the international community to achieve this. Selecting Iraq to chair the Group of 77 and China for 2025 is a victory for Iraqi diplomacy, which seeks to achieve development goals and bridge the technological gap between the countries of the North and the countries of the South, and achieve integration and reform of the international economic system. While chairing the largest international group of 134 nations, we look forward to working towards a more stable and just world in which all peoples of the world interact and have development opportunities. In conclusion, our policy puts Iraq, its people, security, sovereignty, and prosperity first. We proceed with confidence to erase the traces of the past, including wars, dictatorships, and terrorism, just as we continue to rebuild Iraq and give it the regional and international status it well deserves. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. The Assembly will hear an address by Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 6th occasion on which I have addressed the United Nations General Assembly as Greece's Prime Minister, but it is the first in which I stand before you as the leader of a country which is an incoming member of the United Nations Security Council. Greece is honored to accept that responsibility for the 3rd time, and I'm personally grateful for the trust the broader UN membership has placed in our candidacy for the 2025-2026 term. 3 words of Greek origin but of universal meaning will guide Greece's upcoming tenure on the Security Council: dialogue, diplomacy, and democracy. And 6 core priorities underpin these guiding principles: the peaceful settlement of disputes, respect for international law and the rules and principles of the UN Charter, women, peace and security, climate, peace and security, children in armed conflict, and of course, as a seafaring nation, maritime security. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing you today, 12 months on from last time round in September 2023, I don't think any of us can claim we are somehow better off now than we were back then. If anything, our world grows less secure by the day. Whether it be escalating conflicts, geopolitical division, the climate crisis, mass migration, rising inequality, even the unchecked rise of artificial intelligence, these challenges jeopardize our present and our future. And yet, within these threats lie unique opportunities to transform the way we live, govern, and cooperate on a global scale. We are indeed at an inflection point. What happens next depends to a high degree on international cooperation. It is here in this chamber where we represent the collective voice of the international community that we are called to act for the good of the entire humanity. And to do that effectively, we must reinvigorate and strengthen the multilateral system. Most of us, if not all, have agreed on the need to reform the UN, and especially the Security Council. And since it first sat in 1946, the UN Security Council has not undergone any significant institutional reform. In that sense, it is the relic of a world that no longer exists. Back then, it was fit to address the challenges and opportunities of the post-Second World War world. But today, it is clearly not fit to solve the complex problems of the present or the future. As far as the Security Council reform is concerned, I believe we all agree that it is essential to increase the meaningful participation of underrepresented nations. Nearly a third of UN member states have never sat on the Security Council. In addition, the enlargement of the Security Council must include both non-permanent and permanent members. New permanent members must include leading countries from all continents, and the composition of the Security Council should reflect the geopolitical and economic realities of the third decade of the 21st century, not the fifth decade of the 20th. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Security Council, Greece will do its utmost to act as a stabilizing actor. And that work begins immediately in our immediate neighborhood. After all, as a gateway to Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, Greece sits 900 miles away from both Gaza and Ukraine. A year ago, we did not know that on October 7th, a horrific terrorist attack would leave more than 1,200 innocent civilians, men, women, and children massacred. Around 250 people would be taken hostages, and that in the war that ensured, over 41,000 people would perish. The ongoing violence in the Middle East is grave, and civilians' horrendous suffering in Gaza is unfortunately continuing. Escalation threatens to trigger a full-scale war in the region. And Greece calls on all parties, including Iran and those it has influence over, to back away from perpetuating the current destructive cycle of violence, to lower tensions and engage constructively in the pursuit of meaningful de-escalation. A full-scale war in southern Lebanon must be avoided at all costs. People on both sides of the border have a right to leave peacefully without the threat of rockets or bombs shattering their lives. Greece fully supports the proposal for an immediate 21-day ceasefire. And in the wake of the October 7th attacks, Greece has always and will always support Israel's legitimate right to defend itself. But how it does so matters. We must see the immediate return of all remaining hostages. There must be an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The humanitarian catastrophe there cannot go on. Safe access to food, water, shelter, clothing, and medicines throughout the territory must be ensured, and international humanitarian law must be respected. However remote, however impossible it may seem today, Israelis and Palestinians must be given the chance to live side by side in peace and security, and there is no other way than to make the two-state solution a reality. And there's an absolute need to give the Palestinians hope for the future. This is a sine qua non for peace, stability, and security in the region, including, let me repeat, including the long-term security of Israel. And building a fully functioning and sovereign Palestinian state will take concerted efforts by all sides involved, the actors in the wider region, but of course the international community as a whole. But there is no other option to bring about lasting peace in this turbulent part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, we were already in the second year of Russia's illegal war in Ukraine. And since February 2022, Russia has brought violence, misery, and destruction back to the European continent. Tens of thousands have been killed. Millions have been displaced from their homes. The impact on civilian infrastructure and people's lives and livelihoods is colossal. We stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, who are fighting for their freedom and independence, and for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of their country. And respect for the territorial integrity of all states is the fundamental pillar of international law. It is the cornerstone of the UN Charter. In June, at the Summit on Peace in Ukraine, Greece stood shoulder to shoulder with many other UN member states, calling for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in full respect of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and international integrity within its internationally recognized borders. From the first hours of the Russian aggression, the European Union and its member states rose to the occasion, providing every possible support to the Ukrainians. We're committed to continue to do so. Why? The answer is simple. The war in Ukraine is not simply another local or a regional European conflict. It's a brutal challenge to international stability and to the international rules-based order that the UN stands for. And as such, it concerns the entire global community. Needless to also recall the very concrete impact this war has had on international food security, affecting economies and basic needs of populations around the world, especially in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Greece has been placed by geography in a complicated neighborhood, and I have repeatedly spoken from this stand on the difficult and at times tense relationship with neighboring Turkey. Over the past year, I have met President Erdogan 6 times, including our recent meeting on the sidelines of this assembly, a couple of days ago. Last December, we signed the Athens Declaration, a document stating our intention to resolve our differences according to the principles of international law and in the spirit of good neighborly relations. And we will continue to explore how to improve bilateral relations with Turkey. There is potential for increased cooperation to tackle common challenges such as climate change and migration. We will continue to keep channels of communication open to diffuse any tension that may arise. Greece is willing to work towards resolving the only major outstanding issue we have with our neighbor, the delimitation of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. We have not been able to effectively address this difference for more than 40 years. But this does not mean that it is destined to remain unresolved. And I was glad to hear President Erdogan say that the limitation of maritime zones, in accordance with international law, is to the common interest of the entire region of the Eastern Mediterranean. And I strongly believe that we have today a window of opportunity, and we should be bold enough and wise enough to seize this chance. But if we are to try, we should both adopt a consistent approach in every aspect of our behavior towards each other. On the other hand, when it comes to Cyprus, where this year marked the 50th anniversary of Turkey's illegal invasion and subsequent occupation of over a third of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus, we unfortunately see no progress in Turkey's position. This invasion was and remains a violation of the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. As Prime Minister of Greece, I reaffirm here today our commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Cyprus and to a solution on the basis of a bizonal bicommunal federation with a single sovereignty, a single citizenship, and a single international personality in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. A two-state solution cannot and will not be accepted. It is simply not a solution. President Christodoulidis gave yesterday from this podium an impassionate and sincere address recalling the violence and trauma of the Cyprus invasion 50 years ago. He also expressed his unwavering commitment to engaging in order to find a solution. And I, for one, have absolute trust in this commitment. He's right to argue that international law cannot be applied à la carte and that history cannot be rewritten or erased. Greece fully supports the efforts of the Secretary General for the resumption of negotiations within this framework. And we call upon Turkey and the Turkish Cypriot community to come to the negotiating table, to at least establish mutual trust and to engage in a frank and honest discussion in pursuit of a mutually acceptable, just and viable solution. And can you imagine how powerful a message for the world community it would send to all those seeking peace in seemingly intractable conflicts around the world if we can find a permanent, viable and just solution to the Cyprus question. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also mention the other side of our neighborhood and its future, the Western Balkans. As the oldest European Union member in the region, Greece has always had a vision for the Western Balkans inside the European Union family, a vision that would reduce tensions and conflict and embed the rule of law and fundamental freedoms, driving development and prosperity for its people. There has been progress, but that progress has not been enough. 21 years after the Thessaloniki agenda, significant challenges remain. And allow me to be very frank. The countries of the Western Balkans need to take the definitive decision to leave behind the traumatic legacy of the past. And the political leadership of the Western Balkans needs to choose by action, not by words, to embrace a European future. By improving democratic governance, consolidating the rule of law and freedom of expression, pursuing difficult internal reforms, and very, very importantly, committing to good neighborly relations. Reviving nationalist narratives and agendas should have no place today in a region on the cusp of joining the EU. And let's start with the basics. International agreements must be respected and implemented fully and in good faith, whether we're talking about Dayton or Prespa or the Belgrade-Pristina agreements. There are disruptors who would like nothing more than to cause new divisions in this sensitive corner of Europe. And it is time to relegate the famous phrase of Winston Churchill that the Balkans produce more history than they can consume once and for all to the history books. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by addressing briefly two issues critical to our shared future: the advent of artificial intelligence and the adverse effects of digital technology, especially on our children and our teenagers. The power of AI seems limitless, a technology with the potential to change our world in a way that will probably surpass the advent of the personal computer, the launch of the mobile phone, or the birth of the World Wide Web. Like steam or electricity before it, AI, as a general technology, presents huge opportunity to transform for good the way we live, we collaborate, we progress as humankind. And if used correctly, it could very well be driving solutions across science, climate change, R&D, medicine. For our governments, AI has enormous power to enhance productivity, facilitate more effective decision-making, and deliver more efficient and higher-impact public services. It is indeed a game changer. However, AI also has the potential to do extraordinary harm. Unchecked, and in the hands of malign actors, AI could yet become a weapon of control in an uncertain world order. We're already seeing how generative AI is used to create more and more convincing deep fakes designed to spread misinformation and disinformation. And it is not lost on me standing here in this assembly, created to protect peace and security and promote global dialogue, that our world is being shaped by transnational actors in the form of a few very large technology companies with more economic muscle than most of the countries represented here. And this is leading to an imbalance that we must address. Those driving the technologies that are fundamentally reshaping the societies are essentially not accountable. And that needs to change. They, like us, in the end, have a responsibility towards humanity. And unlike with climate change, where we continue to convene globally to discuss national contributions every year within the context of a global problem, with AI there is no such framework. The European Union is trying to rectify that. But just as with climate, the EU alone cannot address this challenge. And here I would like to praise the final report governing AI for humanity, presented just a few days ago by the high-level advisory body on AI established by the Secretary General. The recommendations of this report can truly contribute to an agile and adaptable regime of global governance of AI that helps showcase the benefits of AI and address its risks. Bluntly, if both a compact for the future and a global digital compact we agreed this week are to have any effect, then we may need to put the regulation and application of AI on a global footing. Eventually, what we may need is a COP for AI, with the participation not just of countries, but also of the global technology companies. And this is an issue of the utmost urgency for one additional reason, and let me conclude with that. We are already witnessing the adverse effect of digital technology and AI-driven algorithms on the mental health of our children and our teenagers. It took over a quarter of a century for campaigners to install seatbelts in cars, despite the fact that all the evidence pointed to belts saving lives. We are in a similar situation today when it comes to children and teenagers and their use of digital and social media platforms. Every day, children around the world are being exposed to content that exasperates feelings of loneliness and unrealistic standards of beauty. Frequently, our teenagers are pulled into extremist echo chambers. Bullying, once contained to the real world, now has its virtual twin. It follows children home from school and materializes on phones and tablets and bedrooms. Social media algorithms are constantly improved by AI to keep children online for the maximum amount of time and away from the real world of unsupervised play, and all for the purpose of making money. Countless studies have shown that heavy use of social media is linked to depression, feelings of isolation, sleep deprivation, and addiction. The brains of our children are being rewired and their development changed at an almost unimaginable scale. Yet we do nothing, or very little. That is why I applaud initiatives, such as the one announced by Australia, for putting an age limit on social media use with age verification technologies that cannot be circumvented. Others should follow suit. Technology companies must come to the table and show that they will take tangible and measurable safety and prioritize safety over profits. If they don't, pragmatic solutions like banning devices in our schools, which Greece has implemented as of this year, will be complemented by harsher regulatory responses. Digital technology is no different than any other industry that needs to operate under health and safety regulations. The overarching principle, the golden standard, is one and the same: do no harm. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a rapidly changing world. We cannot let our differences be an excuse for inaction. And as Greece takes its seat on the Security Council, we do so mindful of the importance of our core principles: dialogue, diplomacy, democracy. And this week's summit of the future demonstrates that it is truly possible when we work together to renew multilateral cooperation through these principles, and reiterating the commitment of all member states to the core values of the UN, we can still galvanize international resolve and forge innovative partnerships to address both the world's current and emerging challenges. And Greece stands ready to help the United Nations do its part in the 2 years ahead. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Keir Starmer, Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I address the General Assembly today as someone with a deep belief in the principles of this body and the value of international cooperation. I remember reading the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a student. It had a profound impact on me. I spent my career as a lawyer working to protect those rights. And the Declaration still inspires me now as Prime Minister, because it speaks about our inherent dignity, the very essence of what it is to be human, of equal and inalienable rights, based on a foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Yet as we meet here today, that can feel like a distant hope, conflict touches more countries now than at any time in the history of this Assembly. Around the world, more fires are breaking out and burning with ever greater intensity, exacting a terrible toll in Gaza, Lebanon, Ukraine, Sudan, Myanmar, Yemen, and beyond. The vast majority of humanitarian need in the world today is driven by conflict. After 20 years of gains in tackling poverty, disease, and in health, war is one of the main regions that progress has stalled. That is a catastrophe made by human hands. It has weakened the cause of cooperation, sowed political division between North and South, and turned the geopolitical dial away from the rule of law towards brute force and aggression. And this matters to us all. It matters to the British people. My government was elected to change Britain, to deliver national missions on higher growth, safer streets, cleaner energy, more opportunity, and a healthier society. But behind every one of these missions sits another insight, something that used to be unspoken, but now needs to be said, that we recognise that our success in Britain can never be separated from events beyond our shores. Global challenges rebound on us at home, and to grapple only with the effects of war, poverty, climate change, pandemics, or irregular migration when they arrive on our doorstep is to set ourselves up to fail. We must work with others to solve these problems at root, to tackle the causes. Britain is stronger when we do so. So we are changing our approach on the global stage too. My message today is this: we are returning the UK to responsible global leadership, because I think the international system can be better. We need it to be better. People talk about an age of polarization, impunity, instability, an unraveling of the UN Charter. And I fear that a sense of fatalism has taken hold. But our task is to say, no, we won't accept this slide into greater and greater conflict, instability, and injustice. Instead, we will do all we can to change it. This is the moment to reassert fundamental principles and our willingness to defend them, to recommit to the UN, to internationalism, to the rule of law, to work together for peace, progress, and equality. Because it is right, yes, absolutely, but also because it is plainly in our self-interest. So we are ready to step up in a spirit of respect and equal partnership. I don't claim that solving these problems is easy, but there are positive, practical things that we can do together. This starts with addressing the rising tide of conflict and preventing a regional war in the Middle East. I call on Israel and Hezbollah, stop the violence, step back from the brink. We need to see an immediate ceasefire to provide space for a diplomatic settlement. And we are working with all partners to that end, because further escalation serves no one. It offers nothing but more suffering for innocent people on all sides, and the prospect of a wider war that no one can control, and with consequences that none of us can foresee. This is intimately linked with the situation in Gaza, where again we need to see an immediate ceasefire. It shames us all that the suffering in Gaza continues to grow. The answer is diplomacy, the release of all the hostages, and the unfettered flow of aid to those in need. That is the only way to break this devastating cycle of violence and begin the journey towards a political solution for the long term, which delivers the long-promised Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. We must also work together for peace in Sudan and a proper response to the worst humanitarian crisis in the world today. We need to see greater action to deliver aid and to deliver peace. The world cannot look away, and we must stand up for international law, and that's why we are so resolute in our support for Ukraine. They are exercising their right to self-defense as provided for under the UN Charter and recognised by 141 members of this Assembly. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, because the alternative would be to confirm the worst claims about this place, that international law is merely a paper tiger and that aggressors can do what they will. We will never let that happen, because it is our duty to respond to a more dangerous world with strength, to keep our people safe. But alone, that's not enough. That's not the limit of our responsibility. We must also work together to make the world less dangerous. And so we have to face some hard truths. The institutions of peace are struggling, underfunded, under pressure, and over-politicized. The entire framework of arms control and counter-proliferation, painstakingly constructed after decades, has begun to fall away. Iran continues to expand its nuclear activity in violation of its international commitments. Incredible new technologies like AI are being deployed for military use without agreed rules. These are difficult challenges to grip and too urgent to ignore. That's why the new Pact for the Future is so important. We must put new energy and creativity into conflict resolution and conflict prevention, reverse the trend towards ever greater violence, make the institutions of peace fit for purpose, and hold members to their commitments under the UN Charter. But again, reducing conflict is not the limit of our responsibility. Other global challenges impact us too. So we must work to get the SDGs back on track. So, Mr. President, under my leadership, the UK will lead again, tackling climate change at home and internationally, and restoring our commitment to international development. Like many of you, in a few weeks' time, I will be travelling to Samoa for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, where a generation of children are having to contemplate fleeing their island of their birth for good. The threat of climate change is existential, and it's happening in the here and now. So we have to reset Britain's approach. We have lifted the de facto ban on onshore wind in England, ended new oil and gas licenses, and created Great British Energy as we become the first major economy to transition to clean power by 2030. And I'm pleased to tell you that, yes, we will meet our net zero target, backed up with an ambitious NDC at COP29, consistent with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. And we'll support others to do the same. I know that finance is at the heart of this, so the UK will continue to be a leading contributor to international climate finance that includes supporting nature and forests, because this is vital for biodiversity and reducing emissions. And it includes funding for climate adaptation, because those who did not cause this crisis should not be left to cope with the consequences. And the UK will also continue to be a leading contributor to development, committed to returning to 0.7% when fiscal circumstances allow. But let's be frank, public finance will never fully meet the needs, so we must use it as a multiplier to unlock much greater levels of private investment, and we have already started this work. I can announce today that we're creating a new facility, the British International Investment, which will work with the City of London to mobilise billions in pension and insurance funds to invest in boosting development and fighting climate change. This is a great British innovation, and if we're going to deliver in each of the areas I've talked about today, with all the benefits that we'll bring, then this is the kind of approach that we need to take, innovating, thinking differently, moving faster, and being ready to change how we do things in three key areas. First, we must change the international financial system to deliver a fairer deal for developing countries. We will use our seat on the boards of the IMF and the World Bank to argue for a bolder approach to tackle unsustainable debt, which is compounding poverty and inequality, depriving the sick of healthcare and children of education. We must tackle the barriers to investment, which choke off the flow of private finance, and we must put a price on the true cost of emissions through a new levy on global shipping, with the proceeds going to tackle climate change and cut emissions even further. Crucially, we need to accelerate reform of the multilateral development banks so that they shoulder more risk, unlocking hundreds of billions more to help the poorest and build a low-carbon global economy. A critical milestone in the fight against poverty is approaching, with the replenishment of the International Development Association. This is the chance for everyone to show greater ambition so the IDA can be a bigger and better, helping more people, especially those in fragile states and conflict zones. On that basis, we will be ambitious too. We will increase our pledge and play our part in seizing the potential of this moment. Second, if we want the system to deliver for the poorest and most vulnerable, then their voices must be heard. We need to make the system more representative and more responsive to those who need it most. So we will make the case, not just for fairer outcomes, but fairer representation in how we reach them. And this also applies to the Security Council. It has to change to become a more representative body, willing to act, not paralysed by politics. We want to see permanent African representation on the Council, Brazil, India, Japan and Germany as permanent members, and more seats for elected members as well. Finally, to support this, we will also change how the UK does things, moving from the paternalism of the past towards partnership for the future. Listening a lot more, speaking a bit less, offering game-changing British expertise, and working together in the spirit of equal respect. Joining the Paris Pact for People and Planet, pursuing a new global clean power allowance, standing for the new term on the Human Rights Council, and joining forces to tackle the toughest challenges, like antimicrobial resistance, preparedness for the next pandemic, and outbreaks of deadly diseases like Mpox. We are ready to work with all UN members because the scale of the challenges we face demands it, and our prosperity and security depends on it. I say it again, all this matters to Britain. Mr. President, by tackling conflict, making progress in the fight against climate change and poverty, and reforming the international system so that it's fit for the 21st century, we can realise the hope and the promise that shine through the founding documents of this organisation. Together, in all our interests, we can change direction from the dangerous, destructive path we find ourselves on and turn instead towards the rule of law, towards cooperation, responsibility and progress, towards peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency K.P. Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here as a humble representative of 30 million proud Nepali people. At the very outset, allow me to extend my sincere congratulations to you, Mr. President, and distinguished members of the Bureau on your well-deserved elections. I would also like to reaffirm Nepal's full support as you undertake the important responsibilities entrusted to you. We extend our deepest appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Denis Francis, and the outgoing President, for his commendable leadership in successfully guiding the 78th session of the Assembly. Our highest accolades are due to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless dedication to reinforcing multilateralism and tackling global challenges. I fondly recall your visit to Nepal last year, Mr. Secretary General, and your message of peace from the sacred birthplace of Gautam Buddha, and the message of climate catastrophe of mountains from the Everest region. Mr. President, the world is at a watershed moment in history. The contrast between rich and poor, harmony and hatred, and economic development and environmental destruction have never been as stark as they are today. Both people and planet stand on the brink of climate catastrophe. Geographical rivalries are resurging. Military expenditures are skyrocketing along with an unabated arms race. The specter of nuclear conflict looms larger than ever, even before. On the one hand, our economy remains frail, still grappling with the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. On the other, nationalism and protectionism have re-emerged. Even before we have reaped the benefits that liberalism and globalization were meant to deliver. Even after 300 years of industrialization and modernization journey, it is deeply troubling that in our so-called civilized world of 21st century, wealth and prosperity are concentrated mostly at the hand of global north, and the poverty and destitution are heavily concentrated in the global south, particularly in the least developed countries. To overcome these travesties, we must demonstrate our leadership that promotes meaningful cooperation and collaboration. It is only through collective will and unified action that we can turn the tide and usher in an era of enduring peace and shared prosperity for all. In this context, the theme of this session, Leaving No One Behind, Acting Together for the Advancement of Peace, sustainable development and human dignity for present and future generations could not be more timely or relevant. We have reaffirmed our commitment through the Summit of the Future to build a safe, just, and sustainable world for both present and future generations. This pledge is embodied in the three pivotal documents we have adopted: Pact of the Future, Declaration on Future Generation, and the Global Digital Compact. We must demonstrate our determination to implement these documents for the well-being of present and future generations. Mr. President, allow me to underline that the principle of leaving no one behind has long been the cornerstone of Nepal's approach to development across all sectors. This philosophy is enshrined in our Constitution, which upholds the values of democracy by guaranteeing inclusivity, equality, justice, proportional representation, human rights, and social protection for the most vulnerable sections of society. I am determined to lead my country with my deep conviction to comprehensive democracy. For me, comprehensive democracy ensures equal rights, equal access to opportunities, social justice, protects the vulnerable communities, and provides the security and dignity for all individuals. Democracy goes far beyond the right of the people to choose their leaders. It is about leading the people towards prosperity and happiness so that they could feel highest level of dignity. At the international level, sovereign equality and mutual respect constitute the backdrop of comprehensive democracy. These principles are essentially for building the frameworks of a just, inclusive, equitable, representative, and accountable global order. Mr. President, as a nation emerging from conflict, Nepal deeply understands the profound value of peace and political stability. Since the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Accord in 2006, Nepal has been firmly focused on completing the peace process at the earliest. Immediately after the formation of my government, Parliament passed a transitional justice bill to settle transitional justice issue once and for all. While we implement the law, we will uphold victims' rights, including truth and justice. We will also use reparations and reconciliation to heal the wounds and scars of conflict period. We appreciate support from international community, including the UN system, in this regard. The present government, formed by the collaboration of our two major political parties, is determined to secure stability while driving economic transformation for the inclusive and equitable prosperity to our people. At this juncture, stability and economic transformation are paramount to us than our periodic competition in elections. We have dedicated ourselves to realizing our national aspiration, prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali. Nepal will be graduating from its LDC status by 2026. We are diligently working towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by 2030 and aspire as become a developed country by 2043, despite facing significant economic headwinds. However, our path to achieving the SDGs remains fraught with difficulties. We are confronted with a substantial financial gap of about 24 billion US dollars to attain the 2030 agenda. In this backdrop, Nepal hosted the IDA 21st 21 replenishment meeting last June, underscoring the crucial need for continued and enhanced support from the International Development Association along with other development partners. In this pursuit, we strongly reiterate our call for enhanced, predictable, and sustained international support. Mr. President, climate change has emerged as the gravest threat to our planet, people, and prosperity. My own country, Nepal, is particularly hard hit. We stand as one of the most vulnerable nations to climate change and are ranked as the 20th most disaster-prone country in the world. Of utmost concern is the alarming rate at which the pristine Himalayas, often referred to as the third pole, are losing their vast snow reserves. This loss threatens water availability for billions of people living downstream, extending far beyond the borders of my country. Nepal has hugely been contributing to the health of our planet through its forests, mountains, and rivers. Yet, despite these efforts, we continue to bear the brunt of climate change. In this context, we call for climate justice. Our mountains play a crucial role in regulating the climate and ecosystem of oceans with their snow-fed rivers flowing down to the oceans. Nepal's Himalayas, as a natural climate stabilizer, help maintain a cooling system in a region situated in the hottest zone of the planet between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. Given their significance, it is essential that the mountain agenda should receive the due attention in climate negotiations. Nepal is steadfast in its commitment to the Paris Agreement and aims to achieve net zero target by 2045, 5 years earlier than global target. As climate change is a global challenge, it demands global action and collaborative efforts to address its widespread and cascading impacts. Adequate climate financing, including loss and damage fund, is crucial to support climate resilient measures and infrastructure for adaptation in developing countries, not least in LDCs. Mr. President, Nepal's land is blessed with the wisdom of enlightened great sages from both the Hindu and Buddhist faith, particularly the teachings of Gautam Buddha. This profound legacy has shaped our world view to seek global harmony, peace, and security. The values of love, harmony, tolerance, and empathy, as espoused by Gautam Buddha, hold even greater relevance today than they did over 2,500 years ago. But to our deep dismay, the world is increasingly distressed by division, suspicion, hatred, and enmity. Nepal firmly believes that dialogue and diplomacy are the sole means to resolve conflicts, including in Ukraine and Middle East. It is through love and compassion that hostility and hatred can be overcome, paving the way for lasting peace. On the issue of Israel-Palestine conflict, we continue to support a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist peacefully and securely within internationally recognized borders, in line with relevant United Nations resolutions. We must address the worsening humanitarian crisis in regions like such as Libya, Syria, Sudan, South Sudan, Yemen, and elsewhere. It is vital to uphold the principles of sovereign equality, non-interference as enshrined in the UN Charter, to ensure peace and stability. Consequently, we strongly oppose any form of unilateral intervention or sanctions. Mr. President, disarmament and non-proliferation issues must be prioritized. Nepal strongly advocates for the general and complete disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction. As the host country to the UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Asia and the Pacific, Nepal firmly believes that regional efforts, including the Kathmandu process, serve to strengthen the global disarmament regime. Technology presents a double-edged sword, especially for the least developed countries. If we harness it, we can make remarkable progress. If we fail, it will leave us further behind. We call for technology transfer to enable us to catch up. Mr. President, Nepal has always adhered to a peaceful, independent, balanced, and non-aligned foreign policy based on the principles of Panchashil, the UN Charter, international law, and norms of world peace. We conduct our foreign policy with profound belief in amity with all, enmity with none. Nepal remains committed to further strengthening its close, cordial, and constructive relations with its immediate neighbors and beyond, rooted in the principles of mutual respect, sovereign equality, territorial integrity, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, and peaceful coexistence. As the largest contributor of troops and police to UN peace operations, Nepal stands ready to further enhance its contribution to global peace and security. Nepal believes it is our rightful call for having commensurate representation in the leadership positions both at the UN headquarters and in the field, reflecting our significant contribution. Mr. President, Nepal firmly advocates for the reform of the UN system to make it more effective, democratic, transparent, and accountable. We firmly believe that stronger multilateralism with the United Nations at its core is the only path forward to tackle the numerous global crises we face. We echo a call for substantial reform of the global financial system as aptly described it by Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres as morally bankrupt. The voice and representation of countries in special situations, including the LDCs, landlocked developing countries, LLDCs, and small island developing states must be ensured. Mr. President, Nepal firmly upholds the belief that all human rights are universal, unalienable, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. It is with this conviction that we have become a party to 24 international human rights related conventions and protocols, including 7 of the 9 core instruments. We are fully committed to promoting gender equality and ensuring equal rights for women. Nepal is making necessary legal arrangements for the full realization of all human rights for women and girls, including their sexual and reproductive health rights. Protection of the rights of migrant workers, including their safety, security, dignity, and well-being has always remained our priority. We strongly advocate so far orderly and regularly migration to ensure that the benefits of migration are shared by all. Finally, Mr. President, the world we inhabit is far from being perfect. Yet, it is not all doom and gloom. We firmly believe that humankind is still capable enough to march ahead without compromising the prosperity and happiness of future generations. None of the global challenges we are facing today have been imposed by alliance. These are our own makings, our own creations. Therefore, it is self-evident that by fostering global understanding, trust, and cooperation, we can overcome these problems and challenges. A just, inclusive, and equitable world order, as well as sustained prosperity and attainable when we collaborate effectively. Let me resonate the wisdom of our ancient text, the Maha Upanishad, from around the 6th century BC, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning the whole world is one family. We not only hold this philosophy dearly, but we also act it on our everyday life. With this constant conviction, Nepal is committed to playing its role to secure our shared aspiration of enduring peace, progress, and prosperity while leaving no one behind. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Nepal. I now give the floor to His Excellency Winston Peters, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Minister for Raising of New Zealand.
Mr. President, nearly 80 years ago, nations exhausted from the cataclysmic World War came together in San Francisco to create the United Nations Charter. Forged in the immediate aftermath of that war, then New Zealand Prime Minister Peter Fraser held the greatest hopes for the Charter's success, which he believed would be predicated on, quotes, the sincerity and moral determination of its members. But the beginning is a delicate time, and Fraser was a realist. He understood the Charter was imperfect. From the earliest debates in San Francisco, New Zealand fought against the veto rights bestowed upon the great powers. Fraser warned that, and I quote him, "The veto which can be exercised by one of the great powers, both in regard to itself and other nations, is unfair and indefensible, and may, if retained and exercised, be destructive not only of the main purposes of the international organisation, but of the institution itself." Fraser knew that the United Nations Charter could only be secured with the great powers' agreement. And though he considered the Charter imperfect, he thought those imperfections could be overcome if the spirit of San Francisco is carried into the operation of the Charter. The spirit of San Francisco incorporated the hope that the great powers behave prudently For as Winston Churchill said, the price of greatness is responsibility. But today, the spirit that created the United Nations Charter is sagging under the weight of its own potted history. Power waxes and wanes, so yesterday's great powers, today's permanent members of the Security Council, are challenged by periods of competition or worse, abuse of the veto. This has serious implications for all members and the conduct of our foreign affairs. While some permanent members exercise restraint in their use of the veto, others consistently and frequently abuse this power. When Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, illegally invaded its neighbour, it did not just violate Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter, it acted in utter contempt of the Charter. Russia then vetoed a draft Security Council resolution condemning its actions and calling for the immediate withdrawal of its forces from Ukraine. Not only does Russia lack the sincerity and moral determination required to make the United Nations work, but its delinquency should be a clarion call for long overdue Security Council reform. As Prime Minister Fraser said back in 1946, when referring to the veto's risks, quotes, "It is very bad if one nation can hold up the advancement of mankind," unquote. The world of 2024 looks very unlike the one of 1945. And so our collective institutions need to evolve and reflect contemporary realities. We need a United Nations Security Council that looks more like today's world. And we need veto reform. Tensions and imbalances between the desire for a rules-based international order that protects small states against aggression and the unjustified exercise of power by certain great powers have only grown these past 8 decades. Yet small states matter now as much as they did then. New Zealand holds the foundational belief that all states are equal and that our voices matter as much as the most powerful states represented here. It is the quality of our arguments and the principles of justice that inform them, not the size of our militaries, that should hold sway here. We smaller nations face many of the same challenges and share the same concerns. As my colleague from Singapore, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, put it at this year's East Asia Summit Foreign Ministers meeting in Laos, the problem for us is that every small state that wants territorial integrity to be respected, that wants its political independence to be guarded, that depends on the UN Charter to plan long-term, must view an invasion of a smaller neighbour by a larger neighbour as full frontal point of anxiety. We agree. We small states need today's superpowers to talk more, seek better understanding between themselves, and develop ways of compromising more, rather than a zero-sum game affecting better relations between today's great powers only enhances global stability, and that is what we, smaller nations, seek. The regional and global challenges we face are stark, the worst the world has faced since World War II. The challenges are complex and daunting. Across the globe, armed conflict is once more on the rise. Hard-fought development gains are being reversed. Human rights challenges and eroded and geostrategic tensions are threatening global security and stability. Growing distrust and division is making international cooperation more difficult, placing the United Nations under strain and hindering the organization's ability to find effective solutions. The world is facing a myriad of regional and global crises. We see multiple intersecting and mutually reinforcing crises of conflict, climate change, and increasingly a crisis of trust in our institutions. So the challenges we face in the General Assembly are stark, indeed the worst, in several generations. They also reinforce the truism that the global geostrategic and security challenges faced in one era do not remain static. The world has changed, and so must we. Indeed, each generation of decision makers confronts new challenges as economics, demographics, technologies and societies evolve, as do the power calculations that accompany disruptive change. Old truths give way to new ones. The trick now, as it was then, is to have one's eyes wide open upon and about the fundamental shifts that are taking place and be nimble enough to adapt to them. The need to adapt to changing historical contexts is also important and incumbent on the United Nations and its organizations. The rise of many lateral agreements is one sign of countries increasingly working together outside of the United Nations. Another is the cirrhosis around necessary veto reform. In the 10 months since returning for a third time as New Zealand's Foreign Minister, we have spoken widely with colleagues right across the globe. Summing up these discussions in a recent speech in Tokyo, we said that never has it been more apparent just how much diplomacy and the tools of statecraft matter in our troubled world. And since war and instability is everyone's calamity, diplomacy is the business of us all. We observed that at this moment in time, the ability to talk with rather than at each other has never been more needed. Those who share our values and those who do not gain from the understanding each other's position. And when we cannot agree, from understanding comes opportunity, and from diplomacy comes compromise, the building block of better relations between nations. We need more diplomacy, more engagement, and more compromise. As Churchill also said in his later years, quotes, meeting jaw to jaw is better than war, unquotes. Never has it been more apparent just how much political leadership is required to respond to the international challenges we face. Leadership is needed to restore trust in our domestic and international institutions, forge unity, and fill the gaps when the international community, through the United Nations, proves unable to. So, what does that leadership look like? It is leadership that can discern future opportunity while understanding but not being trapped by historical constraints. It is leadership that is underpinned by a leader's strength of character, their courage, their purpose, and a commitment to educate, not dominate their citizens. Given he will turn 100 years in the next few days, we recall with admiration such leadership exhibited by then President Jimmy Carter in 1978, in concert with Egypt's President Anwar Sadat and Israel's Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. They talked for 11 straight days at Camp David, from which emerged the Middle East peace accords between Egypt and Israel. That peace has endured, and New Zealand is proud as a foundational member of the multinational force and observers to have supported that peace since 1982. The accord reveals what is possible when leaders exhibit sincerity and moral determination, imbued by the spirit of San Francisco. We need more of this type of leadership and responsibility. Contrast that leadership with the catastrophic and ruinous path that has been followed in Gaza. This misery was caused by both Hamas' monstrous terrorist attack last year and now the overwhelming nature of Israel's response. We are most concerned about the generational consequences of this level of suffering and violence, with no end in sight, and which sees us on the precipice of an even wider conflict. Where is the sincerity and moral determination of today's leaders at the vortex of this unacceptable violence? New Zealand has sacrificed many of its young men to wars in faraway lands. Fully 10% of the total population of New Zealand fought in the Great War, and we lost a fifth of them. So every year on the 25th of April, we commemorate their loss at Gallipoli, the site of terrible carnage. This year, in a dawn address, we recalled that despite the horror of that war on the Gallipoli Peninsula, fraternal bonds were forged between warring nations. Countries who were once enemies became friends. New Zealand never wants to experience the catastrophe of another world war. We must never be at another San Francisco conference picking up the pieces after another descent into global annihilation and human suffering. So we must do more, demand more, and deliver more. We must reject and resist those who seek to conquer and control. We must always seek the path of peace, because the lasting victories of humanity are those of peace, not war. Finally, despite our frustration at the lack of political will required to adapt this organisation to fully meet the challenges of today, New Zealand's support for the United Nations remains unwavering. That commitment is unchanged from when Prime Minister Fraser expressed his great hopes for the Charter 8 decades ago. We believe effective multilateral diplomacy means taking responsibility for our obligations as member states. So to that end, we announced today New Zealand's intention as a voice for smaller states to campaign for a seat on the Security Council for the 2039-40 term. That intention is supported by our enduring hope that the spirit of San Francisco can be reclaimed through the sincerity and moral determination of our diplomatic efforts, and that we can all do better, and that it reinforces our enduring support for the United Nations and the cause of peace. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister for Racing of New Zealand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mbaye Mohammed, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, responsible for the Arab world, diaspora, the Francophonie and African integration of the Comoros.
Excellencies, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Majesty, Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is my honor to convey to you the warm greetings of His Excellency, Mr. Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, as well as his wishes for every success in the conduct of this
work which is of global significance. First and foremost, I wish to convey to the authorities of the United States, on behalf of our delegation, our warm gratitude for the warm welcome from you in New York during our participation during this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I wish to also convey my warm greetings to His Excellency Philemon Yang on his election, and we welcome his election to the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly, and I wish to tell him that we as Africans are honored by his presidency. I wish to pay a warm tribute to His Excellency, Mr. Denis Francis, for his wise, skillful stewardship and his commitment to peace and development during his presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly, the proceedings of which were steered by him. And lastly, on behalf of my country, I wish to thank His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, for his commitment to peace and development. Mr. President, this session of the United Nations General Assembly is opening once again at a delicate time in the life of the international community. Since the 22nd of February 2022, the war in Ukraine has continued to ravage two great European countries, imperiling the well-being and the balance and disrupting the balance of the world. On behalf of our country, I urge the Russian and Ukrainian leaders to embrace the path of dialogue and negotiations. This is a wish from us to their peoples to ensure vis-a-vis the mark that will be left in history, but also we advocate a ceasefire. First and foremost, peace as well. These are prerequisites for peace, economic and social and food-related development for the entire world, in particular in Africa, which has been plagued by conflict. I now turn to Palestine. In light of the realities endured on a day-to-day basis, there is no doubt that we are not seeing legitimate defense. This war has been punctuated by disproportionate use of force, largely targeting innocent people. This is the purest form of genocide perpetrated by the Israeli forces in Gaza, which we condemn, and there's an urgent need to bring this to an end. The horrors endured by the people in Palestine have been reflected in our daily reality as we see the deaths of more than 40,000 people, including women and innocent children, more than 100,000 injured people, forced displacements of thousands of people under inhumane conditions, as well as the systematic destruction of hospitals and residential buildings. Our country reaffirms our full solidarity and our steadfast support to the fraternal people of Palestine. We beseech the international community to act for an immediate cessation of hostilities and for a rapid resumption of the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Furthermore, we call for a fair and lasting solution rooted in international law and the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. We specifically call upon the international community to work quickly to arrive at the two-state solution, that of two states, a sovereign Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side in full security with Israel. We applaud the admission of the State of Palestine as a full-fledged member of the United Nations, as well as its participation in the work of the United Nations, beginning with this session. I also wish to recall that the situation in the West Bank is also also of great concern, and as has been stressed by Cardinal Pizzaballa, Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, what is transpiring is a palpable and concrete example of how hatred, resentment, contempt have unleashed forms of violence that are increasingly extreme and increasingly difficult to contain. The situation in the Sudan is also a focus of our attention. We call upon the two parties to the conflict to exercise restraint, to shield their populations from the horrors of this war, which for fraternal peoples has lasted for far too long. I now turn to Western Sahara. The Union of the Comoros believes that the autonomy plan for this territory within the Sharifian Kingdom, submitted in 2007 by the Moroccan authorities, is the surest way to arrive at a lasting settlement to the anachronistic conflict. The perpetuation of this conflict runs counter to the interest of the peoples concerned and thwarts the economic development of the entire region. My country, therefore, calls upon the stakeholders to embrace this. We urge the international community to extend its support for this. On the other hand, I wish to stress that international law and openness to dialogue need to prevail with a grasp of the problems, but particularly political issues. The same applies to respect for the territorial integrity of states. And as for the question of the Comoran island of Mayotte, let us recall that Comoran unity is a reality based on ethno-geographic, linguistic, religious, and economic data, despite the fact that this is an island nation. And this is in addition to the country's commitment to the sacrosanct principles of international law and to the resolutions of the United Nations, which recognize the sovereignty of Comoros over the island of Mayotte. I therefore wish to take this opportunity, being present here on the rostrum of the General Assembly, eminent symbol of multilateralism, to reaffirm the steadfast desire of the government of Comoros to respect law, rule of law, and our openness to dialogue when it comes to this dispute pitting the Union of Comoros against France. And this is important to achieve a fair, lasting solution to safeguard the shared interests of our friendly countries. The Union of Comoros reiterates our commitment to the declaration adopted at the Summit for the Future, which was held on 22 September on the sidelines of the General Assembly. We advocate meaningful international cooperation to establish guidelines in order to shape legal tools guaranteeing development and equitable use of artificial intelligence in order to ensure that this helps to result in growth of productivity and knowledge throughout the world. This declaration ushers in, inter alia, promising prospects in terms of taking on board and tackling specific issues faced by small island developing states. In this regard, the SIDS-4 conference, which was held last May in Antigua and Barbuda, also was an important step forward in this universal awareness. And we call for stringent respect for the Paris Agreement, as well as meaningful and appropriate levels of financial and technical support. We anticipate with great interest, we eagerly anticipate the next conference on financing for development to be held in Spain in 2025. This conference will be an opportunity for states in the South to champion reforms in banks and multilateral development institutions, as well as to ensure a predictable framework for sustainable resources that are accessible and predictable. To ensure the success of this event, we cherish the hope that countries concerned will unite to work together to set out their proposals. Peace and political stability are two critical pillars underpinning development initiatives. Following the elections on 14 January 2024, which resulted in His Excellency Mr. Azali Assoumani taking up the Supreme Magistrature of the country, Mr. Assoumani undertook to advance the noble mission of accelerating our development by 2030. Our head of state has adopted a commitment to accelerate the emergence and development of the country. This is reflected in the implementation of landmark projects, which are reflected in the Developing Comoros Plan, and they were presented during the Conference of Parties of Development Partners of the Comoros, and this conference was held in Paris in December 2019. The Comoros Development Plan is also contains structural projects, including the development program for the blue economy. This is a critical, promising sector, which will be an engine for the economic and social transformation of our country. We recognize the crucial role of the blue economy, and we wish to stress the specificities of island states. My country, therefore, organized in Moroni in June 2023, under the Comoran presidency of the African Union with support from partners, the Conference of Ministers on the Blue Economy and Climate Action, and the theme was Island States and the Avant-Garde. There was participation during this conference from coastal and island states in Africa. The Moroni Declaration was adopted following this conference, and among other elements, there was an emphasis on those of a roadmap to implement in order to take into account the specificities and the vulnerability of these states by the international community. The next Oceans Conference will afford us an opportunity to present the Moroni Declaration, whose commitments converge with the global sustainable development goals. Mr. President, our government attributes particular importance to young people. We have a number of initiatives which are underway to generate entrepreneurship opportunities for young people, to provide them with job opportunities in various sectors, and to ensure that they play a leading role in the country's socioeconomic development. The promulgation of the One Youth, One Job law is a reflection of this intention. The President and the head of state of the Union of the Comoros is committed to the empowerment of young people, and he has placed great trust in young people in terms of their ability to generate new momentum as an engine for the country. And a few months ago, a government was put together comprised largely of young civil servants, and the challenge was undertaken to engage young people in the country's transformation as for the renewal of Comoros. Beyond these key areas, the head of state also highlighted sports, culture, art, and heritage in the 5-year agenda, thereby emphasizing his keenness to develop social sectors that contribute to shaping and enhancing our national identity. With respect to athletics, on behalf of the President of the Union of Comoros and his government, I wish to pay a vibrant tribute to our national team, the Coalescents, for their performances, which are a source of great pride for our people. We, as an international community, are faced with many challenges, and we need to pool our efforts to tackle them. This session has brought together the Assembly of Nations. It generates hope for peoples to see a highlighting of shifts in issues having to do with their anxieties and concerns. In behalf of the noble, in the name of the noble values which unite us, let us work to assuage these anxieties and concerns, transforming them into hope, especially by rising to the aspirations of our respective peoples. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, responsible for the Arab world, diaspora, the Francophonie, and African integration of the Comoros. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Dominique Hassler, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, the UN is a special meeting place for all countries. This is what our head of state said in his very first speech at the UN General Assembly when Liechtenstein became a member 34 years ago. It is a singular forum where not only countries come together, but peoples. I was very young then, just about to enter high school, but I remember vividly the sense of significance that prevailed among us back in 1990. The wish to safeguard our sovereignty was a key incentive for us, a theme that resonates so strongly among many, many small states today. We have never seen membership as just an end in itself. The United Nations has been a key foreign policy platform for Liechtenstein. We have made a significant political investment, developed our own profile, been an independent voice, and put forward our own initiatives, most recently the Veto Initiative. For us, the people and the government of Liechtenstein, the main purpose of the United Nations remains peace and security, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, in the immortal words of the UN Charter. It saddens me to say that this purpose has lost none of its relevance today. The aggression against Ukraine, planned and perpetrated by those who wield power in the Russian Federation, has not only destroyed the European security architecture, it has undermined the international legal order as such. And it has created a real risk and genuine fear of future illegal war-making, not just in our part of the world. After enjoying long decades of peace, which is much more than the absence of war, our people have been able to live in prosperity and with full respect for human rights. As a small state, without armed forces, the guarantor of our sovereignty is respect for international law, which the UN embodies like no other organization. Our unequivocal stance in support of Ukraine is thereof a commitment to the international order and ultimately to our own security. More than 2 years of brutal war of aggression have brought immeasurable human suffering, economic devastation of immense proportions, and environmental damage for decades to come. Many of these outcomes are, sadly, irreversible. But together, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to bring about a just peace. And indeed, there will be no peace without justice. Peace must therefore be based on the terms we have already set together in this hall. And it must ensure individual criminal accountability for those who have, willfully and unprovoked, initiated this war of aggression. This alone will ensure that there is a prospect for sustainable peace for Ukraine, but also for the region as a whole. This alone will give small states everywhere the confidence and belief that their sovereignty and territorial integrity will be protected and safeguarded here at the United Nations, while demonstrating that we are committed and able to fulfill the purpose that has brought us together in this organization. Mr. President, much of what we have done in recent years here in New York was driven by the belief that we must safeguard the role of the United Nations in maintaining peace and security. We support a strong Security Council, but see little indication that it will be able to come together in the way the current challenges require. Rather than criticizing and lamenting what is a political reality, we have to think about alternative avenues, avenues that do indeed exist. This assembly is the key platform in this respect. It has taken the lead on Ukraine, and it has adopted important decisions on the Gaza war. And under the terms of the Veto Initiative, which has resonated so strongly in this hall, it is given the option to act whenever the Council is paralyzed by a veto. The Pact of the Future has given us the necessary basis to continue what we have begun and to chart a new path for peace and security. Only in working together we will be able to deliver on this promise. Mr. President, for almost a year now, the situation in the Middle East has absorbed much of our attention. We have witnessed with horror the terrorist attack on the civilian population of Israel on the 7th of October. And we are shocked and appalled by the suffering of the civilian population of Gaza, the many thousands of innocent victims, a very large number of children among them, which is simply unacceptable. The protection of civilians is a key priority on the agenda of the United Nations. However, it seems to be a mere afterthought for those making the decisions on both sides of the conflict, whose actions cause human suffering and threaten stability in the region. We are deeply concerned about the next level of escalation between Israel and Hezbollah and join the call for a 21-day ceasefire in order to prevent a further conflagration in the region. Liechtenstein is a strong supporter of the two-state solution. As such, we prioritize the protection of all civilians affected in our response and in our decision-making. We have contributed humanitarian assistance to the civilian population. We have called for the full respect for international humanitarian law by all, and with that I call again for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We support the efforts by the International Criminal Court to investigate according to its mandate. The two-state solution, which enjoys an overwhelming support among all of us in this hall, was decided by this very assembly many decades ago. There is no other conflict where the United Nations has a clearer and longer-lasting responsibility. The end of the war in Gaza will only be one step in the long and difficult path to a two-state solution that allows Israel and Palestine to live together in peace and security in line with the right of self-determination of all peoples. Knowing that this will take time, it is even more important that all actors stop escalating the conflict further and that the human suffering ends today. The UN and each single member state need to live up to the goal we have set ourselves many years ago and bring this conflict to an end. Mr. President, the sovereign equality of all countries and respect for international law are key for all UN members to thrive, but for smaller ones, even more so. It is no surprise then that in this building, my country is known in particular for our clear and consistent stance in support of the rule of law. We are proud of the work we have done on international law, and it is a commitment we are determined to continue, especially as there is no doubt that international law is under attack from more sides and in more ways than ever before. Today, I call on you. I call on all of us to face this challenge as an opportunity, to come together and unite in a way that brings together all who need international law upheld for their survival and prosperity. All of whose best and sometimes only defense is that the rules governing the contact between states since 1945 are actually enforced. All of us who are willing to stand up for each other, driven by both solidarity and enlightened self-interest. Today, it is a moment for us to realize that we must not take the existence of the United Nations for granted, that this organization's foundation is rooted in international law, but also that it is us in this room that have the power and means necessary if we work together. Doom and gloom are not the hallmark of leadership. We are encouraged by the fact that small states in particular are increasingly standing up for the rule of law and against the rule of might. We are gratified to see that the International Court of Justice and its decisions is looked at for guidance in our decision-making in challenges ranging from the two-state solution to the applicability of the Genocide Convention to climate change. This is a good and, more importantly, a necessary time to be the change that we want to see in the world. Mr. President, we politicians have the privilege, the agency, and the voice that we have to use. This, in my view, comes also with the obligation to speak up for those who do not have a voice. In a shockingly literal sense, the women of Afghanistan do not have a voice at all anymore. I therefore want to speak up for them from this podium. The denial of even their most basic human rights must be completely unacceptable for this organization and its representatives. We will continue to demand that the United Nations lives up to its special obligation and supports action to fight this extreme case of gender persecution. We must also speak up against the brutal oppression of women in Iran. Women across the world have been speaking up as agents of change for many years. We must ensure those voices are amplified at the highest level. As experience has shown, we will get better results for everyone if we entrust leadership positions much more often to women. As many others, I believe that it is a credibility challenge for the United Nations that a woman has yet to lead this organization. After decades of talking about gender equality, the United Nations should shine as an example. Mr. President, we simply need to do what we have promised. On peace, the central mission of this organization, on gender equality, on human rights, on deterring aggression, and on ensuring accountability. The collective action so urgently needed today requires strong leadership, which is often lacking today. Leadership, whether by woman or man, comes with responsibility, accountability, and with the ability and willingness to listen to and work in the interest of those we represent. All of us that have had the privilege to speak from this podium have an obligation to present and future generations to deliver on the great hopes placed in our United Nations. Only then is this organization the singular place that serves the people of the world in their desire for world peace. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Maria Malmer Stenergard, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Mr. President, Excellencies, we are gathered in this assembly while the world and this organization are facing major and existential challenges. We are gathered while we are witnessing an unprecedented number of armed conflicts, from Ukraine to Sudan, the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and Gaza. We are gathered while we are failing at our collective goal of maintaining international peace and security, of saving future generations from the horrors of war and from the disastrous consequences of underdevelopment and climate change. Mr. President, the UN Charter, the sovereign equality of all states, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the prohibition of the threat or use of force against any state is being challenged. We must stand by the Charter. Sweden's strong defense of international law, including the UN Charter, is based on the understanding that both our own security and that of other countries depends on it. Ensuring respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all states, both large and small, is in our common interest. At its core lies the need for a global system that is open, predictable, and applies equally to all. In too many places around the world, including in Sweden's immediate neighborhood, we are witnessing the consequences of violations of the rules and principles we have all agreed to. Since the start of Russia's aggression against Ukraine in 2014, and with a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Russia has brutally invaded the territory of another UN member state. This Assembly has strongly and repeatedly condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine as a blatant violation of international law, including the UN Charter. If a member of the Security Council is allowed to reap the fruits of aggression, the harmful impact will not stop with Ukraine. Russia's leadership will continue its attempts to impose its rule on neighboring countries. The territorial integrity and sovereignty of all states must serve as a basis for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. This was confirmed at the Peace Summit in Switzerland in June, which gathered some 100 delegations from all continents. Ukraine has made clear from the start that it wants a peaceful settlement based on the UN Charter. As President Zelensky rightfully said in his speech before this Assembly yesterday, there can be no just peace without Ukraine. Sweden's steadfast support for Ukraine's efforts to restore its sovereignty and territorial integrity will continue for as long as it takes. As a direct response to Russia's full-scale invasion, Sweden and Finland chose to join NATO. For Sweden's part, this represents a truly historic change, ending 200 years of military non-alignment. This was our decision to make because it is the right of each state to choose its own security policy path. Sweden's NATO membership gives us a new, crucial platform to defend the fundamental values of our foreign and security policy. We will apply the same principled approach in NATO as we do in the UN, the EU, the OSCE, and the Council of Europe. In other words, we will continue to defend international law, democracy, individual freedoms, human rights, and gender equality. Mr. President, Sweden has always defended the universal principles of sovereignty and the right to self-determination. In fact, Sweden has consistently supported countries struggling for liberty, independence, and democracy, not least in Africa. And we continue to be an engaged partner of African countries. To take just one example, I am deeply concerned about the situation in Sudan. More than 10 million people have been displaced, which roughly corresponds to the entire population of my own country. Safe, rapid, and unhindered humanitarian access, an immediate ceasefire, and negotiations ensuring a return to civilian rule are urgently required. Therefore, Sudan is among the countries receiving the most humanitarian support from Sweden this year. Sweden remains a key partner and donor of UN humanitarian assistance, as well as of peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. Similarly, Sweden supports the ongoing peace efforts by the United Nations in Yemen, where we will continue to work with our partners for a principled and inclusive humanitarian response. The people of Yemen are looking to the international community for hope, for a way out of humanitarian despair. We must answer that call. Mr. President, we are also faced with the threat of a regional war, the consequences of which no one can predict. My country's long-standing commitment to peace efforts in the Middle East dates back to 1948 and the efforts of UN mediator Folke Bernadotte. Today, Sweden is one of the largest core donors to UN agencies and other organizations working to mitigate the immense suffering of the civilian population of Gaza. At the same time, Sweden stands up for Israel's right to defend itself in accordance with international law, and we demand that the hostages be released. Israel is being threatened by Iran and its allies simultaneously on several fronts. Hezbollah's repeated attacks since October 8th have led to a dangerous military escalation. Sweden fully supports the efforts by the United States, France, and others to reach a diplomatic solution. A ceasefire would provide space for reaching a diplomatic settlement consistent with UN Security Council Resolution 1701, as well as the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2735 on a ceasefire in Gaza. In the longer term, Sweden, like the EU and the United States, believe in the idea of a two-state solution in which Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace, freedom, and democracy. Mr. President, in order to address global challenges, we need to ensure that our aid helps to mobilize additional resources, not least private capital. Development assistance alone is not enough to build long-term wealth and welfare. It must go hand in hand with democracy, the rule of law, market development, trade, investments, and technology transfer. We see that clearly in the countries now leaving poverty behind. We must also redouble our efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda. Sweden is one of the world's most generous donors of development assistance. Through our development assistance, we are accelerating the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. To achieve this, strong national ownership in partner countries and a broader approach to development cooperation among donors is needed. We must also step up the fight against corruption so that economic growth benefits the whole of society, not just a few. Mr. President, I can only note that women have been underrepresented as speakers this week at the general debate. Women make up 50% of the world's population, yet only 10% of speakers this week are women. There is, one could say, a lot of room for improvement in this regard. And I agree with the Secretary General that global opposition to gender equality is on the rise. That is why gender equality is a core value in Sweden's foreign policy. So let me say this, countries that stand up for women's and girls' rights are not only champions of freedom and human rights, they also benefit from broad labor market participation and economic growth. Respect for human rights, providing sexual and reproductive health and rights services, and empowering young women and girls are tangible contributions to advancing gender equality. This is what I want for the future of my daughter, Kaisa, and for the daughters of others too. Simply put, our free society must stand up against those who wish to exploit our freedom to restrict the freedom of others. Everyone must be able to live safely and freely, regardless of religious beliefs or personal convictions, regardless of skin color, and regardless of whom they love. To my government, this is of such importance that we have begun work on an action plan for equal rights and opportunities for LGBTQI people. Mr. President, the green and digital transition offers vast opportunities in terms of new jobs, increased growth, and improved livelihoods. Sweden aims to become climate neutral by 2045 at the latest. As early movers, we want to show that it's possible to reduce emissions while maintaining economic growth. At the same time, global ambitions on climate action and climate financing must be raised. Here as well, we are increasing our support even further and enhancing its effect, advancing innovative financial models to mobilize more private capital. Mr. President, the many crises in our world today have shed a harsh light on the need for reforms of our multilateral system. We need global governance structures that can withstand the challenges of our time and that are resilient against malevolent attempts to undermine the UN Charter. Action, implementation and follow-up must be our approach as we look forward and take stock of the Summit of the Future and the pact adopted there. The UN Security Council, the body entrusted with the ultimate responsibility to maintain international peace and security, must be effective, transparent and accountable. Sweden supports a balanced expansion of the Security Council to better reflect current global political and economical realities. This can be achieved by such means as adding new permanent and non-permanent seats, including for African countries. Sweden also supports the ongoing reform processes in multilateral development banks to increase the effectiveness and scale of financing to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and implement the Paris Agreement. Another area where strengthened global governance is essential is outer space. Modern societies are becoming more and more dependent on space services, and the space environment is becoming increasingly congested and contested. Sweden is strongly committed to preventing an arms race in outer space and safeguarding the use of space for peaceful purposes. This includes all states' full compliance with existing international law, including the Outer Space Treaty. We will continue to promote the development of norms and rules for responsible behavior in space. Together with Zambia, Sweden is proud to have co-facilitated the Global Digital Compact. Through this framework, all member states have committed to strengthen international cooperation to close digital divides between and within countries and to establish the governance required for a sustainable digital future, including on artificial intelligence. Rest assured, Sweden will continue to fulfill its responsibility and be an active, engaged, and constructive multilateral actor. We will continue to be a close and demanding partner to the UN. We will constructively demand more efficiency, more coherence, more impact, more innovation. This is how we will achieve our shared ambitions for the future together. Mr. President, this is a moment of major existential challenges, but we must not allow anything to stop us from defending the fundamental principles that form the foundation of this organization. It is true that there are areas where international law needs to be developed to meet new challenges. However, it is equally true that hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty based on the norms, the purposes, and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Global health and well-being have reached unprecedented levels. People across the globe are enjoying justice, peace, freedom, and prosperity at levels unimaginable to previous generations. It is a legacy to be proud of, one that we must do everything that we can to uphold. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Maria Malmer Sterngård, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. It is now my honor and pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria.
Mr. President, dear Axel, it's actually a rare occasion where the person presiding the General Assembly and the person here at the rostrum are both Austrians. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when we met in this hall last year, many, including myself, referred to the challenging times we were facing. A world riddled by uncertainty, growing divisions, and rising insecurity. A backsliding in hard-earned development gains. A backlash against the universality of human rights. Looking back on the past 12 months, we must admit that the sense of being in a permanent state of emergency has actually not decreased. On the contrary, it has even deepened. Russia relentlessly pursues its full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine, a violation of the UN Charter, the most basic rules that we all in this room agreed upon, that still is shocking today. Yes, my country, Austria, is a militarily neutral country. But neutrality doesn't mean and never meant indifference. We know very well that a world in which Russia succeeds in shifting borders with tanks and rockets is a world a lot more dangerous to all of us. After 946 days, I can only repeat that, 946 days of unspeakable human suffering and destruction, it is high time to return to diplomacy. Nobody wants, nobody deserves peace more than the people in Ukraine, but a negotiated peace, not a dictate from Moscow. And my friends, actually I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by the conversations with many partners in this room I had over the last couple of weeks, some of them from far beyond Europe's borders. Encouraged that no matter where we stand, geographically, politically, or as far as ideology is concerned, we can all agree on the most basic principles of international laws, those principles enshrined in the UN Charter. They should be the bedrock of any negotiation leading to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine. And let me be very clear. There cannot be, and there shouldn't be, negotiations on Ukraine without Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Middle East, the barbaric terror attack of Hamas against Israel has brought a new dimension of devastation to a region not lacking in violence. Israelis are traumatized by the slaughter, torture, and sexual violence of October the 7th. Hostages are still being kept by the terrorists, including an Austrian father of 2 small children. And Palestinians in Gaza are facing starvation and disease in what can only be described as an humanitarian tragedy. All of this is truly heartbreaking. International humanitarian law, to be very clear, is non-negotiable. It applies everywhere, at all times, for everybody. The protection of civilians has to be and must be paramount. We need a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire to get the hostages out of Gaza and humanitarian aid into Gaza. And we need this ceasefire now. What we definitely don't need is any side adding fuel to the fire. It is wishful thinking to believe that the full-scale escalation between Israel and Hezbollah could be controlled. The result would be a firestorm engulfing the whole region and beyond. And in the end, everybody would lose. I still believe that there are enough reasonable voices and forces in the region wanting to work towards a political solution, a lasting political solution, a solution enabling us to continue with the normalization between Israel and the Arab world, a solution where we can finally realize the 2-state solution. In my eyes, the only feasible and imaginable solution allowing Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security. Other crisis hotspots are equally disastrous, but they get too little public attention. In Sudan, famine looms for millions of people, but the generals care more about power than their own people. While in Haiti, stabilization is slow to come after a total collapse of the state. Amidst all of this, humanity itself is facing fundamental questions with accelerating climate change, environmental disasters, and the rise of artificial intelligence. Dear colleagues, there's no sugarcoating it. We are living in times of uncertainty, compounded by rising political, economic, and ideological tensions. We see shifts and cracks, bilaterally, regionally, and on multilateral level. I recently came across a statement that is very simple, but it is true. In the past, we actually believed that we knew our future. Well, my friends, this bubble of wishful thinking has burst once and for all. The pendulum is swinging from global integration towards global fragmentation. Isolation, protectionism, nationalism are on the rise, as zero-sum mentality is spreading, tempting us to divide partners and countries into either you're with me or you're against me, or even into ghosting or canceling others, as if foreign policy worked like social media. And around the globe, there are whole legions of doomsday prophets, forces at the fringes of the political spectrum, capitalizing on people's doubts and fears. The business model is quick fixes and apparent easy answers. Their agenda is sowing discord. And yes, Austria is no exception. Coming Sunday, we will have parliamentary elections in my country. And also in Austria, some political forces are offering tempting but false solutions, even deliberately echoing the narratives of those forces which are trying to weaken our open and pluralistic societies, which are working against a strong and united Europe. To counter this, we need a strong center. We need to keep our nerves. We have to stay on message. We need to make sure that this era of doubt and anxiety doesn't become an era of fear. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that fear is a poor guide, especially in politics. And yes, our global order is changing. And yes, the world has become more complex. Some would even say it has become more frightening. But I'm deeply convinced that we have to stand up and defend the rules-based international system. And we have to defend it with all means at our disposal. We must not be afraid to take a clear stance. It is worth being defended because it is and remains the best, and I would even say the only guarantee for our security, for our stability, and for our prosperity. For countries like Austria, it is paramount. We are dependent on this system, a system that respects the rule of law, a system that respects international law, a system that honors the principle of pacta sunt servanda, a system where might does not make right. And it is an illusion to believe that there's anything to gain from demolishing or undermining the rules-based international system. If we lose it, everybody in this room will lose. I'm not denying that we are in the midst of a systemic rivalry. There are some actors who consider open and democratic societies not only as a challenge, but even as a threat. However, in the face of the turmoil and upheavals of the last few years, societies based on freedom, pluralism, and individual rights have proven themselves stronger, more adaptive, more flexible, and more resilient than most of us even believed ourselves. What we need most now, ladies and gentlemen, in this moment, is trust and confidence. Trust in our own capacities. Trust in our own principles. So my appeal today is very clear. Let us be more confident in our own strength. Yes, Austria will always be ready to defend its own interests, its values, its principles. But at the same time, we will always have the courage to look for the middle ground, to search the compromise, because we know that defending our multilateral system, defending our rules-based international order means to reform it. Our system of global governance is simply not delivering anymore. It is not inclusive enough. The Security Council, as it stands now, reflects a world that is long gone. And I believe it's actually unacceptable that we are held hostage so easily by the will of a handful of countries. We, as Austrians, and the Austrian government, we commit ourselves to making the Security Council more effective, more inclusive, and more accountable, including through our candidature for the non-permanent seat at elections in 2026. Austria will continue to champion a sensible and a pragmatic multilateralism based on our genuine will for compromise, for dialogue. Despite the current fragmentations of the global order, our world will simply remain interdependent. We will not be able to raise the drawbridges, to decouple, to cancel, to ghost, as some make us to believe. This is a magical thinking. We need to face the challenges and complexities of our times head-on and together, with a healthy dose of realism and more confidence in our own capacities, principles, and strength. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria, and also for the kind words directed to the Chair. I now give the floor to His Excellency Arnoldo Ricardo André Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Costa Rica congratulates you upon your election to head up this General Assembly, and we reiterate our commitment to advance towards a more peaceful, fair, sustainable and inclusive world. We come to this session in the midst of the resumption of the arms race, an increase in geopolitical tensions and systematic violations of human rights and of the principles of international law. With these challenges, we have an expansion of violent conflicts from Africa to Europe and the Middle East, and on our continent, the growing presence of drug trafficking and international organised crime. We are also facing the triple planetary crisis and an increase in poverty, inequality, and widening gaps and asymmetries between countries and regions, and within countries and regions. Meanwhile, our collective responses remain timid, delayed and insufficient. None of these challenges can be solved by a single state or by a small group of them. Only through multilateralism, as the central approach for cooperation, will we be able to address them and overcome these challenges. With multilateralism at the core, please allow me to share 4 points. First of all, democracy, the rule of law, and the respect for human rights are pillars for the effective functioning of the multilateral system. Democracy is the political system that embraces everyone. In it, every voice finds its echo, and every person finds their place. It is the natural expression of the rule of law. Venezuela cannot be considered to be a democracy. A democracy does not expel 8 million of its citizens, nor does it cause an unprecedented migration crisis whose repercussions are being felt across the entire Western Hemisphere. Neither does it persecute or intimidate, nor does it imprison or torture people for political reasons. A democracy does not deny opposition representatives access to vote counting, nor does it declare itself without any proof or evidence the winner of the elections. Costa Rica, just like the vast majority of countries in the region, condemns the manipulation of the results and will continue to demand an impartial, transparent and independent verification. This is a verification that the Venezuelan regime has refused to carry out. There is no doubt that Nicolás Maduro did not win the elections, just as there is no doubt that he intends to cling on to power at all costs. Let us not allow repression and dictatorship in Venezuela to become the norm once again. This is not the only violation of democratic principles in my region. Thousands of people cross our northern border on a daily basis, fleeing the repression of a dictatorship that has lasted nearly 3 decades in Nicaragua. This is a dictatorship that has deprived them of their freedom, of their human rights, of their dreams, and even of their citizenship, making them stateless. Since Costa Rica is the first country in Latin America to grant nationality to stateless persons, we urge the international community to ramp up efforts to eradicate this condition of vulnerability. We also cannot continue to be indifferent to the situation in Haiti. The humanitarian crisis in this country has been met with minimal and immorally low responses from the international community. The $674 million required for the humanitarian needs and response plan represents only 0.03% of global military spending, which in 2023 reached $2.44 trillion. That's according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Allow me just to repeat that. 0.03% of global military spending. A tiny drop of hope in an ocean of militarization. Mr. President, violence and crime have grown at an alarming rate in the world, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are no exception. Criminal networks have consolidated into a complex phenomenon that knows no national borders. These organizations engage in illicit activities such as drug trafficking, the trafficking of people, smuggling of weapons and ammunition, and have found fertile ground for growth in the region, whether due to corruption, lack of opportunities for youth, or limited police capacity to counter them. The interconnection of these networks not only affects the security and well-being of local communities, but it also has global repercussions as their operations tend to extend across transit countries and into international markets. Faced with this reality, it's essential for the international community to adopt a coordinated and multilateral approach, promoting cooperation, information sharing, and strong legal measures to combat them. Only through joint effort will the structure of these organizations be able to be dismantled, and ultimately for peace and security to be reinstated in the region. And this brings me on to my second thought, my second point. At the heart of multilateralism lies peace, and there is no peace without justice. However, its heartbeat weakens with the escalation of conflicts in Gaza, in Lebanon, Ukraine, the Red Sea, Sudan, the Sahel, Yemen, Myanmar, and in Syria. These crises expose the fragility of our collective security system and demand that all parties to the conflict assume their obligations under international law. in particular international humanitarian law. Norms and principles must be respected without exception, in particular the protection of civilians and the principles of proportionality, limitation, distinction and humanity. For each and every one of these conflicts, Costa Rica reiterates its appeal to all of those involved for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, to guarantee safe, uninterrupted and unrestricted access to humanitarian assistance, and to free hostages and detainees, to withdraw troops from affected areas and for a de-escalation of tensions. It's also urgent to comply in good faith with all decisions from international courts and from the Security Council, because without justice, there will be no lasting peace. While expressing our deep concern over the weakening of international humanitarian disarmament instruments, Costa Rica urges states to reverse this trend and to renew their efforts to ensure that civilians do not become victims to the use of weapons with indiscriminate effects. We also urge to avoid the use of explosive weapons in densely populated areas or their surroundings and invite all states to participate in the upcoming international conference on the humanitarian consequences of the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. This is going to take place next July, next year in San Jose. However, we must go further. Costa Rica calls for a consensus on governance frameworks for artificial intelligence in both military and civilian spheres. These frameworks must regulate autonomous systems with transformative capabilities that operate without human intervention. The Global Digital Compact that we've just adopted puts the multilateral system in motion to deal with artificial intelligence and is key for research and development, not just for its applications. Thirdly, Costa Rica believes that the international financial architecture is at imminent risk of becoming obsolete in addressing current and future challenges. Therefore, we make the most vigorous call for an international financial system that is transparent, inclusive and sustainable. We require a financial architecture that meets the needs, does not perpetuate global inequalities, and addresses the pressing need for access to finance. This financing must be sufficient and concessional with effective debt relief mechanisms for developing countries. Costa Rica recognizes the efforts of some international financial institutions to align their processes with transformation commitments, and we urge the states that make up the boards of the major international financial institutions to prioritize this urgent reform. We advocate for urgent capitalization of multilateral development banks, and we call for an increase in the use of new and innovative financing mechanisms, such as green and blue bonds, as well as the debt for ecosystem services swaps. Middle-income countries and economies in transition, like Costa Rica, need the international financial system to provide finance tools for development, and these tools must be up to our specific needs and flexible and tailored to our fiscal and structural circumstances. We hope that the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development will bring about concrete agreements and will show the political will necessary. Fourthly, and in order to ensure the well-being of future generations, multilateralism must also be blue. Costa Rica has developed strong blue diplomacy that recognizes the crucial role the ocean plays in the health of the planet. In order to have a habitable planet, we need a healthy ocean. It produces 50% of the oxygen that we breathe and is the largest source of protein in the world. It's the largest carbon sink and regulator of the climate, and 3 billion people worldwide depend on its biodiversity for their livelihoods. Therefore, it is urgent that the new High Seas Treaty, the BBNJ, comes into force, and that we deliver an ambitious treaty on plastics, so that we ensure that no mining on the seabed begins until there are guarantees that it will not have damaging effects on the marine environment. For the health of the planet and to respond to the multiple challenges that the ocean faces, I invite you all to participate in the 3rd United Nations Oceans Conference, which will take place in June 2025 in Nice, hosted by Costa Rica and France jointly. Mr. President, the multilateral system is being tested, as we all know. Its renewal will depend on courageous leadership, innovative proposals, and our collective ability to honour the principles and norms of international law without double standards. Its renewal will be achieved when we manage to shift resources from the coffins of war to the foundations of peace. The time is now. This is a unique opportunity, and the call is urgent. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Arnoldo Ricardo André Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world of quick headlines and even quicker slogans. Take back control. My country first. Us against them. Slogans that paint the world in black and white. Slogans that want to make us believe things are very simple. That there's only one side that matters. Us against them. I come from a country where this logic, us against them, was taken to the worst extremes that humankind has ever seen. A murderous world war that killed millions. And the worst imaginable crime against humanity, the Shoah, the genocide of 6 million Jews. Dehumanized, murdered, just for being Jews. Murdered because of a Nazi ideology that would only accept the humanity of those they defined as Germans. After World War II, this institution here in New York was founded on the understanding that us against them leads to disasters. That the world needs a counter model, our UN Charter. A counter model to a world in which we only accept the humanity of ourselves, but not of others. A counter model that instead grants every country in the world the right to determine its own destiny. That casts a positive vision of our shared future. A vision of an international order that is based on rules, on the equality of every state and every human being. Of cooperation instead of divisive nationalism. Of a humanity that is indivisible. And these are not simple slogans. These are the principles we try to live up every day. Yet, living up to them is anything but simple. It demands hard work, maybe more than ever before. It needs empathy and solidarity, the opposite of my country first. It demands the will to put ourselves in the shoes of the other. It demands, especially in times of crises, the strength to recognize the other's pain, even if our own pain seems unbearable, and to find common ground despite all the things that divide us. It also means that we have to face the dilemma that the values of the Charter can at times appear to contradict each other, such as the inherent right to self-defense and the responsibility to protect civilians when civilians are misused as human shields. Resolving this is harder than simply exclaiming either or, us against them. Especially in our days of social media, where simple TikTok truths seem to blur out all complexity and nuance, sometimes even facts, as we see regarding the war in the Middle East. In its ruthless attack of October 7th last year, Hamas maimed and killed some 1,200 men, women, and children. To this day, the terrorists are holding more than 100 people, men, women, children, hostage, including German citizens, including children. At the same time, in Gaza, hungry, traumatized children are wandering the ruins of what used to be their homes, desperately searching for their parents under the rubble. Seeing all this with burning hearts, I guess it might be human that sometimes we are all tempted to fall emotionally for simple slogans, to only see one side when our hearts are burning. In addition, each of us is looking at this conflict from our own perspective and history. We need to respect that. But we must not stop there. Instead, we need to ask ourselves, what if this was me? If these were my children? In competition of pain, there can be no winners. This is how one of the hostage families put it. Humanity is universal. If in the darkest hour of her life, the mother of a murdered hostage finds the strength to see both sides, then we, as leaders of the countries around the world, who have the privilege to speak in this hall, should be capable of doing the same. Not to fall for quick slogans, but to rally around humanity in order to overcome this vicious circle of hate. Universal humanity means the rights of Israelis and Palestinians do not cancel each other out. And this is why my country stands by its commitment to the security of the State of Israel, and why at the same time we are working every day to end the hell for the children of Gaza. Because lasting security for Israelis will only be possible if there's lasting security for Palestinians. And the opposite is also true. Lasting security for Palestinians will only be possible if there's lasting security for Israelis. This is why we are not resting until the hostages are home. This is why we are working so hard for a ceasefire, the Biden plan, which was endorsed by the Security Council. While at the same time, together with our partners, we are working hard
to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza. This is why I've been in the region 11 times since October. Germany alone has provided more than 360 million euro for humanitarian aid for Gaza, for the Palestinian families in Gaza since last October. And this is also why yesterday we came together with a group of countries to call for an immediately 21-day ceasefire along the blue line. Because a broader regional escalation would not bring anyone long-lasting security. And, as frankly speaking, sometimes frustrating the lack of progress is, and hurting, we are not giving up on seeking a political vision for Israelis and Palestinians to be able to live peacefully side by side in two states. For me, resignation is simply not an option, because that would mean that the playbook of terrorism and extremism carries the day. We need to recognize each other's pain, each other's interests, and yes, also listen openly to each other's complaints if we want to move forward. And if we do so, we might sometimes hear things we don't want to hear, our own shortcomings. Frankly, I remember how I called 2.5 years ago so many colleagues here in the room and around the world to ask for your support in standing up against Russia's imperial war in Ukraine. And how one of my colleagues said, "But where were you when we needed you, when we were attacked by the Houthis?" And others said, "You didn't stand with us in our anti-colonial struggle." And yes, that gave me a pause, because they had a point. And I firmly believe critical self-reflection of what we, or generations before us in our countries, have done wrong is actually to our benefit. Because the ability to learn from past mistakes makes societies stronger. And it is the only way to build a better future. That is why my country, Germany, has started to address our colonial past more thoroughly. The restitution of artifacts is a crucial element here. That is also why we are in the midst of an important reconciliation process with Namibia. Because we can't undo mistakes of the past. But we can unite for a better future. And we can choose that every day by our own action. Facing our colonial history, to me, means doing the right thing today. But it also means that we have to stand up to the imperialist atrocities we are witnessing in our days today. Russia does not have a better future in mind for Ukraine. Ukraine is an independent state that gave up its nuclear arsenal in the 1990s because it believed in the principles and guarantees of this charter. And in its bodies, like the Security Council. 3 decades later, it is attacked by a P5 country. One of the countries that bears, as the charter says, the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Russia's war against Ukraine has destroying Ukrainian cities, schools, and hospitals for almost 1,000 days now. And it's ravaging the security order of my continent, Europe. Its ripple effects have been felt for so many here around the world. Many of you are feeling in your own countries the consequences in food prices and other things. And that is why I understand that some of you are asking, like in the Security Council 2 days ago, wouldn't the war be over if you Europeans just stop providing Ukraine with weapons? There's nothing wrong with asking that, because we all wish for peace. But the idea that if there were no defensive weapons, there would be no fighting and no dying in Ukraine is as simple as it is wrong. We have seen that, and we have seen what happened in June when Ukraine invited Russia to an international peace summit. Instead of stopping his attack and coming to the negotiation table, Putin sent his response by bombing a children's hospital. As long as Putin is not willing to come to the negotiation table, stopping our support for self-defense would simply mean leaving Ukraine's children's hospitals defenseless. It would mean more war crimes, not less. Possibly in other countries too. Time and again within the last months, Putin's Russia has been toying with the invulnerability of the borders of the Baltic states and Poland. 2 weeks ago, it fired a missile against a civilian grain ship in Romanian territorial waters. This is why today I'm also asking your support. Your support in calling out on Putin to cease his attacks and to come to the negotiation table. Not only for our European security, but I think also in your own interest. If a permanent member of the Security Council is allowed to conquer and destroy its smaller neighbor, the very essence of this charter is under attack. If Russia stops attacking, the war is over. If Ukraine stops defending itself, Ukraine is over. And our charter. Sovereign equality, Article 2, Paragraph 1. Peaceful settlement of disputes, Article 2, Paragraph 3. The prohibition of the use of force, Article 2, Paragraph 4. And this is why we will continue to stand firmly with Ukraine and our charter, to achieve a peace that is just and lasting, with security guarantees. A peace that secures Ukraine's existence as a free and independent country. A peace that ensures Ukraine's and Europe's security. And by that, the security of all of us. Obviously, none of this is easy. For almost 1,000 days now, so many countries have been working for Ukrainian children to sleep in their beds again and not in air raid shelters. For almost a year, so many of us have been working to help end the suffering in the Middle East. In countless talks in the region, countless meetings in our UN bodies. And yes, sometimes I too feel like giving in to despair. But throwing up our hands in resignation, again, is not an option. Because then the logic of us against them takes over. And also, and this is important to me, we tend to forget one thing in these times of crisis. There is a lot we can and have already achieved as an international community every day, if we stand together, if we take each other's perspectives. To name only two striking latest examples. Think about what we have achieved at the COP in Dubai only a year ago, when we saw what is possible when we overcome the us versus them. The industrial states against G77, the South versus the North. When we listened, instead, first of all, to those most affected by the climate crisis, to our SID partners, who have been telling us for decades that the climate crisis is threatening their very existence and is the biggest security threat in the whole world. When with more than 190 states, we finally agreed to signal the end of the fossil era at COP28. And we set up a loss and damage fund for the most vulnerable because it's just and fair. And we saw again what we can achieve just earlier this week when we passed here the Pact of the Future, of our future. It took tough negotiations, hundreds of hours of text works in conference rooms, overnight sessions, last-minute compromises for over 2 years. And many helped and didn't resign. Many helped along with us and partners, and from Namibia and so many others. But in the end, the vast majority of us found the strength to rally around what unites us. Rules instead of brute nationalism. Cooperation instead of division. A humanity that is universal. And it is in this spirit that Germany is running for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council for 27-28. We are running as defenders of the Charter, of our shared principles. And that means that we also need to take a critical look at the status quo of multilateral institutions. Because in many ways, our multilateral system still reflects a time when hardly any of us here in the room had been born. When the striking number of 142 states represented in this hall today were not sitting at the table. That needs to change. And that's why we are working for a reform of the Security Council so that it better reflects the world we actually live in, that has a better representation of African countries. And yes, it is also totally unjust that at the two most important international financial institutions, there are only Europeans and Americans at the top. We need our institutions to be accepted by all of us. And for that, they need to represent all of us. And all of us, that is, not just men of the world. The one thing we definitely all have in common is this. Women make up at least 50% of every single country. But in 80 years of this organization, there has never been a female Secretary General. So if this organization calls for equality and justice in the world, it is long overdue for us to show it here in New York. So we probably all should already practice to say the words, Madam Secretary General, the floor is yours. Because the next Secretary General of the United Nations has to be a woman. Obviously, that alone will not immediately end all the remaining inequality for women in our own countries. In this General Assembly, we hail from all regions of the world, but none of us has reached full gender equality. And I think we can only achieve it together, by learning from each other and by speaking up for women's rights, not only in our own countries, but everywhere. Because women's rights are human rights. and nothing northern, western, eastern, or southern. They are universal. And none of us wants to be paid less than her male colleague for the same job. None of us wants to be raped. None of us wants to be arrested for showing our hair. No woman, and I would guess no men either. Because a life is a life. A Palestinian woman's life is a life, an Israeli man's life is a life. A Sudanese girl's life is a life, a Ukrainian boy's life is a life. Almost 80 years ago, the UN was founded for exactly that. On the realization that simple slogans, that us versus them, leads to disaster, that humanity is indivisible. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdallah Bouhabib, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigrants of Lebanon.
Mr. President, I wish first and foremost to congratulate warmly you upon your election to the helm of the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. We wish you every success, and we convey to you our full support for your agenda, unity and diversity for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. Mr. President, Lebanon is currently enduring a crisis which is threatening its very existence. The future of our people and our prosperity are imperiled. This is a situation that requires international intervention on an urgent basis before the situation spirals out of control with a domino effect, making this crisis impossible to contain. Just as it will be impossible to extinguish the flames of this crisis, which will transform into a black hole that will engulf regional and international peace and security. The crisis in Lebanon threatens the entire Middle East with the worst if this situation remains as it currently is, and if the world remains immobile. Mr. President, we welcome the declaration delivered yesterday by the United States and by France, and supported by a number of friendly states, offering the possibility of long-term calm, helping to ensure the restoration of stability along the border, as well as the return of displaced persons. Furthermore, we demand that all possible measures be adopted for this declaration to be implemented. What we are currently experiencing in Lebanon is a consequence of the absence of a lasting, sustainable solution. It is not the cause of an absence of a sustainable solution. The cause is the occupation, and we wish to reiterate this explicitly. The cause is the occupation. To claim anything else would be a loss of time. So long as the occupation persists, there will be instability and there will be war. We have repeatedly, on numerous occasions through the United Nations, we have striven to resolve border disputes with Israel.
However, Israel has continuously eluded the issue or disregarded the matter. This is a difficult situation which we are experiencing, and in light of this, we are increasingly committed to international law. We are seeking refuge in the decisions under international law. To that end, Lebanon has contributed to the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights through one of our children, Malek. And despite the inability of the United Nations to protect us from the Israeli aggression up until now, we remain committed to the role of this organization as a front line of defense in the face of occupation, violence, devastation, and oppression. Today, we desperately need the United Nations to play its role as a refuge for small countries who have been victimized by aggression. These countries include my homeland, Lebanon. Since this tragedy which we've experienced has broke out, since this bitter reality, we have observed that dialogue is an alternative to the language of weapons to resolve conflict. We have demonstrated ability to be a reliable partner in building consensus, as was the case in October 2022, when the maritime borders were delimited between Lebanon and Israel. This is the best proof of our commitment to negotiations for peaceful dispute resolution. Furthermore, we proposed during 2 Security Council meetings, the most recent one was held on the 17th of June last, and this topic addressed was the situation in the Middle East. We proposed an integrated framework to achieve a lasting pacification in the border south of Lebanon, and we wish to reiterate today our call for a ceasefire on all fronts, for this to be an opportunity and a prerequisite towards the full-fledged implementation of Resolution 1701 of the United Nations Security Council, which has been effective in establishing a relative degree of stability in the south of Lebanon since the end of the July 2006 war up until 7 October 2023. We, moreover, are counting on the support of the international community, and specifically on the support of friendly countries in reinforcing the deployment of the Lebanese army in the south of the Litani River, in delivering the necessary equipment, and to ensure that troop levels can be increased in the wake of the launch by the state of a conscription campaign as part of a clear commitment to the implementation of Resolution 1701. In this regard, there will be no weapons without the consent of the Lebanese government, and there will be no other authority than that of the Lebanese government, as is stipulated in the above-mentioned resolution. Our demand to secure support is not merely a reflection of our commitment to honoring our commitments under Resolution 1701. This is also our confirmation of the importance, reaffirmation of the importance of cooperation and support from the international community to surmount security-related challenges in order to bolster peace and security in the region. We are all cognizant of the economic crisis that has been plaguing our country, and despite this, our government has taken a decision for 100,000 additional soldiers to be deployed to the south of the country. And this is not a mere detail. Quite the contrary, this is a clear political message to the international community, reflecting the fact that Lebanon fully intends to implement Resolution 1701, to which we are wedded. And even at the worst times, including the present, we are not standing idly by. We are mobilizing our efforts at the highest level to protect our people, our national institutions, as well as our sovereignty.
Mr. President, among the most significant provisions of Resolution 1701, emphasizing the internationally recognized borders of Lebanon delimited between Lebanon and Palestine in 1923, reaffirmed in the Lebanese-Israeli Truce Agreement signed on the island of Rhodes in 1949, under the supervision of the United Nations. This will be achieved with the agreement on 13 points that are source of discord. And pursuant to this, Israel will withdraw from all Lebanese regions that it has occupied and continues to occupy in the direction of the internationally recognized border. We wish to reiterate our commitment to the role of UNIFIL, the peacekeeping force which is active in the south of Lebanon. And since its inception, it has significantly contributed to stability and peace in the region. Up until 8 October 2023, there had been no grave incident threatening regional peace and security that had been recorded. And we wish to take this opportunity to thank UNIFIL for the tremendous sacrifice it has made in light of the tremendous challenges it has been facing, in particular over the past recent months, as well as specifically in recent days. Mr. President, Israel, instead of focusing on incessant wars, Israel is continuously radicalizing. One of the gravest challenges Lebanon currently faces is this increase in aggression. The war has expanded and spilled over into Lebanese regions. We are increasingly concerned due to the systematic destruction of Lebanese border villages, the collective punishment imposed on people, the setting of fire to agricultural lands with white phosphorus, thereby rendering these lands unusable for many years. We, in recent days, have borne witness to a detestable, repugnant example of the transformation of telecommunications devices. Civilian devices were transformed into ticking time bombs that were deliberately and simultaneously blown up, thereby claiming the lives of dozens, including children, including women, resulting in thousands of people being wounded, hundreds of whom are in critical condition, in addition to hundreds who were disfigured, maimed, who lost limbs, who lost their vision. From this rostrum, we reiterate our warning against this aggression, which is continuously intensifying, this attempt to play with fire, to plunge the entire Middle East into a conflagration. We reiterate our rejection of war, our legitimate right to defend ourselves pursuant to the Charter of the United Nations and international law. This goes hand in hand with our tireless efforts through our contacts and meetings to avoid falling into the trap of the Israeli occupying power, which is attempting to extend and prolong the war. Mr. President, the return of Israeli displaced persons to their cities and their settlements cannot be achieved through war, cannot be achieved through bombardment, fighting, hostilities, or the displacement of Lebanese people. The shortest path for their return is a comprehensive, immediate ceasefire, as stipulated in the U.S.-French declaration, which was from yesterday supported by friendly states. A full implementation of Resolution 1701 as part of a comprehensive framework accompanied by clear international guaranteed, transparent, and an end, a definitive end to land, sea, and air incursions and breaches of Lebanese sovereignty and our borders, our internationally recognized borders. This is necessary. These violations have exceeded, there have been more than 35,000 such violations since 2006. Mr. President, has Israel not had enough of the endless war since 1948? When will it be time for Israel to give a real opportunity for peace? Will Israel not embrace the path of peace? When will this happen? Instead of using the language of fire and steel, Lebanon and Arab countries have clearly, without any ambiguity, categorically embraced peace through their Arab Peace Initiative, which was the fruit of the Beirut Arab Summit in 2002. With the adoption by Arab states of the two-state solution, through the demand of Arab states for the implementation of the United Nations resolutions, which unfortunately have remained dead letter. It is now incumbent upon Israel, both the government and the people, Israel as a whole, if they really want peace, to embrace peace, to choose peace, to want peace instead of war, and to go beyond their obsessions and security-related anxiety, breaking the cycle of violence in the region, ending escalation, stopping escalation, and the risk of complete conflagration in the Middle East also requires collective efforts as part of a clear, defined timeline, together with clear guarantees and recognition of legitimate rights, including the right to self-determination. Pursuant to international law, there can be no peace without the two-state solution, regardless of how much time this takes. Mr. President, by way of conclusion, we reiterate our call for a lasting solution, for the full, balanced implementation of Resolution 1701. The recognition of our land borders, recognized at the international level to ensure that Lebanon and the region can avoid further warfare and destruction. We are at a very difficult time, marred by a tragic escalation of violence in Lebanon. From the heart of the conflict, the resolution 1701 of the Security Council is the primary line of defense for Lebanon. This resolution is not merely a document, not merely a framework for international action. No, this is a commitment on the part of the international community to safeguard regional peace and security. We cannot deviate from this process insofar as this is the legal diplomatic bedrock guaranteeing the protection of Lebanese and regional security. Respecting this resolution is absolutely necessary, not just for Lebanon, but for Israel too, and for the region as a whole. This is the best tool at the disposal of the international community to break this cycle of violence, to ensure that diplomacy prevails despite difficulties and despite the fact that the path ahead is difficult. The cost of a diplomatic failure will be very high. For this reason, we must bear in mind that with each new wave of violence, there is unimaginable suffering endured particularly by civilians. Any civilian killed is a tragedy that is unacceptable, and there's no justification for this. When civilian areas are targeted systematically, as is currently the case in Lebanon, we are talking here about acts that are tantamount to war crimes. There can be no justification for the mass murder of civilians. However, as we talk about death and destruction, devastation, we also need to endeavor to find solutions. Time is of the essence. There's a need to embrace a political process to end this crisis, which is escalating. There's a need to move forward to reach a political solution. We together need to give thought to a political solution to this crisis instead of bogging ourselves increasingly down in the militarization of this conflict, the escalation of the conflict, and the expansion of the conflict. Diplomacy is not always easy, but diplomacy is the only way to save innocent lives and homelands. Lebanon, for our part, we are determined to tread upon this path. Lebanon views the U.S.-French initiative, which was a French-U.S. initiative, which is supported by other friendly countries, as an opportunity to generate momentum, to take steps towards ending this crisis. And diplomacy needs to succeed. There is no other choice. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Immigrants of Lebanon, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Elmer Sciala Salcedo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Peru.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General
Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, distinguished delegates of the nations of the world, it is my privilege to take the floor here at the General Assembly, bringing you the particular and respectful regards of the Constitutional President of the Republic, Dr. Dina Boluarte Segarra, who would have liked to be here with you and speak to this august General Assembly. It is an honour for me to speak on behalf of my compatriots, to bring you their voice, the Peruvian people who through their daily endeavours aspire to a decent life and aspire to leave a promising future to their children. Peru, just like the rest of the world, has made tireless efforts to mitigate the harmful effects of political instability and those of the economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. These things have claimed a high cost on Peruvian society, in particular in the most vulnerable sectors. Therefore, the government of President Boluarte is working tirelessly in order to recover our pace of economic growth and seeking to boost projects that had been stuck in their tracks and attracting foreign investment to develop large infrastructure projects with the ability to bring about decent and quality jobs. That way, we can contribute directly to our national development. Today, we can say that we are seeing the first results of these efforts and that Peru has got back on track to growth and stability. We still, nevertheless, have a lot of ground to cover. Peru and all of the countries of the world face a raft of shared challenges that we can only overcome through international cooperation and by harmonizing our efforts. Therefore, Peru reiterates its commitment to multilateralism because it is the best tool that we have available to us to achieve through mutual agreement the conditions that we require to achieve sustainable development. The first of these conditions, without a shadow of a doubt, is peace. The countries that created this organization at the end of the Second World War did it in order to, and now I quote, save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, end of quote. The current reality is testament to the fact that we are failing when it comes to this fundamental aspiration. Peru condemns all uses of force in international relations. Aggression and the grabbing of land by force is a violation of the UN Charter and of international law, and it also undermines the legitimacy and effectiveness of our collective security system. The paralysation of the Security Council when it comes to some conflicts and the applying of bias and double standards to other conflicts recalls the need to reform this body and to revise the prerogatives of its permanent members, mainly the right of veto. This is something that sometimes is used for political motivations rather than to address humanitarian matters. President, from this General Assembly, Peru will continue to engage in concrete actions for peace. We will continue to support disarmament initiatives and regimes, arms control and nuclear non-proliferation. We will continue to support the total elimination of nuclear weapons, and at the same time we reject tests and also the use or any threat to use nuclear weapons. Nuclear disarmament, we hope, will be internationally verifiable, and we launch an appeal to the countries that mainly have nuclear weapons to renew their bilateral commitments to reduce their respective arsenals, such as, for example, under the New START Treaty. On the ground, Peru will continue to contribute to UN peacekeeping operations, as we have done since 1958, contributing more than 10,000 personnel. Currently, more than 250 members of our armed forces and our national police are deployed in United Nations uniform, playing their role with a sense of professionalism, value and dedication. Furthermore, we have made available a rapid response force that is made up of 200 personnel, and that force is able to be deployed immediately whenever the UN requires it. Peru recognizes the important role that women play in the peace and security agenda. Therefore, it is our pleasure to announce that we have largely exceeded the goals established in the National Gender Parity Strategy for uniformed personnel of the United Nations in 2018 to 2028, and that we will continue to increase the percentage of Peruvian women deployed in peacekeeping operations. President, the second condition required for development is a clean and healthy environment. Climate change, the loss of biodiversity and pollution are interconnected threats that compromise the survival of present and of future generations. The high vulnerability of Peru to the adverse effects of climate change has led this to become a priority issue in our foreign policy. And that's also why, alongside other countries, we have called upon the International Court of Justice to rule on the international obligations of states when it comes to climate change. Last year, my country was affected by Cyclone Yaku and by the El Niño phenomenon. These things claimed losses of human lives and huge amounts of material damage. On that, I wish to express my gratitude to the UN system for supporting the actions of my government to provide assistance to the affected population. Aware of the increase in the frequency and the impact of these phenomena due to the climate crisis, my government, the government of President Boluarte, has pushed forward the adoption of a preventive approach when it comes to managing the risk of disasters, in line with the early warning for all initiative of the Secretary General and in line with the Sendai framework. Furthermore, aware of the need to develop a low-carbon economy and to promote a change in our energy mix that prioritizes clean and renewable energy, the government of Peru has been updating our national strategy for climate change in order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. However, these domestic efforts are not enough. It's essential to increase international cooperation, always adhering to the principle of shared but differentiated responsibilities when it comes to climate action. Developed countries must adopt more ambitious goals to reduce their emissions and to honour their commitments when it comes to climate finance, which includes mobilizing as a minimum $100 billion per year for developing countries, and to implement the Loss and Damage Fund that was agreed on at COP27 of the UNFCCC. Furthermore, it is urgent to ensure that the Green Fund for the Climate is funded. This is something that has allowed us to make progress in our adaptation and mitigation work. President, our main challenge is to ensure development for our peoples, and with the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, we can use these to guide our work. Unfortunately, the most recent report of the Secretary-General on progress in achieving the SDGs shows that we are not on the right track. Peru is committed to the 2030 Agenda, and that's why we have increased by more than 10% the resources allocated to compliance with the SDGs. On that, I wish to underscore the actions that we have been engaging in 3 priority areas for Peru, which are health, education, and social protection. On health, to start with, in the face of the largest dengue epidemic that Latin America has faced, Peru adopted swift actions that enabled us to reduce its lethality by half compared to the previous epidemic, and currently we are updating our prevention and control strategies for dengue in line with guidance from the World Health Organization. Next, education. In the quest to provide quality education, we have focused on teacher training, and we are strengthening technical training in secondary and higher education. The goal of that is to ensure that our young people are able to access the labour market. Furthermore, we have set forth an ambitious investment programme to close education infrastructure gaps. Moving on now to social protection. The third priority area is social protection for development. Aware of the need to bolster our food security and to reduce the effects of the calorie deficit, we have increased the budget of the food complementation program that supports the most vulnerable through soup kitchens, canteens and shelters by coordinating with local governments and the private sector, as well as civil society. When it comes to productive supply, we have engaged in actions to increase agricultural productivity and sustainability, mainly focusing on family farming. We also have a raft of social programs to fight against poverty and social exclusion. We have different public policies to empower women and girls, and the goal of this is to protect them from sexist violence, including through economic empowerment programs. Social protection being implemented in Peru intends to fight against discrimination and racism, and also to guarantee the collective rights of indigenous peoples and Afro-Peruvian people, providing services with an intercultural approach, given the fact that we are a multicultural, pluri-ethnic and multilingual country. However, as I have already stated, domestic efforts are not enough alone. It's necessary for developed countries to keep their promises to provide assistance and finance in order to reduce the budget gap to deal with the many different needs. We must move forward and urgently reform the international financial architecture to ensure that we have a system that is more inclusive and equitable. To do this, it is necessary to revise the way we measure progress, leaving aside GDP as the only way of measuring things. As we know, it doesn't measure inequality, well-being, or the environmental sustainability of countries. Therefore, we welcome the inclusion in the Pact for the Future new measures to develop new multidimensional indicators of progress to channel more efficiently and more inclusively international cooperation, including to ensure flows to middle-income countries like Peru, rather than which are countries where we still see a persistence of pockets of poverty and exclusion. President, the fight against poverty in all of its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, remains the largest global challenge that we face and must be the absolute priority of all countries. In my country, like I've said, we've been engaging in different programs, and these include Juntos, Pension 65 and the Contigo program, the With You program, and the goal is to reduce monetary poverty and extreme poverty caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and also to provide basic services to achieve social inclusion for the most disadvantaged populations. I wish to announce that Peru will present to the General Assembly, like we do every 2 years, a draft resolution entitled Human Rights and Extreme Poverty. In this resolution, we encourage member states to adopt social protection policies that are more ambitious, to consider that extreme poverty and exclusion undermine human dignity. President, we also face new challenges that stem from the rise in new technology, whose technologies and benefits are also coupled by a lot of dangers, as well as by unprecedented ethical and moral challenges. Social networks are things that have allowed us to be more connected to each other, but they have also been used to spread misinformation and hate speech, or to engage in violence or bullying, especially against women. Tech companies store the personal information of millions of people, and that leads us to debate the right of privacy and risks of mass surveillance by governments. Artificial intelligence is portrayed as something positive for our daily lives, but it has also facilitated the spread of dis- and misinformation campaigns that seek to manipulate public opinion, in particular during election campaigns, destabilizing thus our democracies. We have a collective responsibility to ensure that new technologies are developed and are used while fully respecting the dignity, freedom and rights of all people. It is therefore necessary to define principles and regulatory frameworks in a clear way for digital governance. In this regard, we welcome the Global Digital Compact that was adopted at the Summit of the Future. Mr. President, Peru's commitment to human rights and democracy is unshakable. These are the fundamental values that support Peruvian society and that guide our foreign policy. Peru has a long tradition of respect and promotion of human rights, and this is seen in our participation in numerous international treaties and instruments on this, and it is also shown through our close collaboration with the United Nations and other international organizations who have come and visited our country, and we have also always welcomed this. Peru's strong democratic conviction and the conviction of the Peruvian people to this is something that firmly guides our foreign policy for representative democracy on the American continent and against any attempt to undermine the will of the people. Lack of freedom and democratic opportunities and political participation, in addition to repression and lack of opportunities, leads to massive migratory flows and flows of refugees and tensions and pressure, social pressure in the host countries, mainly if they don't have the economic ability to absorb these people. Therefore, we renew our commitment to the process to adopt a global binding instrument that facilitates safe, orderly and regular migration with a focus on human rights, a people-centered approach that provides predictability and protects migrants from transnational crime organizations that engage in the trafficking of people and smuggling of people. Pillars of Peru's foreign policy that I just described underscore the grave concern that we have regarding the situation in Venezuela since the elections that took place on the 28th of July last. The proclaimed results, the officially proclaimed results, have not complied with the legal obligation of Venezuela to show transparency and impartiality when it comes to these elections, and they therefore do not legitimately reflect the popular will of the Venezuelan citizens. This doesn't prevent Peru from recognizing official results. Throughout our history, Peru has maintained a foreign policy that is firmly committed to multilateralism, the defense of international law, and the peaceful resolution of disputes, which are the foundational principles of the charter of this organization. This diplomatic transition explains our historic commitment to the United Nations, and we recall the contributions made by significant individuals like Victor Andrés Beloande, who headed up this assembly, José Luis Bustamante, and Ribero, president of the International Court of Justice between 1967 and 1970, and of course Javier Pérez Cuellar, the fifth Secretary General of this organization, who was an inspiration for members of our Foreign Policy Corps. This time marked by this time that is critical for multilateralism, this legacy compels us to be active in the promotion of multilateralism, to enable us to improve our response to the huge challenges that we face and that require collective action in areas such as guaranteeing peace and international security, protecting the environment and mitigating climate change, and ensuring the means required to achieve sustainable development, and also to provide regulation for new technologies. Mr. President, you can certainly count on the decisive support of Peru to achieve the consensus required so that we can progress with this global endeavour. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Perú.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru.
Hemos escuchado la
We
última
have heard
intervención
the
en el
last
debate general de esta sesión.
speaker on the list of speakers of this evening's general debate.
Continuaremos el debate general mañana a las
The
9
general
horas
debate will continue tomorrow from 9 a.m. in this hall. The meeting is adjourned.